What's up, everybody, and welcome to another Clubhouse on Saturday night. How is everybody feeling this evening?
Oh,
Fantastic.
That's what I like to
I'm
hear.
ready to go to bed.
Punks
I gotta
are-
be at Sergeant Red's all day tomorrow for Mick Foley.
Well,
So,
you know
I don't
what?
think I'll be
That's
on
not a
that
bad reason to go there.
No, but I'm not. I'm gonna be helping them, helping my son, and helping them. So
Hey,
again, I don't mind because they're wonderful people.
I'm sure you'll hear plenty of wrestling stories. So
And some really good
and
ones
that man
too.
is fucking crazy.
Except for, I don't think I'll be there with him. Hopefully,
Right.
I'm hoping to get a couple pictures, some special pictures. I
There
just
you
don't
go.
know if I'll be able to.
some special pictures.
yeah, what?
So I did want to
mean-
highlight this real fast, just real quick here. We got Dreadnought K6 saying, I love the Clubhouse. Now, I know he's coming over from Punk's channel. Thank you for being here, and we appreciate that. You know, it means a lot to us. We love coming on, this uber panel of guests you see every week and hanging out with everybody. So thank you. All right, guys, continue, please.
I don't know what we were saying.
I can't
How
remember.
we're doing?
Yeah,
How we're doing,
just
that's
going
right.
through. How's the week been
Gonna-
treating everybody? What's been going on?
I'm getting those customs done. Ed has seen the head for his at least.
Oh,
He got
yeah.
the first couple
I'm
days.
so excited.
So
Do you know what
Now-
I did?
parts.
You know what I did, Payne? When I took the picture, and I cannot believe that I did this. So I took the picture of him skating and pushing on it, and then I was sitting here and I was looking at it, and I went, "Oh my god, I set him up pushing Goofy." Now, if people don't know Goofy, there's Goofy and regular footed when you push skateboarding. I am regular. I can't push switch like skaters these days can. It's part
Nope,
of
I
what
never
they do.
could.
I
I'm goofy.
if I push switch, I consider that an extra trick that I did in a line, and I can't
I don't
visualize.
blame you. Yeah.
Can't visualize it, but somehow I put it up there. And if anyone remembers when I did the Snow Serpent review, I bitched because you couldn't move the bindings on the snowboard. It
Uh-huh.
was only Goofy, and I'm like, I'll never use it because I cannot visualize it the other way.
People
But somehow
don't
I did that,
understand.
and I was like, I gotta. The moment I noticed it, I was like, because it was standing perfect.
Yeah, people do not get how hard it is to switch that up. Okay, because
I've never been able to.
I'm goofy footed, right? And I didn't realize I was doing it differently than I thought how it had to be done
Yep. Same
until
here.
like 3 years into me skateboarding. And so I tried to switch it up and I tried to jump over the other side, tried to put my foot at the front of the board, and it felt so awkward and I felt like I was just gonna fall over.
No, that's not Goofy. That's Mongo. If you push with your front foot, that's Mongo. Goofy is right foot forward.
Oh,
regular-
yup. Oh,
Yeah, that's
come on, Goofy.
Yeah. Mongo. Well, Mongo is wrong. All right. Mongo is wrong.
Dang.
All
Dang.
right. I don't. It
That's
is
one thing for
aesthetically
himself, that's all.
unpleasing, and you will never see a pro push like that. But what's funny about that, like Goofy and regular, what I was saying is I was listening to a pro skater talk about it. And he goes, I used to watch. He goes, when I was younger, I would watch. I think it was Goofy. He said I would watch people that skated regular in a mirror so I could see how they did it. And I was talking to my buddy Tony, who's always been better than us. He was like, "That's what I used to do," and I was like, "What?" And he goes, "I never told you." I'm like, "No." He goes, "I would bring out a mirror and I would watch the regular foot because again, there was no switch back in our day."
Right.
And I was like, "You asshole! Why didn't you tell us any of that?" Like, but that's why he was so much better than us. He was so much smarter, just in general. I'm like, "You asshole!"
Oh, that's not saying
Which I would have thought about that.
Right. No,
'Cause when you try and figure out a
always use
trick-
my right.
And the feet are the wrong way. You're like, I what? I don't get it. Because your
Yep.
mind doesn't work like that. Well, most minds don't work like that.
Well,
And
no, and you learn how to do it through repetition and muscle memory. So when you're doing them, if you try to switch up how your stance is, the muscles are all in the wrong spot when you go
Yeah.
to do the trick.
So,
It's not gonna
so when someone's trying to do something technical, and you're like, "All right, wait a minute, hold on," and it's the opposite, it just can mess with you. And then there's people that are just insanely good that it doesn't even matter. I was not that person.
By the way, your plunderling doing the shish kebab is incredible.
Yeah.
Thanos.
Yeah, I got a bunch of these like little dolls from the dollar store.
Yeah, the cheap little ones.
I just saw one of those black pots at Walmart, like for the witch's brew. You
Mhm.
should get one of those; it'd be perfect. You could have a couple of them in there with them dancing around like they're cooking one of them.
Yeah, that's a good
There you
idea.
go.
I
That's
actually got
great.
one. I picked one up from Dollar Tree. It was like it's a vaporized smoke machine
Oh
cauldron.
yeah,
Oh, even nice. All right. So Dreadnought verifies here. He's just messing with Punk because apparently Punk spelled it Club Hoose. H-U-S-E.
That was never right.
Yeah. Hey, it happens a lot. I've spelled stuff wrong. Our New Year's Eve stream going into 2024 last year, I said it was the last stream of 2024, and we were just getting started. So
Well, it could have been your last stream.
there's always a chance it'll be my last stream.
But thank
You
you. I
never
will
know.
fix that right now.
You can fix
Oh.
that.
Well, apparently.
Well, I can because I'm live.
you can edit it. Yeah, when you're live.
I was gonna say, I mean, I've certainly done some therapy to. Oh wait, we're not talking about that. Never mind. There we look. We got to be careful with the case spellings there.
So Thanos,
Oh,
did
yeah.
you get a pile of loot delivered by any chance?
I got a pile of loot, and then I got like a pretty big score at Ross.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know if it's a score. I got a bunch of the Diablo and
No, it's a score. Dude.
Oh,
It's a
nice.
score.
Hey, Thanos, what scale are those? Because I saw someone did a video where they got a bunch of them at Ross too, and I never even knew they came out.
the Diablo ones will fit in with your action figures at like the 1/12 scale. The Warcraft ones are a little tinier. I wouldn't even know like what to call them, but they're for some reason they're a little bit smaller.
Like not
Why-
quite 118.
I know, like they're like
not,
somewhere in between.
not quite
Why-
112.
Yeah, but the guy in the video said they were under $5 each. Is that right?
$4.99 for the Warcraft,
What the
$3.99 for
hell?
the Diablo.
I want the Warcraft. I've wanted Warcraft figures, World of Warcraft figures since I've been playing the game for whatever 20
Thanos
years.
has a couple. Warlock
Nice,
figures.
nice. Oh,
So
wow.
yeah.
actually,
Oh,
on my
yeah.
desk, I have a Warcraft 3 Orc,
Awesome. Yes.
and then I have modern ones done by different studios,
Cool.
and then I have a Jack specific one.
Nice, nice.
I was actually
Cool
thinking
guy.
about doing like a comparison between like all the different
Yeah.
ones, mostly to show off like how
Even
bad
just-
the McFarlane one is compared to the like since it's the
Yeah.
official, it's kind of sad.
They're all kind of like
Right.
statues, right? Like, I mean, I'd probably
Yeah,
set them
but
up and
they-
put them on the shelf, just to have them. But they've never done like a good line, and I mean, that game is huge. I've been playing it forever.
The paint job's not the best, the sculpt's not the
Mm.
best, and they have no articulation, which is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, and then like I remember when they announced them, and you could like either make the orc shaman or the orc warrior. You can't. Have
Yeah, so he's got like the
yeah.
shoulder pads for the shaman,
Mhm.
and then he's got like the Doomhammer or Gorehowl.
Yeah, that's so funny, man. I just saw that. I was going to run out to Ross, but I looked at the clock and it was like already 8:45. So I was, like,
I was
Right.
hoping they would have some of the warrior paladin, like the human ones,
Mm-hmm.
because I wouldn't mind picking up a couple of those.
Yeah, I think I might get them for $5 each. I'd get them.
I went to like 5 different Rosses, and I only saw the orc and the undead.
Oh shit!
All right. So Legend Series is asking, would those accessories work for 112?
True 112 maybe, but like the 110 that my orcs are.
Right. They're a little small for those.
So
But say for
Um,
like my Mythic Legions orcs, they should work, right?
Yeah.
the Gorehowl might. That hammer is going to be kind of tiny.
Some
But,
of the
like-
weapons in WoW are oversized to begin with.
So here is a better Gorehowl,
Right.
and here is a better Doomhammer.
That is a
Like,
much
look
better
at the
Doom
size
hammer.
of the Doom Hammer compared to the other Doom Hammer. Like,
Oh man.
yeah. But I'll get them opened up and I'll show them off.
Yeah,
We call it the Doom Hammer, but it looks like more like the hammer of heck.
That'd be a good Wednesday picture. Have your two orcs standing next to each other, one with the small hammer, one with the big hammer, and just make a
pull the whole Captain America and Thor thing. No, you take the little one.
I was actually kind of interested though because they all come with mystery weapons. So
That's cool.
That's cool.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Thinking I like that, Oz.
I was
that's
gonna
cool.
say I
Oh,
put
nice.
those wings
Wow.
on my more vintage inspired, of course, Origins Hordak, but Cobb's just put them on Lord Draggle from Mythic Legions. That looks
Yeah, they
badass.
came with that little tab thing. It's upside down, so I can't put the shoulder pads at the same time because it only fits upside down on there. But the peg holes, it fits in there. So
No kidding.
Looks
That's
good.
cool to
that's
know.
awesome.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta
I'm
remember
kinda
that.
digging that now. Like,
I gotta remember. Yeah, because those are some neat looking wings. I mean, they're not as nice as the actual vampire wings with
Yeah.
Mythic Legions, but still nice.
yeah,
It's a little gnarled wand.
That's pretty cool.
It's what I told her.
That's what she
Well,
said.
Do you collect anything that's not 1/18th? Like, do you have any 112 stuff?
Just a couple pieces here and there, and freaking ridiculous amount of like '90s Toy Biz stuff, which was like that 5-inch or 4.5,
Yeah.
5-inch.
Hard to
That
get
has
mad
no
about
scale.
that stuff, though. Right?
I got a ton of that, but modern stuff, no. Like I said, I have a couple classified figures that I bought, just ones that I like, and some. I got some of the Action Force guys, a couple Motu dudes, just kind of picking here and there. But I live
Yeah.
vicariously through all of you for all those other lines.
Hey, that's what we try to do.
Hey, I was just wondering, and I don't blame you because it gets expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and certain roads that you start traveling down are really, really bad, but in the best friggin' way.
Yeah.
We have a good support group that helps us with our addiction. Makes it worse, but
No, they
So,
don't. No, they don't.
so this morning I did a little bit of
That's not helping.
I did a little bit of early morning offline coffee, and I dropped the link in, and Brick joined in with us, and we were talking about, like, somebody asked, like, wait, are these chats like Alcoholics Anonymous? And Brick told him, he goes, no, this is the exact opposite,
Yeah,
because
like
in Alcoholics
enablers.
Anonymous, right, you work to better and get away from it, where no, we're the guy at the bar buying you another drink.
Yeah, pretty much.
He called it
Yeah.
Clubhouse Cheers.
So wait, there was a cafe thing this morning?
I wasn't planning on doing one, but after I woke
So I
up
asked
so
last
early,
night.
after I woke up so early, I was just like, okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll just drop the link, and if anybody joins, they join. If they don't,
Oh,
I didn't see it. Otherwise, I would have joined. It's not like I was.
yeah, I would have, even though we were talking this morning.
Especially if it was offline, because then I wouldn't have to worry about looking going.
right? Yeah, and that was the thing. We did it
Wow.
offline. We didn't go live with it. It looks good.
Is that Diablo?
You're muted,
Yeah.
Thanos.
Right.
Yeah, that one's Diablo.
Yeah.
The Diablo ones look a little bit better, a little more
Static
detailed. Like I said, they're a
poses
little
too,
bit bigger.
right?
Static pose. I can switch out one of the hands for like a mask holding hand, and came with a head that has the mask as well. And you got a staff, which is actually kind of cool. I could see you could probably use this with other lines.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was actually going to pick up those just for the accessories.
And this is like little snake wand thing.
Nice.
Oh, see, that could even work with like my Motu Snake Men, right?
Yeah, they do not come off the base. Like,
Oh.
Well, no, because they are straight up statues.
Yeah.
but it would have been like this would have been kind of cool to like just have as like a piece of terrain. Like, in a
Do you know what
photo.
original retail was on those?
$30?
I was gonna say they were like 30 to 40 in that
Okay.
range.
I bet
I
you
did
you
pick
need
up
to figure out and
the
pull off there.
dragons. Like I
Oh.
picked up a couple of the dragons when they were on super sale on Amazon, and They're not
Yeah, I
bad,
like
like for
the
just a static
dragons.
dragon.
Yeah.
They're a little small
Drag-
for a dragon, but they're cool.
Dragons were cool back in the day. I had the original.
Oh, yeah.
McFarlane dragon.
Oh yeah, the ones.
Yeah,
that
I
we
still
did,
have some
like,
of
in
those
the
on
90s,
display in my
2000s.
kitchen.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
ones were awesome.
I loved those.
But you knew you were buying a statue anyway, so it wasn't like you're
Yeah.
trying to
that was
buy it.
back when basically everything McFarlane was truly a statue. Like it really, there was not action at all. The movie Maniacs, it was like static pose with the little base. I think the most articulation he had in any of them was like the Metal Gear Solid figures he did.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
remember those.
yeah, I got a couple
Yeah.
of those. Yeah, still have
Yeah,
those.
that was like the most articulation you got at that time. But damn, did they look good though?
The wrists move.
Okay.
Hey,
than I was
look at that.
expecting.
Yeah.
Again, what does McFarlane call the new ones? The unarticulated action figures or the
Posed action
non-action
figures.
Posed action figures.
I think you should take a
Oh,
page from Punk
Pre-posed for your convenience.
Yeah.
and call them pinless action figures.
There you go. That's going to be Todd
Yeah.
McFarlane's definition of pinless. They just
At
don't
McFarlane,
move.
we pose them for you, so you don't have to go through the trouble of moving the limbs on your figures. That's crazy.
Right.
That's like the top of the laziness chain, getting your toys posed for you. So replayed with.
Right.
I mean, I thought it was bad when they did the what was it, the virtual toys?
Yeah,
the
the digital
McFarlane.
stuff.
Do
Yeah, the
not
digital-
get me started on Oh, the Cryptoy thing that tried to come
Yeah.
out just a couple of years ago is like,
Oh,
oh man, like I
that's something.
raged so hard about that
Oh,
because I thought it was just the
Chinese
dumbest.
Plastic People brought those up on live a couple, probably 8 months ago here now.
Yeah.
But
I did a live stream about it, like when I had like 3 subscribers and
Yeah.
no one watched it. But I wanted to know if it was true. I didn't believe it.
you can't even do anything with the fidgetals. They're just stuck in the pose inside
No,
the
they're
digital
just
part. It's
stuck
like
in- I think you can resize them and move them
Yeah.
around your virtual space, but that's about it. Oh, and you can trade them with your friends. Just
Rick
amazing.
says it here. Painless, seamless posed premium action figures by Todd McFarlane.
what are those things?
But,
Thanos?
but you
Stickers?
really can't call them action figures
I see.
because
Yeah.
technically they don't move.
Those
That's
are
what I
pretty
say.
good.
They're in action figures.
Yeah, that's a misnomer.
That's when remember when Jay and
Enjoy
Silent
the
Bob
movie,
was out
Brick.
and they did the in-action figure and it was just the goat. They created that whole in-action.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. All right, Brick says he's out to go check out Transformers and he
Nice.
might see us later. And guys, as we've gotten quite a few people here in the chat now, and I saw some questions coming through, we are going to run through and say hello to everybody. I'm going to try to do it as quickly as I can here. All right, Dave's Dimension in the house saying, let's go. I'm going to keep that comment starred, though, for a moment because I'm going to come back to that and talk about how funny that was. And we got Stanley Eberhard here saying he's leaving his mom's house soon, had a Jake Stevens toy show in childhood hometown. He should be home between 9 to 10 Seattle time. Good, man. We'll see you then. On Ryu is here hanging out with us. We got Menjoza, Fat Red Foo, of course, as I've already highlighted a couple comments. Brick something in the house. Nolan is here making us official Toy Tube. And we've got K Roll in the house. Good to see you. And as we already highlighted one of his comments, Legends Series is here with us. Toy Connections hanging out. Saying happy 1K subs to our friend Tony's Figs.
All right.
All right. Congratulations, Tony. He hit the 1K mark, everybody. And if you're not already subscribed to Tony's Figs, you know what? Take a quick break, run over to his channel, subscribe to it, and come back. And then get me up to 1K while you're at it.
About fucking time, Tony.
We got Matthew Matson in the house hanging out. What's going on, Matthew? And again, Dreadnought saying Club Hoose Crew. Oh, man, it's going to be hilarious all night. Collecting Brothers John saying, Ayo, I caught the intro. Sup, everybody? What's going on, John? Thank you for being here. Toy Binging here saying, what's up, Club? What's going on, Toy Binging? And oh, yep, here it is. Ray received and opened her first Mythic Legions figure today. Thrace.
That is a
You know-
fantastic one, but
we're gonna
That's a
come
lot
back
of
to
intro.
that.
That's a lot
Yeah.
of people's intro figure right there.
We're gonna come back to that because I think that might be a topic to dive into tonight. What was your first? When was your first time? And Tony says, Tony's Figs saying, I'm goofy footed too. Glad to hear it, Tony. I'm glad I'm not the only goofy footed one around here. Using my right. What can I say?
Tony's just goofy. Let's just be
Yeah,
honest.
well, that's true too. Andrew Davis says he's riding goofy all day. He is-
That might be a misnomer. That could be taken many ways.
it definitely
Especially
could
after
when
I
it
just
comes
called
from
Tony
Andrew.
goofy.
We've got Rolando Flores in the house. Hope you are doing well, brother. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Radnam hanging out with us saying, is that the German house music or a sex club? Talking about the Clubhouse. And it could be both. Whatever. There's no rules.
The front,
No rules.
the front is the house music, and the back is where the sex club is.
That's
Yeah, there
right.
you go.
It's a straight up mullet. We got Duchess of Darkness here with us. What is going on, Duchess? This weekend signifies Oztober Eve, which is Duchess's busy month because everybody getting in the mood for spooky season. You're going to want to check out some awesome horror narrations. Go over to Duchess's channel, subscribe, watch her videos, visit her premieres every Wednesday for Wicked Wednesday. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for being here, Duchess. We appreciate it. We've got Vine Jungle Figure Factory in the house saying, my haunt is open, but he stopped in to say hey. And everybody, this is Alan, Vine Jungle Figure Factory. On this particular one, he has another YouTube channel called Stilt Beast Creation, Stilt Beast Studio, sorry. Stilt Beast Studios, where he shows a lot of monster camp videos and all like that. So if you're into horror, you're into making different horror stuff, definitely go check out Stilt Beast Studios on YouTube. It's great. And he's a channel that dwarfs all of our channels. It was good to see you, Alan. Thank you for being here, brother. We got All About the Villains going, yo, 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 what's going on, brother? Good to have you here. Masterversal Toy Hunter, Eric Perryman in the chat. And let's see, kind of go through some of these because I did highlight some other questions that we're going to talk about here. Oop, I just unstarred something. I can't see what it was. Oh, okay, never mind. I know exactly what it was. It was about talking about that first again. Okay. Trying to unstar and restart. We got Roll Keeper here hanging with us, Plastic Skulls. And if there's anybody that I missed, thank you for joining us tonight and hanging out. Shh, I just unstarred another one. Oh, it's been a long week, guys. You can tell I'm all with it. Now I got to go find that figure.
That is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here it is. All right, this was the one I want to bring up. All About the Villains is asking, what is everybody's opinions on those new G.I. Joe O-rings from Super 7? Because some people have actually started to get them, right?
Yeah.
They were showing up at Target stores. I think you could order them on Super 7. And Big Bad has them as a pre-order. So people just wandering into Target stores are just getting them.
It's good for the O-ring collectors. I mean, it gives them
yeah, sure. I mean, I might pick them up. I'm gonna try that Bat. I think that's the one that I think I'll pick up first because it's got the most going on as far as I'm concerned, and I'll get a feel for the plastic and how it is. I'm just not sure. The whole cartoon thing.
Yeah.
I think you either like it or you don't.
They're just making figures that have never been made before, and that's the whole thing. It's not going to be, you'll get some weird stuff. You'll probably get some, a Tiger Force colored snake eyes.
I've heard some critique just based on the images that were leaked, and I just think that until you get them in your hand and you're actually holding them, I will say one thing that they did very well. Well, maybe not very well. Because they just copied the old file cards, but as opposed to here's the leather neck I got with the triple T I got this week, but it's got that tri-language file card, which it's kind of a letdown. It looks like a file card, but it's just that part.
It's 1/3 of a file card mixed with 2/3 in other languages you can't read.
Yeah, so
but I get it.
from what I saw, they do have they're kind of cut and paste of the original file. I could be wrong because I don't remember word for word what they are.
If you'll star Fatrid's comment
Hold on here. Which
or bring it up.
See, well, yeah. Hang on. I just want to say
That
hey
one?
to Rick Jones real quick.
Okay.
But
Fatrid, they're doing Zaymot and Tomax in their suits for extensive enterprises. That's
yeah,
right.
I think that'll be a good pickup.
Wave
I think
two.
that one's an actual Target exclusive. So where's the
Yeah,
other
they're
one?
And
like
again,
wave 2 or 3.
elsewhere.
But yeah, they are
It
doing it.
does. It makes sense again because you're getting stuff that we did not see in the original line,
Mhm.
and that's something that I like because again, for people who have vintage Joe collections that only do the O-ring, it's nice that now they'll be able to fill in the gaps, which I
Yeah.
appreciate.
But the issue is,
Here
and
we
I
go.
was
Here we
I
go.
was excited. I was excited. And then I saw them and I canceled them. I think the bat looks decent. All right.
Yeah.
CoverGirl looks awful. It looks horrendous.
Very plain. There's a very
She has dead eyes.
yes.
Like everything about it
Doll's
is.
eyes.
I mean, and even the artwork looks bad. Snake Eyes. I mean, again, I don't need that Snake Eyes. We have 100 Snake Eyes that are very similar. Cobra Commander looks decent. The weapons are huge. Why did you not scale the weapons properly?
I wonder if the bat accessories
Well,
work.
let's be honest. Toward the end, was
There's
Joe
supposed to be
scaling
interchange.
the weapons properly? Let's be honest about
No,
this.
have you looked at them though? Like I
No,
know later on
They
they
didn't
didn't, but
scale weapons very well at all, even in the original line. There's
no,
some
they were
weapons that are
scaled pretty
ridiculous.
close.
There
Later
are
on,
some egregious
There's
ones,
some
but
that are ridiculous.
When we
Snake
get to
Eyes
the
is usually
90s,
big
it's
enough
a
for a
bit of a different
classified
story.
figure, though. In
Yeah.
Super 7.
I just I'll probably pick up the bat if I see it, just to see how it feels, just like what Wilhelm was saying there. I hope that the Zaymot and Tomax are good because those are the ones I really want. I want them to do figures like that.
Thanks, Jeff.
Right. Jeff
Those are
Morris is
big,
putting it
bad
in the
toy
chat
store.
too, saying they are
Oh, really?
BBTS exclusive.
I'm going to bed.
All right, Aaron. Have a good
man.
night, brother.
Hey, I was
All
gonna say
right.
I'm a bad critic, so don't take it because I like I'm pretty easygoing with toys. I'll give them a pass when
We're not
other
toy
people.
snobs.
Yeah, they're just they're much better at pointing out the flaws that they're right over my head. I just pick it up and I'm like, oh, cool. For example, this is Sarge came with the Triple T. I love him. I think he's great. But
It's great to see a new version of that O-ring.
I went to the Facebook G.I. Joe group, and oof, they are just tearing it apart.
I just
They
wish.
don't like anything.
I mean, I wish Super 7 would have done articulated wrists because articulated wrists, you can only pose a firing position so well on an O-ring. But once you can move the wrist, it does so much.
It really does.
And you don't
100%.
notice. It doesn't change it from looking like the original O-ring. And Hasbro should have been doing the exact same things with theirs.
I cannot disagree with that at all. And especially when we got some of these new O-ring lines coming out that are giving us wrist articulation like Delta 17. It's just like, why aren't you putting this in? Why aren't you factoring? It's a swivel of all things too, which is about
if someone was talking about, if someone was saying, well, why can't they put double joints on it? That changes the look of it. The wrist doesn't change anything. You can't tell.
You wouldn't be able to tell if even Sarge, who's got wristbands on.
Exactly.
I guess on some characters, if they had like bare arm forms.
I think very few.
Now, I will say,
at that scale, though, you wouldn't even see the cut.
Right, you're not going to see the seam. You're not going to see that cut.
They got rivets in their freaking shoulders, and you're going to complain about a little seam on their wrist? Come on.
Right. Now, I will say this. I just said that shouldn't be a problem. Look, I really don't know how much it takes to engineer that in when you're used to making a 5 POA reaction figure. Maybe it's a little bit more than they can handle. But
all the other companies that are much smaller than them are doing it. I think they can figure out a way, right?
I'm hoping they could do it. Look,
Dude,
there you go.
I'll tell you, man, those Fortnite figures, they've got
They
got the
are
one-
pretty cool.
I got that Christmas one last year because he had the big long white beard and he was a bald dude.
Yep.
And he's got ratcheted ankle rockers. I mean, he's got like his elbows, everything's ratcheted. You could put him into crazy positions. And he was like $9.99.
Maybe
So-
Super 7's like copying Hasbro's original release where they're going to come out with like the straight arm and then they came out with the swivel arm grip.
They
That's
also
right,
didn't
that's
do
what
the
we'll
ball neck, which I
Right.
think is kind of a miss also, that they just went with
Yeah.
the old school straight side to side neck.
So in their
So,
second wave,
wait,
they'll have all
so-
this updated stuff. They can promote it and say, look what we improved on.
And then that's when they'll increase the price
Right.
from the regular.
No,
See,
they're-
this is the
they're
plan.
already-
We know the
I
game.
got it.
So
Yeah.
wait, they do just look back and forth. They can't look down.
No, they don't have the ball, which
Again, why? Like why?
yeah.
Like
Now we're
I have
talking
no-
me out of being excited
Well,
of these
I
figures.
actually no, I did
Just to
see someone and I
piss
thought
you
that
off.
was a legit criticism because they said even the tooling on that wouldn't have cost them the neck adapter, it wouldn't change really anything. And if they put it in the design, it wouldn't have cost the company more to put that in. They still have to insert and assemble the head the same way, whether it's a ball
The-
or that old
Right.
socket.
Right. The
Yeah.
sad part is, though, as you look at Delta 17, you could take that figure apart and insert vintage G.I. Joe pieces for the most part. And look at how small Delta 17 is with all that engineering. You can't tell me that Super 7 can't
Oh, okay.
figure out a
And
neck ball.
to the
Yeah,
credit,
that's
if
Joe.
Super 7's bat accessories are not interchangeable with the vintage,
I think they are.
No, they said it was. One
Okay.
of my biggest complaints with the reaction figures is they made it so their backpacks weren't interchangeable, and all the reaction figures used the same the same size peg or pull on for the foot, except for the GI Joe stuff.
Mm.
They made it smaller. Why? So all your stuff, and I know because I have the Circle Jerk Skank Man, and he's on a stand, a vintage
Right.
stand. But they changed it specifically. Like, why would you do that?
Module lock.
oh, I was about to bring that up, Cobb. Stealing my thunder.
I'm bad.
It's
I just
all
got
good,
sent-
brother.
I just got
All
sent
good.
that. Ooh.
So J Solo Arts is saying Super 7 Reaction Plus is like the Ultimates version of O-Ring, but I still want more. It's
Yeah.
not the Ultimates. And the reason that I say that is because what makes their ultimate figures is that they give you 37 sets of hands. You can't even pop the hands off of these O-Ring Pluses. So
True. Yeah.
I just wanted to make that joke because I always got to make that joke. But you know what? Honestly, with the amount of hands that the Four Horsemen are given lately, I'm feeling like they're ultimates. Like I thought I'd bagged up all of my hands for all of my
Yeah.
Four Horsemen figures recently when I was organizing everything, and I just came across like not 6 more sets of hands, but 6 more hands.
The
So-
thing with Mythic Legions, you get some of them, you're like, this hand's exactly the same. And then you realize the wrist peg swivels the opposite direction. You're like,
Something's
oh,
like different or something like that, and I'm like, oh shit, I missed this hand. How did I miss this?
I bought a
Yeah.
few of those skeletons that all came with like
Oh,
eight
eight
different
hands.
hands
Oh,
or
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
I have just like a Ziploc bag full of skeleton hands.
That's what I've got. I've got like the sandwich bag, and it is full of hands, and it's starting to fill up with some feet too now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're not drinking out of Tankenstein tonight, Joe?
I haven't gotten my all in yet.
Oh, that's right. Only Curtis got his all in because you got the
Yeah,
single one.
It was weird because I in the first drop I ordered an all in, and then I wasn't going to get any more, and I talked myself into getting another one on the second drop. So that's the single from the second drop, and it showed up right away. So
Yeah, you know what?
I think they shipped the second drop first.
they might have,
I
or
was gonna
maybe
say,
all
I
the
haven't even got a
singles
notice.
first. or-
Meathead
Just
over
say,
here.
This
has
guy
his.
got his,
I
and
do.
then he was all sneaky about it, right? Because so he doesn't say anything to anybody, and most of the clubhouse guys, they hold off on opening their figure obscuras till we all get it so we can unbox together. And then next thing I know, Ed's talking about how did Lawrence get his figure, and then there's my notification. Lawrence, a punk with toys has posted a new video, and I'm like, son of a.
I really enjoyed Lawrence's video though, because
good.
the joy of that figure that Lawrence experienced is what I experienced when I open it. It was very relatable to me.
It is such a good figure.
Hands down, like I think that one's going to end up taking figure of the year for me because I feel it's been late enough in the year. Everything that I've seen from this, from Dorklayer's review, Lawrence, from your review, I am salivating, waiting to get mine.
Every time I watch one of Lawrence's videos when he's struggling with something like he was the bed straps there at first, all I can think of is that comment he got about watching you pose a figure. It's like watching a grizzly bear open a bottle of champagne or something like that.
All right, and all about the villains. I was going to say, I knew somebody in the chat said they got their all in. He's mentioning he got his yesterday.
Quickly, most people have this guy, right?
Yep.
Want him? You know the glow-in-the-dark Hagnon?
Yeah.
Does anyone else have him?
I've got both the original and
I might
blue.
have a few.
Joe's got a couple.
If you need a little bit of sticky tack, but if you take that skeleton head, it matches.
That looks good.
Oh man,
it matches perfect.
Oh wow.
You just need a
Damn,
little bit
now
of
I'm
sticky
sad I didn't get one.
Yeah.
I
There's a little
would
bit of
say
sticky
we can
tack.
get you one, Joe, but it might be a little difficult.
Yeah, I think that
Did
should
they shoot up in price?
I don't know if they've shot up in price. I'm not sure how much
I don't
they're
think
going.
so.
I just know, like right after Joe Fest, there was like a bunch of people just trying to sell some, so it was pretty easy. But now,
when I did the Hagnon, I said I think these are the same. They come out of the same factory because the plastic, glow-in-the-dark plastic, is almost identical.
Yeah.
So, but again, you need a little bit of sticky tack. So I think that maybe once I actually get these figures, that skeleton head may be going on him, because and that's just, I was cleaning everything. I'm like, I wonder if this fits on it, and I was like, man, it fits perfect.
Right,
I mean,
like it
looks
the color
perfect.
match. Right.
Yeah, and it's just a little loose. That's the only
That's
thing.
good.
But it's a skeleton. Like, hey, you know what? This is.
Oh, that's a nice backdrop, Thanos.
Yeah.
That's from the statue box.
Yeah,
Thanos, that was the undead. What was that? Warlock or a priest or?
It was priest and warlock. So right now it's in the priest configuration. It's got the head, and then it's got the shoulders. I actually always loved these shoulders. It's like the blindfolded lady. I don't remember what set it was, but they were always really
that
cool.
was I can't remember which tier, but yeah.
And then
that is tier 3.
Priest artifact staves. And then I have there it is. This is the mystery weapon it came with.
Oh, what is it?
I'm not sure. It might have been one of the priest's artifact. They have like a bunch of different looks.
Yeah,
I never actually.
Actually, sorry, it's tier 6.
Not sure what it is.
Tier 6.
It was black temple.
Yeah, that's the black.
Illidan. Yeah.
And then these are the warlock shoulders.
Nice.
And
that is one of the biggest problems with WoW, though, is all of their gear sets have ridiculous shoulder pads, and if you were to make them action figures, because when you play in game, your shoulder pads literally like clip into your head every time you jump out and move your arm. They're like
Tusk of Manaroth, right? Yeah. They're on a ball joint. Like you can move them around, like so. Like you get them into different poses, and you can actually make the like. This is like one of the best designed shoulder pads. It like pegs into the top of the shoulder. It's on like a thing with a ball joint.
That's not
like a whole
McFarlane, right? That's
no. This is a Star Studios one.
Star Studios.
Yeah.
It's tough keeping straight which studios you've gotten what works from.
Yeah, this one's Star Studios. This one is Mithril Action. I want to get another Mithril Action. They're really nice.
And they're the bigger ones, right?
They're a little bit bigger than the Star Studios. They're about the size of the memory toys, but they have that like you can't see it because mine's like wearing the cloth, but it's like a rubbery, almost like a Storm collectible for the torso. They're really nice. Like they're really cool.
I dig it.
And then this one is the Memory or Hero, and I think they actually have like a new name now. Like
they're Medi toys now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're cool. These shoulder pads are a little free floating, but they're attached to the armor. So like you can still move them around like pretty good with it.
So I've got Odin's comment here highlighted saying he got his Frankenstein on Thursday. He lives in Philly and it ships from New Jersey, so it's always fast. Look, Odin, I'm down in Maryland. Mine normally ships really fast too. And I got no idea, like, been waiting to get the shipping notice, because Terrence helped me get it last week. Of course, now then this week they've got it up for sale again. But Terrence helped me get it last week and he got it shipped. He has not gotten a shipping notice all week. And then just last night, he gets his shipping notice saying that his will arrive today. And since he shipped from the Horseman direct to me, at first he hadn't gotten the notice. But then while everybody was live on Let's Go Offworld last night, he did send me back the update. And mine will be here by Monday. So there's always that. Wait another week before I can do the unboxing. Oh, and of course, Cobb's already got his Demo Man.
Yeah, he shipped really quick. And it was,
Yeah, sadly, I wish I didn't wait extra day to order them.
Didn't you just like drive up there and go pick them up?
No, but it came from San Bernardino, so that's weird to me. It might have been at that warehouse that I go to.
Well, that's interesting because mine did not. Mine shipped from like all the way across the country.
I was gonna say from Philly.
Yeah, mine's coming from.
The first time I've had it actually come from. I'm sure it has to be that same warehouse I go to. So
I always find it funny that like you ship from Mattel and it ships from the East Coast out. Like,
right?
Where is your warehouse?
Yeah, I still haven't got a ship notice on Frankenstein yet either. So,
well,
I haven't got a ship notice yet either.
We're all gonna open at the same time.
Not that I'm hurting for stuff to open up.
I was gonna say, look, I only got one thing to open tonight, and I got another one of these Legend of Zelda toys from Jack.
Did you see that new Figma Zelda? This shit looks good.
It's killing me because this is in my price range, not them Figma balls, figures.
Yeah. Looks good though. Looks really, really good.
They are good. And it's funny because when I got this, I was thinking it's just the same Link figure that I already have twice. But this one has the bow from the game, which I wanted to get because I want to give the bow to my Zelda figure. And then I realized this is not the same Link. And I'm kind of bummed out because the quiver of arrows on this figure is part of the clothes. Like it's actually molded to it. So I can't. Kind of sucks. I don't know. Maybe I had to heat it up and maybe I can pop the torso off and pop Zelda's torso on this. But also like that little stylus thing that they use in the game. Or I said stylus, the little like iPad thing that's supposed to represent the Switch in game.
The Sheikah plate.
Yes, thank you. It's actually molded onto the figure this time as opposed to a separate accessory. Oh, okay. So it's not molded onto the clothes. They actually just have the opposite of the boom boom hole on Mythic Legions. It's got like a butt plug.
Oh,
that sticks out a little.
Got a turtle head poking.
Yeah, a little turtle head poking out the back there.
Those stickers are pretty cool, Thanos.
Yeah, they're actually pretty cool.
Oh yeah, with Demo Man too. I got yours, Oz. I'll ship it out probably Monday.
Yeah, Thanos, I looked them up on
Excellent.
Amazon
Let me know.
because you're making me want these now. They're $30 each, and it says 16 different figures. So I'm like, oh, there's so many more. It's actually
McFarlane had
they did
the,
three colors. They did three recolors of each figure. So
it's like the common, rare, and epic. McFarlane had the human knights and paladins like marked down, but you're still gonna pay like $10 shipping from them. So
they're kind of cool, but I'll check Ross. Maybe I'll go out tomorrow morning and hit up Ollie's and Ross and see.
There
if
you
I
go.
find anything good.
I love going on the good cheap runs because when you do find stuff, it's nice.
Hey, Oz, did you get anything else in the mail by chance?
I did. I got Bud's ginormous package in the mail, and it was an impressive package.
How long
Oh,
has
he
Bud
gave up
wanted
his
to give you
kidney,
that package?
giving up his package. Pretty soon he won't even be a man.
So you can't really entirely see it here. Actually, if you can enlarge me, Ed.
Yep.
Show off his package.
Sitting up here in Bud's package, there is Battle Panther, which is a custom painted. Let me go just grab it real quick. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Take me off the big screen here.
I got Jeff Big. So I just went and looked at the Monster Force thing real quick on eBay, and they're going for about $35 to $40 for those exclusives.
That ain't too bad, considering.
They were what, 30 at the show, I think. So that's not bad.
Yeah, like most, whenever like a WoW or not WoW, whenever a Mo2 exclusive comes out, then it sells out. It's like a $20 figure that's not like 100.
Yeah. I think a lot of these companies are producing a lot more of these show exclusives as they.
Yeah. Well, BBTS put those exclusives up on their side after Joe Fest was over.
For like the last 2 years, every exclusive has been.
They're not really exclusives anymore.
So here we go.
Ooh.
This is the custom painted Battle Panther to go with my He Skeletor. So that is an awesome.
Who did that?
Bud.
Oh, nice.
Bud painted this up.
I did.
All Bud.
Oh, wow. Very nice.
And then to go with Anti-Eternia He-Man, we have the Anti-Eternia Battle Cat.
Which I need to fix the eyes on my new one because I really like the red border with the white eyes. Where my current one right now that I just painted just has red eyes.
That looks beautiful.
Oz needs a Black Series Darth Maul to ride that bastard.
Right?
Yeah.
That would look good too. But just
Or one of the Maul's Mandos.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That would look cool too.
So
That
it had
rhino.
those in there.
I keep thinking Darth Maul with that rhino.
Right.
He just says that.
Yeah.
Those are at Ross right now too. I keep
Yeah, that's
seeing
where I
them.
got mine. It's funny because I saw him there right after you were talking about him. I was like,
Ooh.
oh, give me one.
So we got Tall
That's
Geese here from Gundam Wing, which big fan of Gundam. And Tall Geese,
Oh.
my favorite suit.
So since you have it right there, on the shoulders, right under the shoulders, there's that black tab. Yeah, you flip that out, and then you can attach the gun and shield on both sides. Okay, I just want to make
Thank
sure
you.
you knew that.
No, well, I didn't. I was looking
Oh.
for where this was supposed to plug into the shoulder, and I didn't want to pull that off just in case it wasn't supposed to, but I thought
Yeah,
so because
it
it
flips.
looked
It
different.
flips open.
Got it. Thank you. Because I was going to ask you
Yeah.
that while we were live tonight. But super excited because, again, Tall Geese was one of my favorite suits, mobile suits in the entire series. This guy's great. He's got these ginormous Vernier's rockets on the back.
Which do fold out.
Open out. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Boom. That's just so cool.
And then the back flaps open. I don't think the side ones open.
Top tabs. Yeah, there we go.
Well, the back flaps on the actual figure. The
On
butt.
the butt panels there.
There's boosters.
Right.
On that.
So after he has Taco Bell,
That
you know,
was like my second or third master grade that I built
he
years
is
ago.
great. He is outstanding.
And he's actually held up pretty good. I've had to clean him off a couple times, just dust and stuff, but
Right.
he's held up pretty good. A little kind of top heavy because of the boosters, but you can still get him in cool poses. And one thing I was going to send you, I was thinking about it, I forgot about it. I forgot to send a figure stand. So you can pose them up in the air. Because I actually still have a couple that I haven't even snapped together yet. They're not expensive. They're like
I was gonna say
$8 a piece.
Yeah. So then also Fangor, but if you notice, Bud has gone ahead and painted all the detail on his armor
Nice.
because he's a little lacking on the regular one, which is great because now I'll just keep this one as my standard Fangor, and now the other Fangor that I have is all parts for swapping around.
I
On his
just got
paint.
done painting mine.
He looks so good, bud. I love that. Just that little bit of detail work that you put into him makes sense. You know,
Yeah.
it helps enhance it.
Same with every figure.
Yeah. Then Bud sent me a bunch of custom soft goods so that I can make my sweet looking.
Did you find the head?
Yes, I got the demon head.
Okay. All right.
And he's in with my other parts right now. Curtis asking
Cool.
if we got room for another. Curtis, we always got room for you, buddy. So let me get that sent out to him real quick. As well as I now have a Nintendo Switch.
Nice.
Thank you again, bud. That is really cool.
Yeah.
I got the HDMI and the Joy-Con controllers today, so I got it all hooked up to my monitor. Tested it out this morning. It plays. And so tomorrow, you guys probably won't see me in any live chats, anything like that, because I'm going to be playing Legend of Zelda all freaking day.
Except she'll be spending all day calling me, Bud, how do I get past this? Bud, how do I do this?
I can look up a YouTube video. Psh.
Uh-huh.
Bud wants me to call him up tomorrow to be all like, yeah, let's geek out on the games. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Set up a 1-900 number so he has to call you at the Nintendo hotline like back in the day.
Right.
I'm going to call him collect and say, my name is Bud. How do you beat Dungeon 3? That's how we'll do it. People even remember how to do
Thanos, the Amazon listing does not do those statues justice. Like they look tiny in the pictures, and
they are a little tiny. I'm trying to see what I have around to compare it to, but everything I have is weird, right? Like,
nothing wrong with weird, buddy.
No weird stuff.
But I mean, like the Plunderling's almost as tall as them, you know?
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
geez. That is quite a bit smaller scale than even what I was picturing.
Yeah, and even like the Diablo human female is quite a bit bigger than the orc.
I think Toddy Mac just has a problem with
Scale.
staying in scale.
Yeah,
like,
period.
He just
Toddy
messes
Mac.
with people.
He can't figure out a scale. He can't figure out how articulation works.
He wasn't allowed to articulate these. It was part of his license that they were not.
Oh, okay.
I have no idea why Blizzard would do that, but
I think it was because they were in talks to have somebody else make figures, and so because of that, you know,
yeah,
he was going to have him make those, and then, but it's always just so weird. I don't know.
Getting him to actually grip the weapons was a pain. Like he's got a very tight grip, so like getting that weapon in there was a pain in the ass.
All right, so
Hey, who was that guy you just highlighted?
That was Curtis Ackerman.
Oh no, that's Speaking Moistly. I'm sorry. I thought that was that. I just saw the logo and I thought that was Merman. Yep. And he always comes in saying, "I'm Merman."
We got Speaking Moistly here with us. We got Figuratively Speaking John here. All Music fan Aaron the Toy Enhancer has shown up. What's going on? War chest full of toys. Carlo is in the house. Look at this purple and green skull that Carlo has for a logo here. I love it.
Hell yeah.
Right? Oh, man.
You want to talk about a talented sculptor? That guy is off the charts. Hey, Curtis.
What up?
What is going on, Curtis? So, Curtis did get his all in already.
I did.
Some of us still haven't gotten single releases, but Curtis is reveling with his all in and his Tankenstein. Beautiful, gorgeous, freaking. Oh man, look at that. Hold on. Let's get you full screen there so you can really show that bad boy off. That is a gorgeous, just gorgeous cup. I love that Figure Obscura logo with the lightning and the glow to it. You know, it's funny. As much as I still love the Headless Horseman more than I like Frankenstein's creature here, but I've really got to say, I feel that the Frankenstein's creature has been the best overall package for a Figure Obscura. with all the extra little like world building accessories, the 3 different looks for the character overall, because you can go so many different options with them, and the packaging is insane. Nate Barch like took it to a whole new level with this one.
Oh man, you ain't a kidding.
Like that is just gorgeous. And then the extra added like all the little notes and everything, like it's straight out of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, like the book. Like all the little notes giving it little inserts and stuff from like Frankenstein's journal.
Yeah, it's cool.
It just, again, overall package, I really got to say that this and like Gods of Egypt really gave us a lot.
They keep stepping it up. They definitely do.
Yeah, they don't know how to
Seems
slow
like
down.
each release has been better than the next one. Not talking about characters, just what you get.
Right, the overall package of it. Like I said, for me, I don't think anything will ever beat the Headless Horseman as far as overall. One of my favorite characters of all time is a Headless Horseman. So it's really tough to beat that. But Frankenstein's creature is great, and the sculpt on this figure with the extra arms, I've been seeing people like do pop and swaps all week, like putting the arms on different characters because they're that elongated kind of arm. I just really can't wait to get this guy in hand.
I swapped the hair today.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the face that I like the best, the like angry face, is the one that didn't have the hair on it. So I took the hair off the other one, and then I had to like cut the back of the head off in order for it to fit. But
to get on there. Okay.
Yeah. So this is
Frankenstein and your Frankenstein.
Yeah.
He's even got more of a death lock. That's great. He's definitely part of the Misfits now.
Yeah.
I was going to say, he definitely looks more like he's in the Misfits than he did before. That's great. I love it. It's funny. We did the whole like morning drop last weekend, and we were talking beforehand, then we were looking at it, and we went on for a couple of hours just talking about it. Didn't put it together. And then later at night when it was the second drop, I looked at one of the pictures and I was like, you know what? I've seen him before in a band picture. All right, so I did want to show this off. Eldor just sent this to me a little while ago. Of course, we've been chatting and talking, so I hadn't had time to show it. Cobb kind of showed it off a little bit here. Hey, it's all good, brother. It's all good. Once the computer wants to catch up. So here we have the packaging for Origins Modulock. So he is on the way, folks. Once they get these packages showed up. Okay, so he's definitely going to be next year. He's got the 40th anniversary sticker at the very top of the package here for She-Ra, not for He-Man. So that's pretty cool. You get to see all the pieces, of course, that they're going to be coming with, as well as, and again, like this is an individual joint here for extra arms. And it definitely looks like the arms will work with regular Origins figures too, which is cool.
Do we have any idea on price point?
The monster I'm going to make.
Not yet.
Honestly, I'm hoping 50 or not any more than that.
I was hoping he'd
Because you got to think, it's the figure. He's deluxe. He's got, I don't know how many extra cards.
But like the Adam and Cringer, that was only like $34.99, right?
Right.
So like something around that would be great.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I would easily want to.
Loved Modulock when I was a kid. I'm definitely picking him up just for nostalgia.
Right.
Depending on price, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I'll probably get 2.
I want to create 1,000 monsters.
Right? 34.
I've already been making monsters. Like I've created some pretty cool looking stuff.
But just think of all the different kinds of monsters you can make now. Look, you can
Right?
make this
Oh my
one
God.
that stands on his hands and has his head coming out of his ass.
Right.
Wait, I know a couple guys like that on you. Oh wait.
You were showing off that tall geese. Reminded me I had an old anime figure sitting on my desk.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that looks so good.
Wait a minute. Is this is this like the Lego tool to pop his body parts?
I think that's the part separator because I don't know what else that would be.
Right? I can't think of what else this would be used for. That definitely looks like a tool for popping and swapping his body. That's kind of cool.
Actually, that'd be nice to have because when I opened up when I was setting up my custom for Demo Man, I was taking the arms off of my Skeletor from my 2-pack, and I almost had to like tear them off because they were so hard to pull off.
Right.
Be nice to have a tool to help pop them off.
Yeah, so like it's got this joint here so that you can get the double arm kind of look for it. It's got extra tail section pieces here that you can use on the back to, pop in his thorax piece, and he's got some of the red and greens. He's got all the different legs.
That tail piece looks like, the tail piece looks like it's got the ball peg plug-in. I wonder if it's going to use the same part as like Leatherhead, which meaning you have Leatherhead, and now I want him. Put the freaking tail on him.
That would be cool.
Ooh,
all right, so that's going to be the box, unassembled. Well, yeah, that would take the fun out of it if it just gave us a pre-assembled figure. Defeats the purpose.
No, he's kind of pre-assembled.
Previously posed.
I just looked on eBay just to see if I could just get the classic one, and they're pretty expensive.
The classic and vintage ones are pricey.
Yeah, not for any price you're going to want to willingly pay. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's like incomplete ones for under 20, but
and then trying to part out
compatible with the new one. Or?
No, but the Legend of Dragonor pieces connect like the old modular pieces.
Oh, that's cool to know.
So the Diablo shows you what the mystery weapons you can get are. The Warcraft one doesn't, but it looks like they're all like class based. So, like if you get the priest, you'll get caster weapons. If you get the warrior or the shaman, you'll get like melee weapons.
Now, does it mean you have to buy multiples to get all the weapons, or is it just one type of weapon with each type of character?
This was a random mystery weapon. This was the weapon he comes with.
Because if you want to collect all the weapons, and they're like, "Hey, these are $30 a piece,"
and then 3 different color types if you're actually trying to go for all of them. But,
well, thankfully those are $5 now.
Yeah. So the next Warcraft toy I have is actually a Warcraft 3 one that I probably shouldn't even open.
Wow.
No, you totally should. Free that plastic.
I'm gonna open it.
It's been sealed for at least 20 years.
The box is all beat up anyway.
You get to hear it too. That's cool.
Nice.
Oh man, look at that epic beard. A beard that has influenced so many modern toys today from Legions, that's for sure.
And there's actually gonna be some third-party dwarfs coming up too, like Warcraft style. So that'll be cool. While I mangle all this plastic.
Okay, guys, real quick, I'm going to hop off from my computer. I'm going to switch it up to mobile because, man, all this fun toy talk we've had already has been so good. I need to go have a cigarette.
That's all I'm saying.
It's got me, seeing that Modulok's got me all kinds of in a tizzy right now. Woo! That just means multi-bot's got to be coming soon too.
Right.
Probably like end of next year, maybe. Like I'm hoping Modulok might be beginning, and then multi-bot will be at the end.
Something I'm thinking and hoping. So when you connect multi-bots and Modulok together, the kind of butt to butt. So you have two torsos. When they eventually release Twistoid and I can't think of the other one. I hope those torsos can connect onto both, and you can like connect them together to make like an ultimate spinning Beyblade monster or something.
Now to do the Super Beast though, you would have to buy, at least with the old sets, you had to buy more than one Modulok and more than one multi-beast or multi-bot to get the true Super Beast that was pictured in the original poster that promoted that, like you could do it. I was watching, I think it was Pixel Dan's video like a couple years back, and he was saying like you got to have like 2 multi-bots and 3 Moduloks to create it, like the actual piece assortment that you need. So depending on the price point, that would be a real pain in the butt to buy with this, especially with as hard as Origins has been to collect.
Yeah, I'm really worried about. Now, didn't they say like it wasn't just Amazon, or is Modulok just Amazon?
I believe it's Amazon.
Because the last Amazon figure we had, freaking Manny Faces, that disappeared so fast, and they tried to sell it on other sites, but they ended up canceling. So that's going to be a FOMO figure for sure.
Yeah,
like it's going to be, and most Amazon pre-orders sell out literally in seconds.
That's a good point. Well,
Like,
we'll just have
I'm really
to.
worried about the figure.
We'll reach out amongst
Mattel
the
would know
network.
that's going to be a popular character, so hopefully they make enough.
Look, I'd like to give Mattel a lot of credit for a lot of things, but they have not delivered on a lot of things. And you know what, Mendoza? Yes, Dresden Files, great series of books. It was a fun TV show.
Oh yeah,
but the books are great. Any wizard that uses a
I
hockey
have the
stick
entire
is
series.
fun.
I love it. Yeah, I love that series.
Like I actually watched the show first,
Yeah,
and then read the books. So every time I would see Harry in my head, I would see the actor from the show. And
Yeah.
Bob, like even though Bob's like a skull, and I would still see a skull, I would see an image of that actor because that actor was really good.
I think he was good. The show, it made me buy the books, so it did its job. But yeah, after I read the books, yeah, they're just great. Easy reads, you know, nothing too heavy. They don't really get too boring, and they just flow. It's like, I don't know. I love it.
And some of the cliffhangers, like like you better have the next book ready to read. For over a year now, I've been getting free, like a month or two on like Audible, and every time I get one, I'll use a ticket and I'll get the like audiobook because they're all read by James Marsters, who was Spike on Buffy.
I actually it was like the only celebrity I ever went to meet. It was James Marsters. Like I was at con and they had a bunch of celebrities there, and the only one I like looked on the list, I was like, oh, I'll go see him.
You know what's awesome about that guy? I just want to chime in. What's awesome about James is that we have these foreigners coming over and taking Batman and Spider-Man. We finally got one American, one like good Texan boy that takes their takes one of their characters in Buffy and Angel.
He does.
He had that awesome like what?
Yeah. He's like a great voice actor in the audiobooks. He does all the characters. He does such a good job.
His version of a Toot the fairy. Oh my gosh, the Lord of Za. Oh, it's so good.
So when I went up to the table, you know, he thought everyone was there to see him because of Buffy, and I just brought up the Dresden Files, and it was during that time when they switched narrators, and it was really weird because there was like a short story compilation that was put out, and they switched the narrator. Ugh, garbage. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't even listen to it. And
I haven't read any of the side story ones. Like I have read the there's a graphic novel that takes place before Stormfront. It's like Jungle something.
He was a really nice guy, though. It was great to meet him. He was shocked that people recognized him.
I wonder if anyone has ever gone up to him I wonder if anyone's ever gone up to him and be like, "Hey, it's Piccolo," and actually be happy about saying that.
Yeah, he seemed all right. I asked him if he could do some Dresden stuff for me, but he was like kind of like not into it. But he was really nice about it. Yeah. I wanted him to do a Fuego or a Forzari, but yeah, he wouldn't do it.
And I'm back, friends.
Can't see ya.
I know. Keep myself hidden a little.
Yeah, to that on there, like Jeff was asking, that it looks pretty cool on that Stranger Things stuff.
Thank you. Actually, when I get my figure out, I'm going to be swapping that head out because that one's really good.
And for the same one, for that Stranger Things one, so I kind of like the regular head too. Or you just mean in general with the Skeletor?
All right, so I'm not sure how far back in the chat this is because I'm not sure how much of it loaded. Judge Dreads is saying, didn't know Figure Obscura is all based on literary works. 100%. The Figure Obscura figures are all based on literary works. So I know a lot of people were getting excited about maybe seeing some more Universal monsters. However, they're not going to do a Universal Studios version of the monster. You're going to get a literary version of the monster.
Which is absolutely fine.
I mean,
in a lot of ways, it's preferred.
It's not necessarily all literary, though. I mean, it like, you know, some of it's mythological or, you know,
but it's written myths and legends.
Correct, but it's not necessarily from like always from a book.
Okay, yeah.
You know.
When I say literary works, again,
You're
that would mean more books.
A movie style one, though. You're going to get a more historically accurate.
Right. So whatever the myth and legend is.
Yeah, the things that are open license.
Yeah,
that's the important part.
Yes, because it's got to be an
needs
open
to be something
license.
specific. So, like, I don't think that they'll ever do in Figure Obscura like a quote unquote werewolf. Like, you would have to have like some named
specific werewolf.
Correct. Yes.
There it is. Carlos says it, public domain. And yes, it's got to be in the public domain realm. They're not paying licensing to anybody for these guys, which is why it's Father Christmas and not Santa Claus.
Well, I don't know that anybody owns Santa Claus.
Coca-Cola owns Santa Claus.
Do they?
Like the modern depiction of Santa, Coca-Cola owns it.
I think with a lot of that stuff, like for instance, with the Universal, the Frankenstein,
right?
There's like 5 things that signify as like the Universal. It's got the green skin,
bolts in the neck, green skin,
flat top. You know, so like you can have like 2 of those things, but if you have 3 or more, then
now you fall into their territory.
Correct. So I would imagine, you know, if you're saying this with Coca-Cola and Santa, I would imagine there's a specific description of what the Coca-Cola Santa is, and if you have a certain amount of those, then you would have to pay them royalties.
Exactly. And that's exactly it. Right. If it looks too much like that classic Santa Claus that we picture, which is the modern depiction from Coca-Cola for most of us.
I mean, I don't know, man. They did those Naughty or Nice figures, and a couple of those are pretty fucking spot on. So
they are pretty close. But yeah,
they also did like the ones with like the fucking zombie Santa and
yeah, barbarian Santa.
Yeah,
barbarian Santa is sweet. Adam says here, really looking forward to Figure Obscura Winnie the Pooh. Me too, right? Like, let's get it.
I don't know if Eric Treadaway is a Winnie the Pooh fan. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know that I see that happening.
It would probably be they're going to use the Rising Sun's bear sculpt and they're going to put the Cabal T-shirt on them.
I think after the success of Anubis and Bastet, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more of mythological gods and stuff.
The pantheons. Man, that would be so great. I'd love to see some Greek stuff.
Yeah, Greek, Norse, any of that would be great.
Oh man, if they could get into do it like Aztec stuff too. Oh man. The realms of possibilities are great. See, Adam knows what I'm talking about, right? He said use the bear sculpt. Exactly. Just use the bear sculpt and throw the big Cabal. Make the Cabal T-shirt from the Wall Tour of the Mad 2-pack. Make that in like a troll scale size and put it on them. You got it. It's done.
Quadruple extra large. Right.
It'd be like my size shirt. Well, Judge Dreads, you know what? If you're not deep into the Four Horsemen stuff, keep watching Clubhouse, because a good friend of the show, Sean Scavarna, got me addicted, and Joe and Curtis, Jesse at Just Shelve It, all the guys over at Let's Go Offworld, all the guys in the Cabal have continued to keep me addicted.
Yep. I don't want to steal anybody's copyright, but we are enablers in a way.
Yeah. Definitely. It does not stop. And that tradition is carried on here at the Clubhouse, where Ed and Brick something and Joe, you were with us. Like, we try to cover their launches and do little live streams where we watch and react as it's happening.
Oh yeah, man. I wouldn't even say try. We did it. We
did. We've done it, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to do. And now Bud's getting deeper and deeper into Mythic Legions.
We should do another Legions class.
I think I'm up to 5.
We need to.
Welcome aboard, Bud.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Oz.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
No, I know I kind of say that with like a little bit of a sarcastic tone, but honestly, thank you. But also, thanks, Oz.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're not the only one.
I was just like, I don't want one. I don't know if I want one. Oz is like, well, I'm gonna, send you one. And I'm like, okay.
It's just gonna happen. All right, so we got 60 people watching tonight. Make sure, I know Punk is simulcasting on his channel. Give a like on Punk's channel. Hop over to my channel. Give a like too. Keep the Clubhouse spread throughout the algorithm, because if you like what you're seeing here, make sure you're liking and subscribing to the channels.
Didn't they used to have the slide?
We certainly enjoy doing these. We enjoy getting everybody together to talk about this passionate love for toys that we share, what we think's great, what we think could be better. And of course, we're just a bunch of armchair jockeys behind keyboards that, like to say, make suggestions for the toy business. But hey, you know what? Sometimes they pay attention and see what's going on.
Just make sure you don't talk about plastic, because we're not plastic experts. We have no right to criticize plastic that's used. Well, we can criticize Hasbro plastic. We can't criticize other plastic.
Hey, why don't you go gobble some balls there, buddy?
One more for Bud real quick. Check this out. That I'll call the head that came with the throne.
Oh, that actually looks good. Like, it's not like usually most Masterverse heads are really kind of narrow.
Man,
but that one actually looks good.
The red eyes really look freaking good too. It's not showing up on here, but man.
Nah, but the narrow head really works for Alcala.
Yeah.
The Stranger Things Skeletor.
Like certain Masterverse heads actually do look good. Like custom I'm working on for when Demo Man comes.
Origins head on that one.
I'm working on this.
Yeah,
that looks good.
So
Origin heads on Masterverse look really good.
Oh, Bud, that custom's coming along great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nice. So once I get Demon Man, I'm going to pop the shoulders just on top of this. And what I want to try to do is I'm going to cut. I don't know if it's going to I'm going to cut these into like single pieces, and I'm going to try to push them through the like shoulder armor. So one, it helps the shoulder armor stay in place, but
do you have an extra Skeletor that you could probably test that on before you cut up the one you just painted?
this one, like this is my original Skeletor. I am finally sacrificing him because I do have the Stranger Things, which is now my like definitive
Yeah, that's the
Skeletor because he's awesome. So
Yeah,
this one is now fodder.
cool too.
And then I also painted the boots, which I'll be swapping out the feet with the green feet. But I wanted these red like this, so it just matched a little bit. And then for an alternate head, I still got a sculpted beard on it, but I painted the hood. It kind of came out orange, so I'm gonna do another layer to make it more red. But yeah, I'm just gonna sculpt like a small beard on it.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. So we got Todd's comment up there real quick. I did want to highlight highly articulated Adams mentioning most plastic experts aren't experts. So true. And then we've got Todd saying he is a plastic expert. He got his PhD at Toy Tube University, which is a great university. We're all alum here on screen of Toy Tube University.
Drop out.
Yeah, there you go. Thanos is a dropout.
No,
he dropped out.
You were kicked out. Big difference.
Yeah, they saw your project and they were like, "Nope, you're gone."
You were expelled.
Thanos, did you see Plastic Skull's picture today that he put up?
Maybe.
With the girl on the couch?
Not sure. Let me see.
It might have been yesterday. I was like, wow, he's been hanging out with Thanos today.
Thanos spent a little too much time at the
I did not see that one. That's
HR office.
I did.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
I don't know.
So
one person doing that type of stuff.
Actually, the stuff
there's a whole bunch of them. You're just not.
Yeah,
it's not in your
I found
algorithm.
some. I found some. I think because I threw Thanos somehow. A couple
I'd
people.
rather deal with
Not
the
you. Got recommended to me. I was like, oh.
I'm okay with the original here.
and shout out to Mr. Wonderful Travis. What is going on, brother? Good to see you here. And he is right. The reveal today from AWOC, that faker colored, oh man, so good looking.
Oh yeah.
If you could, brother, because that is Francie Brady is saying it's gauged by credit card debt. I'm assuming you're talking about Toy Tube University. Yeah, that's your Toy Tube U. TTU is your cost, your class cost is all toys. It's real easy to go into debt. Glad you made it home, Rick. Hope it was an entertaining drive listening to us. Look at that sculpt and the paint job.
What is that from?
That's
AWOC.
Animal
Wars of the Kingdom figure they released.
That's like two of my favorite things. Like I love anything that's like kind of like lion humanoid. Like back in the day, loved the show Digimon, and Leomon was like my number one favorite. So I always like love that look, and the fact that he's a faker.
Yep.
Oh, I want that.
We got Jeff Morris saying, "I'm not an expert at anything. Just ask my wife."
His name is Felonious.
Felonious. And just Jeff says, if that's the case, I have tenure. There you go. Need somebody to pick it up from Toylanta next year. I got to tell you, man, I am impressed. And I'm surprised it's not like a PowerCon exclusive, considering that's a lot of, again, PowerCon has its roots within the Masters of the Universe. So they did that Beastman inspired Tanger.
Chances are, Oz, it probably was intended to be the PowerCon for this year exclusive.
It could be.
Last year.
Mm-hmm.
And felonious is another term for faker, so it fits perfect.
Right? Absolutely. And he's just so freaking good looking. Yep, that's right. Gotta love. He looks great. Love the colors. Yep, Travis is he's picking up what you're putting down, Ed.
So I know it's just, I guess, supposed to be like a blue lion creature, but if it was like an actual robot of the character, you could do some kind of like it. The thing that popped in my head instantly was to make them more like a robot like. But then for some reason I thought Five Nights at Freddy's with the creature suits when they start to break it down and shit. Like that would look cool. And now I'm thinking of a attorney of Five Nights at Freddy's, and all the villains are the different ones. Anyway, sorry.
Adam, it's totally cool. All right,
awesome.
This one gets a fully rated fucking awesome.
Yep.
It's just straight up. Now, it's funny you mentioned the robot portion there, bud, because AWOC has what's his name coming out on the Brawler Buck. I can't think of the cyborg hyena guy.
Hyena.
The Void. Thank you, Thanos. The Void coming out, and if you pop that arm off and put it on there, there you go. Like that'll
now, is
work.
AWOC also the same company? They're putting out there's like a fox one, a rabbit.
Yep.
There's like a
Spiro
cardinal.
Spiro Toys.
Yeah. If
Fox
they're
has a
out there
robotic
listening, put out a frog so we can make a Star Fox team. Just saying. Thank you.
Hey, you know what? Give it time. Adam's saying that when they were talking about it, they weren't sure how people would react to it.
Yeah.
I get you. It's really on the nose as far as homage figures go. Got to agree. Matthew Batches calling Dave Filoni felonious. Hey, Dave Filoni does good work for Star Wars. I've liked a lot of his stuff.
Did you guys see the new Zestray?
His Clone Wars.
What was that, Thanos?
Did you guys see the new Zestray, the Wolf Gladiator?
No.
Oh, let's bring that up because that's going to be good to look at. And Travis is asking if anyone here got any of the PlayStation figures from Horizon. You know what, man? I did not pick those up, but I've seen a lot of them, and they look great. The Horizon Zero Dawn, if you guys aren't familiar with that game, it's a really, really weird kind of post-apocalyptic game.
Those games are cool as hell.
It's PlayStation exclusive, and those
it is on PC now, at least for the first game.
Is it?
I didn't play it. I watched.
It's on Steam.
Did they show that on their Instagram, Thanos?
I want to say it was Find My Figures that posted it, but I could be wrong.
I think I did see it on their Instagram though, because they had like 5 or 6 reveals, didn't they?
I just saw that one right before I hopped on here. I thought it looked cool.
They have been busy. I mean, everybody's busy this time of the year leading up to the Christmas rush. Even though, funny, most of it's going to be next year that it actually comes out.
I wonder, is this going to be in scale with the Minotaurs? Hold on a second.
Looks like it's the Minotaur
body.
Uses parts from that body.
Oh, I'll definitely be picking this bad boy up. Look at that thing. That's
a wolf. Wow.
Saber-tooth head.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
So they're into werewolves.
I thought it was a wolf, but yeah, it is a saber-tooth. Oh, wow.
Yeah, there we go. I thought I saw a bunch.
It's Barbarian Santa Claus.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of these, but I hadn't seen all of these. That's cool.
That looks pretty badass, though, man. You get that Smilodon from Creative Beast Studios and have this bad boy running along with it.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. So good. So good. And there's also a Sabretooth coming out. Yeah. I mean, these guys, their sculpts are right up there. Like, there's so many indie companies giving so many good sculpts these days, and their paint apps are like, again, you're paying premium cost for these. It's not like, oh, Adam's mentioning the fact that barbarian Santa may or may not have been stolen from Arlen.
It looks identical to it. So,
yeah, you know what? Well, let's face it, they're one of those companies that's kind of like over in China anyway that takes liberties. And Brutal Realms has a wolf and panther coming out. Yes, they do. Brutal Realms has their primal stuff looks good. I'm glad that they did the females first and they did the primals later. Mainly because that was my suggestion when they were asking for the fan vote. Give us the 2 different body types to start, and then you can start covering everything with fur later.
Once those ladies unlocked, actually, once they got close to unlocking, it was like just kept rolling and rolling. So
yeah. Well, like I said, I'm sorry. Like, I feel that we just need some more female figures. X-Ray Studios is a good company for that. They've got a lot of female gladiator figures in their line. Again, 4 Horsemen with Mythic and Cosmic have been pumping out female figures left and right. There's a market for it. People want that kind of stuff in their collection. Thrace, I mean, seriously, one of the latest from Poxus is probably one of the best looking figures out there on the market today. And, it's female fig and just hands down one of the best sculpted figures and just a lot of fun to play with, the different effects with it. She's just great.
Yeah. Amazing sculpt, and I like the magic effect, like the skull one that wraps around the arm.
Yes.
Really cool.
Yes, absolutely. And to get it in different colors too, because they did the spell packs.
Mm-hmm.
So like you don't just have to get it in the blue with Thrace, you can get it with other colors so you can do her up any kind of way of magic you want to do.
Right.
The indies are where it's at. That's why I've pulled back from a lot of the major guys. It doesn't mean I like what they're doing any less, but I definitely just I appreciate when I'm buying from the indie guys more. And yeah, so he's saying Amanda stole my
the indie
phrase, so we
guys
had to buy a
don't.
second and a third one.
Indie guys don't have like as many strict, or if any, higher ups kind of pulling their chains.
Exactly.
CEOs and boardrooms and shit. We're just like, we want to make this toy. Can we make it? Yes. All right, make it.
And that's really one of the cool parts about the indie companies, because they're not a large publicly traded company that has shareholders that they have to make promises to.
Shareholders, that's what I was thinking of, yeah.
Yeah, the only people they got to keep happy is themselves, and it's worked really well for Todd and Matt.
And they never have to rush anything out to meet quotas. Like you're not going to get a rushed out
work on it in a timely fashion.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like it's not like a figure that's rushed out within a couple months, and you can tell that it's not good.
Yeah, very true.
Whereas like many of the companies, like especially the Hasbro, dropped the ball on like the Power Ranger Lightning collection, and all of that's gone. There's so many teams that are unfinished, and it sucks. Especially like I'm glad I never fully got into that, because as you all know, I am a team completionist, and that would have wrecked me. Like there's certain teams like I could do the original Power Rangers, Zeo, SPD I think was complete, Dino Thunder, but like that's easily naming 5 out of 30 plus.
All right, so there were some starred comments that I did miss earlier. Thank you, Ed, for marking these. It was on me for not paying attention. So Graf was asking, waiting for that cartoon link. Excuse me, princess. For anybody who remembers the old 90s cartoon.
I want the, there's like a hooded wizard from the old CDI Zelda games, the ones are on like a TV and they're impossible to control.
Yeah,
There's another good phrase. I can't think of it, but it was another good liner, kind of like, excuse me, princess.
Mm-hmm. And Ray Black was mentioning it earlier about told Nolan he's got to make room for my figures now at his place. That she's got 6 different figures. The collection is growing, and everything else. I pretty much said hi to most of the other people. Oh, wait a minute. John's saying he picked up the Halo Mongoose and Ghost vehicles from Ross, both plus 2 trash figures for $13. You can't beat those Ross clearance deals, man. And the Halo stuff, although it's a smaller scale, work really well if you're doing anything 1/18th, Wilhelm.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the.
I've got
Halo
tons of
vehicles
those.
at Ross.
The Halo stuff, yeah.
That mech suit that they put out a couple years back was really good.
Mantis. Oh, I got a couple of them. Yeah, they were super cheap too.
And Alberto Morales saying, aha, what is good, fellas? Alberto, it's good to see you, brother. Been a while since I've seen you in chat. Appreciate you being here.
All right, guys, I'm out. I'm fading here. So,
all right, Curtis. Well, hey, brother.
Curtis, have a good
Thank
night,
you for
man.
joining us tonight,
Yep.
man. Appreciate you.
Yes.
Tony, if you're still watching, Ed, send Tony the link. We want to get him on here, Mr. 1K now.
Tony,
Yeah, come celebrate a little bit.
Yeah,
Tony,
brother.
Mr. 1000.
Mr. 1000. He's only 4,000 behind Larry.
Dude, those are all my subs that I let go over there for a short bit.
The ones that you lost, Tony picked up.
Yeah,
Now
you
you got
know.
them.
You rent them out to them?
Yeah, well, you get tired of some people and get tired
Rent
of
a
some
subscriber.
subs, and you're like, hey, you know what? Why don't you head on over there for a bit? I'm a little annoyed with you.
Just send a couple more my way, buddy.
I've had my fill of you for the month. It's time to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Again, guys, if you're watching over on Punk Stream, take a moment, hop over, subscribe to the channel. You know, we do Clubhouse pretty much every weekend because even if I'm not hosting, one of these guys will pick up the mantle and run Clubhouse because it's become a Saturday night institution to do Clubhouse, whether it's on my channel or somebody else picks it up and runs with it. It's the Saturday night hangout spot for all of us toy tubers. So Clint was asking if that was Sailor Moon. That is not Sailor Moon.
Free run. It's like an elf mage. The anime is really good. It starts off like the end of a long campaign for like a party, and then kind of time jumps while she's like living her immortal elf life, and then she comes back and like her friends are like dead or dying because she's outliving all of them. It's a really good show if you haven't checked it out, but I got the SH figure on it.
Sounds really.
That sounds grim.
She goes away for a short bit. She comes back, and all her friends are dead. All right, it's a really good show. Sounds awesome.
It is. It's a really good show, but yeah, it's got some heavy stuff in it. Yeah.
Nolan's saying he's like, I'm thinking Arazak and the Cavern Dwarf are going to be my next 2 Mythic Legions figures. I'm not going to tell you not to get them. I'm just saying, go for it, man. They're good.
I mean, obviously, goblins for me, but there's so many other ones where I'm like, ooh, and I'm like, no, focus, goblins.
It's you can't
Because
go
like
wrong.
the grays from freaking Mythic, I love those. I want them. I love aliens. But it's also like, no, goblins.
Clint says Saturday Night Live takes breaks. The Clubhouse doesn't. For the most part, there has been some Saturdays where we haven't been able to get it together, but it's very, very rare that we don't have a Clubhouse on somebody's channel on a Saturday night.
So, Thanos, my son got this today.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
He's a huge
All right.
too.
So how does that horse hold up? You know what I'm talking about.
The horse is good, but it's stationary, right? It's just
It's not
Yeah.
articulated.
it's not articulated.
Although the Figma Skull Knight horse is going to be articulated.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
All right. Rick is asking if anybody's picking up the Simpsons figures. They dried up fast here. So the other week I was in a Target. I saw the living room play set and I saw the pack of the Simpsons figures. Just didn't have the money to pick it up at the time because, again, last week I was on the broke end. So if I had seen them while I was out today, I might have picked them up just so I could have, I could feel like I could buy the living room set and that pack of the Simpsons. It's just the family and the pets, Snowball, Santa's little helper, and the whole family. And that would be a good centerpiece for a collection. But it does look like they will be getting into a lot of the obscure characters of the Simpsons, which is great because you just kind of need that in that toy line.
With that set, one I really hope they do. I hope they do Moe's Bar and have
yes,
there goes on my big figure. I hope they do Moe's Bar and with the bar and Moe and Barney and all of them, and I want to put them on the lower level of my Snake Mountain. For some reason, I just see them in Snake. Everyone else is doing their thing. They're trying to be He-Man, and then there's just these guys down below just drinking.
There you go. And we got
pick up the family and maybe a couple other characters, so I'm not going heavy on the line.
Yeah. We've got Man Collects in the house saying, "What's up, everybody?" Tony's Figs is here saying that is badass, Ed. All right, Tony, hop on, man. We want to celebrate your 1K. 1K. Hardworking man. Great channel. Definitely go check out and subscribe to Tony's Figs. Yeah, the 5-inch figures I didn't even see around at all. It's just all like the 2.5-inch figures now for the Simpsons. Yep, got to do the Bart Man. Wasn't that a song back in the day? Got to do the Bart Man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, good. I said it and then
not
it
going
triggered
crazy.
that memory. All right, triggered that memory. I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Oh, last week I was talking about that Usagi figure. This is the one that's not Ninja Turtles. It's like, an actual Usagi figure.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh man, I like that.
I don't know where his swords are at. I have a feeling they're in the huge bin of weapons that I don't recognize anymore. So
you just go grab the ones off your other one and put them on there.
A little too big. But yeah, I pulled him out, so I was talking about him last week. Hey, KJ.
Well, we got KJ. What's going on, brother?
KJ,
Can you hear us okay? I don't know if KJ can hear us.
This was a bad idea.
You must be on some hotel Wi-Fi.
Got to be hotel Wi-Fi. Look, he's frozen.
Cold out there.
All right, so Bartman is the best ever, absolutely. And do the Bartman and Deep Trouble were the singles in that album. There it is. Thank you, Alberto. That's right. KJ, are you able to connect well? Where you at, brother? He's at Toylanta?
I don't know where he's at. Frozen in time.
We'll get him here. There we go. Todd saying, big lob. I mean, DG in the house.
Yo, man, that was really weird. How's everybody doing? How's the Clubhouse doing this evening?
Clubhouse is doing good. Better that you're here now, brother. How you been?
I'm good, man. I'm celebrating my birthday. I'm birthday Genghis mode right now. We're doing a dual feature, Wild Robot, Transformers 1, and Megalopolis. But I gotta say, go see Wild Robot immediately. It's a modern classic. It is Iron Giant good. It is Pixar up good. It is probably one of the best animated films I've seen. It's probably one of the best films I've seen in a long time. I know that's high praise. I need to see it again before I really give a better recommendation. But
it looks good.
Love it.
Which movie?
Nice.
Wild Robot.
Never even heard of it.
It's about a robot that lives in like the jungle or in the woods or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like off on his own kind of thing. And then there's other robots that are bad or whatever. Looks pretty cool. And I don't know if anybody heard that, but KJ said it's a birthday celebration. I was not aware of this. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I made a lot of noise on Instagram and Facebook, but still, yeah, thank you very much for that.
Look, man, I'm sorry if I've missed it. I will say that means KJ has turned 21.
Thank you.
And it's the big 2-1. Oh, hang on a sec here. I tried to add Bud, and then I just ended up giving him solo screen.
Oh, got it.
But you know,
yeah. Let me know if you have a 10th person waiting in the wings. I was about.
nah, we're good now, brother.
I usually will holler at y'all at the clubhouse, but I just wanted to say, good seeing you guys all healthy and bright. So definitely have a great Saturday night and enjoy the rest of your week. I'm still sticking around for a few more minutes just to see how everybody in the chat's doing.
For sure.
Pickups lately? You guys, you got the Reaction Plus. The Reaction Plus, I think is off to a good start.
We were talking about it a little bit earlier. We've heard some things that they could do better, but overall, again, I will always come from the aspect with the Super 7. They're giving us gaps in the G.I. Joe line that we didn't have, and now that they're doing O-Ring Plus, it fits in better than having all these great G.I. Joes with all these great, O-Ring articulation, and then plug in your gaps with Reaction 5 POA. So it's nice that we get that option now that we had the more articulation. But I've definitely heard some critique here tonight that, seems like it might be a bit well deserved. So it is what it is.
I'll send you something in Messenger real quick. It's a comparison between the new CoverGirl figure and some of the Delta 17 figures. I just think that as grateful as I am to see Reaction Plus on pegs, on Amazon, and everything else, 3 out of the 4 figures are masked. You have Cobra Commander, Snake Eyes, and the Cobra Bat, and then you have CoverGirl. So, that's kind of an easy route if you're not trying to really do good work with the face sculpts. I'm always trying to push towards better, but I'm definitely going to pick those up. But let me camera off real quick, and I'm going to drop some stuff in the Messenger. So if you want, you can send it full screen. But anyway, give me a second. I'll be right back. I
Definitely.
see all and I hear all.
I'd love to see a good comparison on those because I really haven't seen any videos on them. I've seen some just still pictures, nothing, where like someone really gets in there and shows them off, shows off that articulation, the quality of the plastic and whatnot.
I know Ken hasn't seen it yet, or he would have already sent it to all of us.
Well, I was going to say, if you can, send it to Ed, because then Ed can share screen. When I'm outside on the phone, I can't share screen as well. But send it over to Ed, KJ. That way he can bring it up for us.
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
Because, I would like to see those comparisons.
Yeah.
Hey, Ed, where can I find you on Messenger or on Instagram?
Instagram, yep.
Say again.
It's on Instagram under Action Fix, just like the name up here.
Gotcha. I'll send it to you.
Yep.
Yeah, because that would be good to go through and do those side-by-side comparisons so we could see.
Well, that's why I was going to pick up the bat. I just figured it. It's a good one to and I have a couple incomplete bats, so I figured I could just use the accessories for those guys. Yeah.
There you go. Right. Worst come to worst, go for it. Yeah. Right. I mean, I know some really awesome bats that would look great customized out with some extra Delta 17 parts. Just saying.
Yeah. Oh, and they're compatible as well. They look great.
Yep.
Speaking of Delta 17 customs, I did a repaint of a Delta 17 figure.
I saw that. Yes, please bring that up.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Ed, if we can, give the full screen here.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to go full screen. The paint job's not that good.
Hey, it's just as good as Joe in the 80s.
We would like to see your beautiful face, Wilhelm.
Yeah, sure.
That's true.
So that was just and I read the comic and her file card. So Kestrel was she was Polish Special Forces. She was tasked with infiltrating Retrograd, And
Yeah.
I was just looking at her, and I'm like, just with a color swap there, she could look like she fits right in. And in the first issue of the
Yeah.
comic, she's the gunner on that helicopter. I ordered a helicopter pilot helmet off Marauder to put over her head there. So I might have to customize the beret a little bit to fit that on there. But I'd really like her to look like that she did in the first issue there. But yeah, just a quick paint job. And I think I did a pretty good job. She matches up with the retrograde pretty well.
Yeah, I definitely thought so when you showed it. I love that you did that. And I bet you Steve's kicking himself right now because I'm guaranteeing that one of those eventual color variants we will get will probably be her in the retrograde color scheme. And he's like,
I could claim all the credit now.
That's right. You stole my
There you go.
idea. I'm suing you.
Yeah, right.
That Battle Armor Masterverse
If that happens,
Skeletor
Bill,
is.
you should send a cease and desist letter to Ken.
I should. Speaking of, I have another project going on based on the first comic, and I can't wait to show that off. But it's taking longer than I thought.
Well, you want to show it off at all?
No, not yet. It's just just check out the channel soon. It's going to be pretty cool. But there was a unproduced toy, I guess, in the first issue of the comic, if you read it. And
yes,
I've been working on a version of it for my figures. So
very cool. And if you have not read the Delta 17 comic, I know it was up for free to read on their website. So you can go check it out, even if you haven't bought a physical issue. If you know what, buy the physical issue though. Support our guys over at Delta 17 because I want them to have all the success. And plus, I'm really trying to get us the Hind. So,
wait. Did you guys see that other O-ring Grindhouse Toys? They're doing an O-ring line. It's like an O-ring plus. They revealed it at Jolanta today. It
yes,
looks nice.
I did. I just can't believe someone. I can't believe someone put a chainsaw on a machine gun. That's so stupid and ridiculous. All right, it's not
Gears
even
of
real.
War was awesome, and the
Awesome.
God, like,
come on, it's World War Hell. There's zombies. It's great.
Lawrence.
Gears of War, for those who don't know, is a great Xbox game. And their main weapon, called the Lancer, it is an assault rifle with a chainsaw bayonet. And it came for some really gruesome yet awesome combat scenes in that game.
So the one thing that's pretty interesting about that is he's adding articulation to O-ring figures. They're going to have ankle articulation.
Oh wow!
Thigh and additional. You saw that there's going to be like I guess rubber goods, not cloth goods, but like additional accessories that clip on or go over the vest and additional paint dabs. The only concern I have is that that's going to push the price way up on them, but
it will.
Check it out.
Yeah, Grindhouse Toys is always doing some really good stuff. I've followed them for a while, and this does excite me hearing that about the upgrades to O-ring. I think everybody here kind of feels the same about that ankle articulation.
I had brought up ankle articulation, and everyone shot me down that it's stupid. It breaks this. I'm like, O-rings are hard enough to stand as it is. But when you get into, like we talked about the wrist articulation, and I'm not talking about having rocker, just so you can twist it back and forth. Once you can make it so they're standing with 1 foot forward, and then you can just twist that ankle a little bit, they're going to stand so much better, and you can get them in better positions. And you don't have to do a lot to, add to it. But I was shot down of how stupid it was, and I'm like, all right, whatever.
No, I've always liked the idea of it because, again, when you want to get down into some of those firing positions, being able to adjust the ankle would just mean so much more, right?
Yeah, and I'm not asking for
by the
rockers.
way, I sent Ed some comparisons. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Sorry to interrupt. But anyway, have a fantastic evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Clubhouse, and I will join y'all in the future with better location and sound quality. Everyone, once again, have a great
Later, KJ. Happy birthday.
Later, KJ. Happy birthday, bro.
Hey, you buy the water before you leave?
Say what?
Are you by the water? It sounds like there's an ocean behind you.
No, I'm at a mall. We're basically we watch movies. I'm about to go eat sushi with some pals, and then we're gonna see one more movie, Megalopolis, which should be interesting. I love Coppola. I love Godfather. I love Apocalypse Now, and I'm seeing this out of sheer cinematic obligation. But enjoy yourselves. And Ed, you can show off those photos or not. But
no,
it's
I'm going to show them off.
I just think that Super 7 can try harder and do better. I'm glad that they're making O-ring figures, but if we want that strain of the collection to continue, then they're going to have to do better and hit harder. So anyway, I will see y'all later. Drink your water. Peace.
All right, take care, KJ. And we got Ozzy joining the chat here. Says Happy Oztober, and that's right because this weekend is Oztober Eve. Next month, all month will be Oztoberfest. I have no idea what that actually means, but we'll figure it out all together. I mean, Oztoberfest used to just be a big drinking holiday for me.
KJ sent a few other pictures, but they only share on phone, and I'm on my computer.
Oh, yeah.
I'll show what he did. I can show, though.
So is that the Haya? That looks like the Haya Cobra Commander.
Yeah, it looks like Haya.
Yeah.
And that's the reaction. The reaction Cobra Commander doesn't look bad, except for the size of the gun.
Now, that's Reaction Plus Cobra Commander, right? The new O-ring version?
That's the new O-ring run, yep.
Okay.
And then...
So that's the Zorana that came with the Soundwave Thunder Machine.
Yep.
Right. And then, of course, CoverGirl.
And CoverGirl, which I thought that was a pretty good figure. That picture is a little distorted. The aspect ratio is off. I have her. She looks a lot nicer in person.
I didn't know CoverGirl had blonde hair. When did she have blonde hair?
In the cartoon.
Yep.
Like one episode or something, and people won't get over it.
I don't remember.
Yeah, because she was not in many episodes. Oh, that's
on the
since
phone.
mentioning.
He's got a couple pictures comparing CoverGirl to the Delta 17 ladies. So,
which I think they did a wonderful job on those ladies. They look great. Just saw Kestrel.
Yes.
Who I didn't like at first. When I first saw her, I was like, eh. But when I got her in hand, I really did. She became one of my favorites.
For sure. Like the thought behind that whole line, that Steve's got going on is just, it's going to be great. I can't wait until we get more of it. And I know there's quite a bit of planning that he has done already. And it's going to be great to see more of it as it keeps coming to us. And we got to do our best to keep supporting, keep shouting out, Delta 17. Again, you can pick it up over at Hella Dope Toys. And then you can even save 10% if you use code APWT. I'm going to keep saying it so everybody remembers it, because I know some people on screen here have forgot to check out using the code.
I just ordered from. I used their.
And speaking of Hella Dope Toys, if you use the weekend code for Yo Joe, you can save 30% off all in-stock classified figures.
That's a sweet deal.
That's a great deal.
And
they got Naga Hide in stock.
Hey, do those promo codes stack? Because they did a thing where they started a channel membership last week, and this week they were giving free shipping out.
The free shipping and one of those two discounts would probably work. You're probably not going to get the 40% off plus free shipping, but
you could always try it. If it doesn't work, hey, you'll get the best deal, I'm sure.
I mean, 30% off of GO is taking it back down to old school prices. That's like below
seriously. What's the selection like, though? Do they have?
They've had quite a few of them.
I'm gonna pull it up.
I gotta tell you, right now, Hella Dope Toys gets all of my future Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions, and retail figure obscura business, because again,
wait a second,
I can use some promo codes, get some discounts. I'll take the savings when I can get them.
So look at
Just
that. You
a
can
boot
save
for me.
30% off 30% off the Stinger.
No way. Get out.
Yeah.
Really?
It says 30% off all GI Joe.
Is that what it said, or is it just figures?
They still have the Stingers left. They only had like 5 before.
They have Airborne. They have
Yeah,
Big
they got a good
Boa,
assortment.
Tunnel
Tunnel
Rat,
Rat, yeah.
Retro Recondo, Quick Kick,
Tunnel Rat's a good one.
Duke,
Yeah.
Buzzer, and
Well, there you go.
That Buzzer looks nice.
Barbecue. And Barbecue's already discounted, so I don't know if that one will count, but that's all they got right now.
Yeah, they got a good selection too. 30% off is a pretty good.
Yeah, but these guys, I mean, especially if you want to customize, I mean, the Dreadnought's a good one. Duke's a good one for customizing.
Yeah.
Hondo's always a good one. Tunnel Rat.
Recondo is a really good one for customizing, and I love Tunnel Rat. Tunnel Rat's always been one of my favorites.
That Airborne figure is kick ass, man. I love that
Airborne. Airborne's really good. So good that they remade him in the paratrooper.
Yep.
And if you haven't seen that parachute video that Punk recently released,
Yeah, I saw that. That's great.
go make sure to check that out.
And if anyone's watching and they're wondering, I decided to do that at the end of the video. I was like, you know what? Let's just go do it. Like, it wasn't like planned or anything. I was like, you know what? Let's just go throw it
Just
up.
do it. Just do it. Go old school style with it. Throw it up in the air and see how well it works coming down.
It wasn't going to break. I mean, you're on the grass and you take off any loose parts other than the mask.
No, you're definitely not going to break your legs from that height. It was just a fun to watch video, and I appreciate that you're doing stuff like that, Punk. Like the little Mario Kart race videos that you were doing and everything. They're just fun, good videos, and I enjoy it.
So Punk, if you drop that figure out of like a 3-4 story building, do you think it would hold the figure up well? The parachute?
It would. I mean, it would go better because the biggest problem with throwing it up was the moment I threw it up, it opened up.
Yeah, the chute
So there was wind resistance, so I couldn't throw it up as high as I could throw up a regular figure. But I think if you were like 4 stories up, it's coming down, faster than someone would want. But it's gonna break the fall.
We used to use fishing line and a handkerchief and make G.I. Joe parachutes.
Yeah.
And throw them out the window.
They
work.
Coffee filters.
It's
Coffee
made
filters
really
work great. They got the shape too.
Yeah, it's made really nice. And I've already heard people say that's not the shape of a Halo parachute. Like,
oh god, it's a freaking toy. Like, I get it. You want really accurate stuff, but you
I
know
bought
what?
one of those like knockoff sets, the World Peacekeeper sets with a parachute.
Oh, yeah.
3/4 one a few years ago from Big Lots, and that parachute worked awesome. I think I said I was chucking that sucker all over. Worked great.
Yeah, if you took that one and you put it on an O-ring, I think it'd work really well because obviously it's lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's what I was wondering because the classifieds aren't exactly light figures. I mean, they're
They got some weight to them. They got how.
I never took out the HasLab Sky Striker and tried that one.
Oh,
So now-
yeah. There you go.
The original one was like plastic, though, right? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I did make the mistake of taking one of the parachutes out of the back of the seat. I'm like, that thing ain't going back in.
No.
Like, that thing's not going back.
So Madsen brings up and he goes, and Oz picked up the hint like a pro. Nice ad drop for Punk. Hey man, look, I'll tell it to you like it is. In a previous life, I was a hell of a salesman. It's just kind of in my blood. I know Travis knows once you're a salesman, you're kind of always a salesman. No matter what you do, you kind of plug, you think at a marketing standpoint. But the truth is, like, seriously, there is not a Monday that goes by I don't hop on a Punk stream and he's shouting out the channel, shouting out Clubhouse every Saturday night. You don't think I'm going to tell people to go back and watch Punk's content? I mean, if I didn't like the videos, I wouldn't, but I do. So I do.
I can say this because, you look at your analytics and you always have not always, but sometimes you have spikes. I was really interested to see the amount of spikes that I had, and there were huge spikes. It's probably the biggest spike that I've had when I throw it up. Now, this may shock some people. There's a huge dip when it goes into slow motion. I apologize to anyone that sat through 5 minutes of slow motion. Let me tell you what happened. I'll explain it on Monday too. So, has anyone seen the slow motion part?
Yes. I must have been off to work already.
All right. So, a while back, I want to say that it was the low light 2-pack. Well, who did low light come with? Low light and.
You're talking about the Night Force pack, right? Or the Slaughter? Yeah.
So I think it's that one. And this was like a week or two after the video was out. They're like, man, you got to watch the end. It's the funniest part. He's upside down. I was like, what's he talking about? So I went and looked, and the video is upside down. Like, I am upside down in the last part where I talk into the camera. Now, anytime that I make the video, because I use iMovie, so I cut everything up and then I watch the cuts, and then I have to transfer it onto the iPhone. Well, I have no reason to watch it after that, right? I've already done the edit. I don't think I have any reason to watch it. So when I saw that, I'm like, dude, that's really weird. Now I delete the video, so I can't go back and watch what I did. But obviously I didn't film myself upside down. So I was talking to Woody 222 one day, and he does the same thing. And he brought it up to me that sometimes his video, like a section of the video, he'll be upside down. And I was like, yeah, that happened to me. So I made that Halo video, and both when I first talk into the camera, when I stop, I'm upside down. Now that video is really long, and it kept failing because you have to have an iPhone to understand, but for some odd reason, I have to transfer it onto the iPhone, and sometimes it will tell me I don't have enough space, even though I have way more than enough space. So then I got to delete all this stuff. So I was real aggravated because it took quite some time. So I have to delete that one and then just kind of resave it. So as soon as I resaved it, I went in and I looked at the cuts, because the cuts I could see went upside. That's when upside. So the cuts and everything looks good. Because when someone brought up the slow motion, I was like, what the hell? And I was like, did I not watch the cut? Well, if you look, I talk fine for about 10 seconds. Then it goes into slow motion. So I didn't watch that far. I just watched the cuts, not thinking about it.
Yep.
And then it got brought up right away. So I forget who it was, but he watched the whole video. Thank you. I had to go back and watch it, and I was like, what the hell is this? And I went back and watched the one that was saved, and I'm like, oh man, but there's nothing I can do. You can remove a part in the video.
Yeah.
Even Ken said to me, he's like, why don't you go and cut it out? I'm like, who cares? It didn't affect the review. If when I was doing the parachuting, that would have screwed up the whole thing. This is just me kind of telling my, final thoughts on it. In reviews, you have 2 to 4 weeks. Cobb, this 2 to 4 weeks, and then no one watches them, right? They just kind of sometimes you'll rotate. If you do enough reviews and you have one that's like 6 months old, and all of a sudden you see it gets like 10 views in an hour, you're like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, did someone like link it to something?
Yep.
And Ken said, he goes, I wouldn't be able to deal with it. I'd go nuts. And I'm like, I don't care. And then you read some of the comments, and he's like, and people are like, this is why I like you. Something shitty happened. It kind of made you look stupid or whatever, but you just laughed it off, right?
Right. Now, Ken is a bit of a perfectionist, and it will bug the crap out of him. And you know what, though? Ken holds his stuff to such a high quality, and that's one of the things I love about Ken, because he won't let something like that slide. But I do like watching channels that will, right? Like your stuff, Punk. You're going to let a little mishap like that. And it's great because it definitely gives it that real feel of, hey, this is genuine. right? You know, it's like he's a real guy. He's like, crap, it happened. Oh well. What can I do about it now? Nothing. Keep watching the video.
And that's how my whole channel was, has been built. Like, I hate to say it, the popularity that I have grown in the community is because they see someone that is very authentic and they're real. And again, I'm not saying Ken isn't, but
No.
Ken has become, he's known as making really nice long form videos, very educational. He's told me before when like something is wrong and he was like, oh my God, it drives me nuts. And again, if I was doing something like that, I can fully understand. But it's like a review video. It's not an evergreen video where people will be going to do it. It's not like I was showing someone how to like customize something and here's the most important part. And then it's like, good luck for the next 5 minutes. It was supposed to take 30 seconds, but it's in super slow motion. So you know what to do.
I have a little playback speed button and speed it up.
It didn't matter. Even if you watch it on 2x, it still was really because I tried because I'm like, what if it?
Right. Well, if it's a simple fix, right? Why not try it? But,
yeah, it was. Just go watch it. Yeah, it's so
it's
slow.
Funny.
It's so slow. It's
so bad. I like this here. Wade says, Larry's final thoughts. Be good to yourself and each other. There you go, right? Like, just start putting that in at the end of your videos.
People have said that I need to just, in the middle of a review, just start talking super slow. Just every now and then and see. So someone said I should have done it with the Mythic Legions, but it wouldn't have worked because that was a whole different crowd.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, yeah, so if you see me do that, I have to be thinking about
those Mer eyes are following me. I don't
Yeah.
That merman looks so good.
I love that merman figure.
This is probably the best figure that Masterverse has put out.
Yeah,
I really love that.
Man.
You could fit that figure into like any kind of line. I mean, that's just so well done.
There's no. You didn't customize that at all?
Nope.
No, that's straight out of the box. That pearlescent kind of look to the skin.
Yeah.
Just continuously makes it look wet, which is something that's really cool for a merman figure.
Yeah, that looks like it's I mean, it really looks like someone was messing with the paint and
those eyes are following me, man. That's creepy.
Yeah.
Right? And it's funny too, because like when we first saw that, we were talking about it on the Frenzy, and Skelly, huge merman fan, he was talking about how like, it looked pretty good, but it wasn't really doing it for him. And then he ended up seeing it in store. And when he saw it in store and he got it in hand, he's already said it's like in his top tier of merman figures.
Yeah.
I'm not lying. Like, I think it's actually like the best Masterverse figure they've made. Like, the paint's great, the sculpt's great, those eyes are like crazy.
I agree. Yeah, that is outstanding. I definitely want. I know I pulled out of Masterverse basically for everything at this point, but there are still some new Eternia figures that really make me want them, and those two, the Battle Armor Skeletor. Yeah, and then you got to hold up the Goddess. Oh man, stop it!
This wave, I got everything except for the Man of War. This
and I wanted that
Beastman,
too.
though. This is a pretty meh figure. Like
the movie Beastman. Yeah. The Grizzlor pretending he's Beastman.
Dude, that looks like something you get at Dollar General.
I don't know. That looks like it would make a really good.
What was the one with
like
the kangaroo guys?
Wolf custom figure.
Trying to get the Cowardly Lion from Oz.
There you go. So,
that Black Adam throne too. That picture I did with them. He looks so
I wish
good
I would
on
have picked that up because I saw that at Didi's a while back and I didn't grab it. I should have.
He was like, oh, he's that throne eventually. Then when he came out, I was like, man, those colors and everything just looked so good together.
It matches with it perfect.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we were talking about Ken and his content and the way, Ken is a bit of, a perfectionist in a way. Having watched Ken's channel now for years, seeing the evolution of his stuff, I always said, like, when I watched Ken's history videos, they always felt like I enjoyed watching his videos more than I enjoyed watching other history videos. There is a documentarian called Ken Burns. I always kind of viewed Toy Connections Ken as the Ken Burns of like toy history videos. And seeing his evolution to where it has come now with that new format that he's doing, and he's done it for a couple. As a matter of fact, all my Patreon subscribers, and if you're not a Patreon yet, you can sign up. It's $3 a month. You're going to get early access to any of the collaboration videos that I do with Ken early. So I will be dropping that link down to the Patreons. Tonight, actually, and you'll get early access to see our Dino Riders history video. But then,
video.
Oh man, it is a really good one. It's a lot of fun.
I don't like Ken at all. I feel like when he's talking down to me every time. You know, he's giving me facts, and I feel like he's preaching to me. So I sit at the screen, like I clench my fists while I watch his videos.
Your feelings are more credible than his facts, right, Will?
Yes.
Will hate watches every one of Ken's videos.
I do. I hate text him all the time.
Well, now that Will and Ken are
his
beefing,
friend.
me and Aaron can mend our friendship. So
no, I love Ken.
There you go. But absolutely, like his history videos have always been a special touch above.
I always learn something, and even
right
subjects that I think I know a lot about.
Yeah. Well, and Ken does a good job sourcing kind of experts and people who are passionate about the lines, because we're all like nerds and geeks in our own way, and nerds will obsess over stuff, right? Like that's what we do. We find that knowledge that other people may not know, and we look into things. We do the deep dives. So Ken does a really good job of getting us together to collaborate on these videos to get a better all-around source of the knowledge and put it into his videos. And that's why it's perfect. Like, you know, like I will watch Ken's history videos before I watch a lot of other people's histories because of the way his format is. And what's going on, Stanley? Thank you for joining us tonight.
Who's Ken?
And K-Dog says, you know where he's going next, Oz. You are a patron of his too. Yes, I am. I certainly am a patron. It's great not just being a patron of Ken, but being brought in and working on projects with him, because we've done a couple now. It's just a fun space to be. Absolutely love Ken. Cannot give him enough credit. I know when I first started this channel, it was like, I think it was the first New Year's Eve stream. I was talking about all the inspirations that made me get into doing my channel more. And he was one of the ones that I named on that, because just watching TKOs and then watching all of his histories. And that was before he and I were talking on the regular basis. Like, pretty much, like, I would get worried if I didn't get a text message from Ken almost daily at this point. Like, Ken, are you okay? Is everything all right? You know, like, I'd have to reach out to him, because Ken will talk to me just about daily about stuff. He checks up on me too. He's like, how's everything going, Oz? So yeah, guys, if you want to become a Patreon, you can find me on there. I think the link is somewhere on one of my channels things. I gotta find that. But definitely sign up for it, and you will get early access to our history of Dino Riders, which was a fun collaboration project between, of course, myself, Phil, Triggers for Treasure, and Adam, Highly Articulated, all talking about our passion for a line that does not get as much love as we would all like.
That Silver Surfer.
Stanley, how are you tonight, sir? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, just got home from a Jake Stevens local toy show here in the Seattle area. Actually, it was back in my hometown, so my mom went to the show. And funny thing is, my mom and my wife bought more stuff than I did. So, yeah, they bought some Halloween decor and that. So, seasonal like, Christmas shopping type stuff. So, but yeah.
See, I went to Spirit of Halloween twice in the last 2 days. I went out last night with my friend Christina. We were shopping around, looking at some stuff, and then I went back out today because getting Connor his Halloween costume. And it's funny, a lot of people will go to like Spirit of Halloween and get some cool decorations and stuff. Whenever I go to a place like that, I'm just like looking like I'm shopping for home decor. Everybody else going to like Bath and Body Works or whatever, not Bath and Body Works, but what was it, Bed Bath and Beyond and stuff like that, or Home Goods. No, I go to Spirit of Halloween.
Question, Oz, what stores were they formerly before Spirit Halloween?
I gotta be honest, the one I went to was it used to be a Sears outlet.
Wow.
And then the other one I went to, I can't remember what is in there because the only store I ever go to in that shopping center, there's like a Five Below. And right after that Masterverse wave that hit Five Below was there, I went, they didn't have it, and I just didn't go back. So I have no idea what those other stores were. There's actually a Home Goods in that shopping center because that was right next to the Spirit of Halloween. So maybe that was a Bed Bath and Beyond at one point, and then Spirit of Halloween opened up in there. I got no idea. It's funny though, right? There is actually less Spirit of Halloweens in my area than there normally are this kind of year. Although I will say, like, normally that sounds like it'd be a good thing because that means like places aren't closing down, right? No, there's still just as many closed down stores. They just didn't open up Spirit of Halloween in there.
I know that the Ross that opened by me is next to where the Toys R Us used to be. So it's like, great. I'm going in here to look for like the cheapest toys, where back in the day I'd go into Toys R Us to find toys that were just overpriced, but they had them.
Right? Yeah. You didn't always have a choice because then you also had the Toys R Us exclusives, like the James Cameron Colonial Marine from NECA was a Toys R Us exclusive, and is like I saw that figure sitting in there for ages and never pulled the trigger on it, and it's like I really should have. Now it's like, he's so expensive because he was an exclusive at a place that's just not there anymore. Ooh, who's this guy we got holding up? We got Man Thing. Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a great looking figure. Didn't they release like a black and white variant because of Werewolf by Night?
I don't know. I didn't see a black and white one. This is from the Werewolf by Night, though.
Right. And that's why I was thinking they did like a variant black and white, but I could just be dreaming that. Man, it's good looking. Yes, Man Thing, the off-brand Swamp Thing, but still just cool. It's just a great figure.
It's all pick up just for the hell of it. He just looks so good.
Hey,
all right, God says
he thinks I could share something. There's a toy I wanted to share.
Of course.
No.
Share my screen real quick. All right, if you guys are Turtles fans, you're gonna love this. I just have to have this. I'm not even a turtle collector, but it's just so damn cool.
Is this the new Hyatt Toys Turtles? Jesus.
Look at this.
Where are you? Hold on, there we are.
Can you see
What
that?
the hell?
So you get a van, and you get all these little mini turtles. They're like 2.5 inch, and it's the mutation station. So all these parts are interchangeable. You put them in here. You spin. It's like a Russian roulette. You spin it around. You slam the plunger. It creates a new mutant, and then it shoots it across the room.
That is awesome.
It shoots it across the room.
What a great toy.
Perfect.
I
Right?
so want this thing, and I know I shouldn't, so I'm gonna buy it for my grandson and then show him how to play with
right.
it.
That's right.
So
man.
Show him how to play with it. That's right.
You're gonna buy it for your grandson and be like, "This stays at Grandpa's house."
Yeah,
right.
I want this more like
play with it.
larger figures. I think this would be such a, even if it wasn't encapsulated in a van.
No, it'd be cool, like they recently just came out with figures that have pop and swap. So it would have been kind of cool if they would have worked with that, but those figures look a little bit different.
K-Dog here bets it's a New Mutant. Is it Cannonball or Sunspot? There's a
Yeah,
great
that
joke for the
comment
New
was
Mutant.
pretty good too.
I saw it actually was like an advertisement that showed up on Instagram for me. Like the video just started playing, and I was like, I want that. Like, I just,
Right? Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, because that's just a fun toy.
Yeah.
Which, as much as we can get into like all the sculpting details and everything like that, sometimes it's just fun to get a toy that's like a toy.
Yeah, you load them up, you slap the thing, and it shoots them across the room. Why? Who knows?
There you
But
go.
it's fun, you know.
Who knows? It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
But you say that it's just a toy. It's a fun toy. I was on the classified community Facebook page a couple weeks ago, and some guy said, "Would anyone be in favor or interested in like the weapons that shoot stuff, kind of like towards the end of the GI Joe line?" And every
Nobody
single
wants
person was like, "Nope, don't want that. No, that's stupid." Nope,
Well, that's because it's like the freaking look. They repurposed a lot of those missile launchers for later toy lines that were like 1.5 inches bigger than the GI Joes.
Yeah.
They were ridiculous. I remember being upset when some of the Joes that I bought came with those extra large weapons, and I'm like, why? This is not like the cool Snake Eyes that my buddy Andrew's playing with down the street. This guy's got this ginormous missile launcher. Ugh. So John brings up the Joy Toy turtles that are coming, and that new Shredder does look amazing.
New Shredder is amazing.
Guys,
Oh,
they look
man.
really good. Actually, tomorrow, I do a stream on Sundays about 1/18 scale stuff, and I'm looking for sources where you could buy these because I know they're on the Joy Toy website. It says not available for shipping in the U.S. And I'm like, what the hell? So if anyone has
currently, Aaron
links,
is trying to get them into Helidope. Hasn't
Good.
ended it yet, but he's trying.
Okay. So I put a call out there. So if anyone has links, reliable links to good sources, I think I did look up like Hobbylink Japan does carry them, and you could get them through them.
You know what?
But
Message KJ. KJ probably knows where to get the Joy Toy because he pre-ordered the Joes from certain places.
That
Even though
and the Haya Toys Joes. It's
Didn't 5K have the turtles?
Yeah,
I
even
thought
though he's
5K
not
had the turtles.
even though he's not a friend of mine and clearly doesn't like me, Chad also knew of a place too.
For Haya, yeah, I think he bought them. He got the Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow when they first came out, but then he didn't like them, so he gave them to a viewer. So he hasn't been following the rest. So
all right,
but he should know what site it was to get it from.
Yeah.
Adam does mention there's nothing kids love more than Russian roulette. You heard it here on the Clubhouse.
Yeah, I know. I guess bad choice of words there. Hey kids, play Russian roulette with.
And I'm gonna
He loves lawn darts too.
Right? Kids love lawn darts.
Hey, Delta 17, how are you?
We've got Delta 17 in the house. I'm going to assume we got Steve here with us. Ken normally doesn't get on their YouTube. He'll just get on Toy Connections. And you're right. Toys should never be toys. Like, we shouldn't play with them. They should all just be in-action figures from Toddy Mac.
I got to write these down.
Red Star's Bazooka was cool, but the others were a bit off. Yeah. E Collectibles has the Joy Toy Turtles. There you go. Get it from Mike at E Collectibles, especially for anybody in Canada. E Collectibles is one of the best way to go to get your toys. He does great service, got free shipping.
I wonder if Small Joes. Yeah, Small Joes might have them.
Yeah, they
There
had
you go.
they had the Joes. So
yeah. I know that's some kind of licensing thing where they were only licensed to sell them in the Pacific or something, but I know there's ways around it.
Sorry, that's my phone.
Oh,
yeah, it's a whammy bar, so I'll put it on silent here.
So
I
you
just
gotta
thought someone
appreciate
had
it.
some like awesome entrance music every time someone made a comment.
Yeah, no.
Like,
Oh no,
Now, thank you guys.
it's not quite that Bobcat that we had several months back.
There you go. I was gonna say Ed's always on. What the fuck was that noise?
Hey, Bud, I just sent you something on Instagram. That's
All right, thanks for having
a little too stupid to show here on camera.
Nope, show it.
Madsen says, my wife came across a set of lawn darts with a box in mint condition. Couldn't sell them anywhere. Eventually sold the box.
That's a smart move. Yeah.
I said show it off.
Well, you know, it gets so crazy because it's like, you know, friggin' it counts as like selling a weapon. What the hell penis did you put on his head?
Clawful sworn?
Yeah, it's the horn from
Okay.
Clawful. He just gave him this cool kind of wizard look.
I was gonna say, what accessory is that? I haven't got the clawful yet. I know Skelly just posted his video of the clawful and Spike Orlat.
What happens when I got all this freaking stuff laying around?
So Wilhelm, Cotswold Collectibles has the turtles up for pre-order. I don't see Shredder on there though.
Oh, they do. Interesting.
So,
there we go.
On those
Joy
Joy
Toy.
Toys, are there Bebop and Rocksteady in that?
Yes,
set?
and they look awesome.
Yeah.
Can somebody throw those pictures up for me?
Oh yeah, I actually have them here. Hold on, let me.
All right, guys, I'm gonna switch it up for mobile. I'm heading back inside. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Let me see. How would I do that?
Yeah, I might run out here for a minute. Lunchtime for me. Make another coffee.
probably just
So
Google
I don't
them.
want to.
Oh, they're on the
Log
Joy
it.
Toy website.
You've been working real hard there, Cobb.
What's that?
I said you've been working real hard. Got to take a lunch.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's gonna take me a minute. So I want to just be off screen, so I'll hop back in after I'm all done with everything.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, let me find them. I'll share my screen. I'll show you them. There's that Shredder. Bebop. I love the Rocksteady.
Yeah, I've had to cut back my turtle stuff, and now I only pick up the Bebop and Rocksteady editions of Turtle.
Oh, nice. Well, if you could let me share my screen, I'll pull it up here. I got Rocksteady.
It pops up here. Yep.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. And these are 1/18 inch or 1/18?
They are. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then they
Nice.
have, I'm sure Bebop will show up here too. So these are a little bigger. I'll slow down so you can see them.
Gotcha.
Oh, he looks good, man.
Yeah,
That whole line looks really good, actually.
it really does.
Yeah, the
I mean, they're
turtles are awesome.
expensive. $40 for a 1/18 scale figure is a lot, but I'm tempted. I for my show tomorrow, I filled a cart with all of them. It's like 300 something. You get the whole set. But
Don't
it makes
accidentally hit buy.
yeah, it makes me kind of consider like bank heists as a legitimate thing.
You got to
Well,
fund
you-
that
you-
toy habit somehow, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
You know, you could just rob the toy store. You get
Sure.
less. You get less time if you get
Yeah.
caught.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
federal.
but then you gotta
You just steal
you gotta
plastic.
make sure the place you're gonna rob actually has the toys on the shelf, which they probably won't.
Yeah, you call them. Do you have Joy Toy, Bebop, and Rocksteady? What time do you close? But yeah,
And what
they're
time are
pretty-
you guys out of there completely?
Thank you.
Is there a pizza joint that stays open till midnight or anything around you?
Yeah, they're expensive, but man, it does make me. Yeah, I look at my kid and I'm like, do I need you around? You know, I
Well-
can probably tell you.
a lot of the toy toys, you know, are and the acid rain stuff are like $50.
Yeah, that Warhammer stuff is like
Yeah.
insane. What's his name? Wraithmace, good guy,
Great taste, yeah.
dude. He buys so much of that
Oh,
stuff.
I know, crazy.
He is so into it, and I just watch his videos because I'm like, they're just too rich for me, like just too expensive. But they,
Yeah, I like looking at those toys, but
yeah, so much.
I got enough.
Nice brick like the Transformers movie.
It was good.
I got to check it out. That looks pretty good.
I did it. I opened up all my toys. Man, that was a lot of toys.
Yeah, it only took 2.5 hours. That was all.
Actually, I didn't open all of them. I have the Skeletor throne. I just didn't feel like assembling it.
You better order some more.
Oh, don't worry.
He's got another lot,
coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like as soon as I shipped, the NECA Street Scene came in, and then there's like the whole new Marvel Legends wave is processing, and I ordered the whole wave because I wanted to build a figure, the Blackheart, and then a couple of the Motu things are coming in too. It's like, damn, all right. Then I got Frankenstein on the way, Demo Man on the way. I might have a problem, guys.
A little bit.
Nope, no problem at all. I don't see any problem here.
The only problem you have is you don't have enough money to keep feeding it.
All right, I'm going to cut out because I have to wake up early and go work, I guess, at a toy store all day.
Later, Larry.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you're going to be hanging out with Mick Foley, aren't you?
No, I'm going to be helping my son, and so I won't actually be there hanging out with him.
His son will be hanging out with Mick Foley.
Hopefully, I'm hoping to get one good picture.
Well, hopefully a story for Monday as well.
Yeah, that would be nice. But that I think it's going to be.
And get him on for Thursday with a friend.
Yeah. Hey, if I could, I would in a heartbeat. I got some November dates open, so.
You should ask him. I mean,
never hurts to ask.
Oh man, I'd have to take Friday off because that guy's got stories. I mean, we sat with Sarge for how long? So. But anyway, I will see you guys on Monday, I'm assuming. So,
all right, Punk, have a good one.
Have fun.
Yeah. This is the Superior Spider-Man Marvel Legend.
Ooh. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Yeah,
that was actually like one of my
that
favorite
cool...
Spider-Man runs was the Superior Spider-Man. So I was super happy when they announced they were doing this toy.
Is that the one with the black costume? The black and red?
Yeah.
With the what, Ed?
That's black and red, right? That's not the dark blue.
Yeah, it's black and red.
Yeah.
That metallic paint looks really nice.
Yeah, the metallic paint is awesome.
And it's got the other head that's got the city reflected in the eyes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was cool.
He's cool.
He's a good-looking figure.
Yeah.
Can you hold them up like with those with the
I've seen people like pose him where he's like sitting on the legs. I haven't tried it yet, but I've seen people do it. And as I say that, the back falls off.
Yeah, man, Joseph said that's a good looking Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good looking figure for sure. They've been doing some cool stuff with their Marvel Legends. The last several waves has been crazy good. They went through this really bad lull where it was like, okay, we don't need another this or another that or whatever. And then they like come out of the gates just swinging. They're like, yeah, look what we can do.
Yeah, they got me for another Cap and another Wolverine with the Secret Wars.
The Secret Wars, yep. That Cap is awesome looking though. Such good. I had to get Wolverine because that was as a kid, the Wolverine Secret Wars was the first time I ever heard of Wolverine because I never read Marvel. I was a DC guy, and then I got that figure and loved Wolverine. So having him in that suit is just awesome.
Yeah, I don't have one in that costume other than the Brood one, but
yeah. Justin Booth says, did anyone receive the Marvel Legends Punisher War Journal 2-pack? I did not, even though I love the Punisher. But
Tony got it, didn't he?
Yeah, Tony got it, and he customized it into a standard looking Punisher figure.
Yeah. I did not pick that pack up.
I didn't pick it up either, only because I have no need for the other figure there.
Bushwhacker.
Bushwhacker, yeah.
I thought about getting him just for the name alone.
Yeah. Well, he's got some good accessories for you, for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, the Punisher doesn't look bad. The only thing I don't like about the Punisher is the fact that they gave him like just his like superhero suit feet, right? It's like there's no boots. It's just the suit.
Yeah, I have a feeling they'll probably do another like more of the classic look of Punisher at some point, so I'll probably just wait for that one.
Yeah, they haven't done the Punisher in a while, so it's nice to see him finally do them again. But like the head sculpts and all that were really great.
Yeah.
Steve says Bushwhacker is too weird. Even in the comics, dude was just creepy. Oh, and TJC is here. What's up, TJC?
TJC.
So what's else on the show for tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon, Will?
So we're gonna go. Another thing we're gonna work out is, and I don't know if any of you guys are into them, but I got the Transformer GI Joe collab came out, and I'm really liking this one. I think it's the best one they've done yet. But I did an unboxing Monday when it came in, because this thing's like 3 weeks early. It was supposed to be here in November, and then Amazon sent me a notification saying your package is arriving early, which never happens.
No.
And I was like, oh, that's exciting. So I did a Monday stream, and we unboxed them. I fumbled around trying to transform them forever, and finally figured it out. But one of the viewers commented about this. There is some kind of like Easter egg in the text on the package, and this is supposed to give you a clue to the next release. So I went back and I looked at all my previous ones, the Megatron Hiss, and sure enough, it has a very clear clue that Bumblebee is the next Transformer. And I was like, oh, shit. And then I looked at the Bumblebee, and I can't figure out the clues. So I have them all up, and I'm going to go through them. So we're going to play detective and try to, figure out what this means. It says, listen up, maggots. Cobra and the cons are striking at us harder than ever. But they're going to think twice after we whip you recruits into shape. Slaughter-bot-style training starts at 0600. I think it's in reference to Cobra Commander and Starscream, but I could be wrong. So we're gonna explore the things and do that. Then we were gonna talk about Joy Toy, TMNT, Haya toys with the GI Joes, and trying to locate some sources for people, because a lot of people have been asking me, where do we get these, and I don't know. So I figured, why not ask? So I put it out on Instagram. A couple of people have sent me links, and the suggestions you guys just gave me are great too. That they were not ones that I had before, so I just added like 3 more. So we're going to talk about those, and I think that's about it. I've got a couple things that came in. So did anyone back that the Art of GI Joe omnibus? That
no, I didn't. Even though
Carson Metaxas did. Oh, okay. So if you did the Kickstarter and you backed that, he did a Blu-ray digipack with 10 hours of interviewers with the original creators from Hasbro.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
And
that's awesome.
Well, the thing was, this wasn't available when the book shipped, and luckily I just glanced at my email, and it said you only have like till the end of the month to claim these. All you have to do is pay shipping, and I didn't even know I was eligible for it. So I just paid shipping, and it came within a couple of days. So that's really cool.
That is cool.
So I got a couple other little pickups that I did.
It's great listening to all those old interviews with those guys talk about how
amazing what he's doing, bringing those legendary creators back. And I think if he didn't do it, no one would, and these guys would just kind of
well, he's been running that site forever, and he's always done a really good job with the site. So
yeah. Then we're going to speculate on Transformer GI Joe crossovers. I put together a bunch of mashups that I think would work, and we'll see what the fans think of.
I'm glad to hear those are getting better, because I got the first 2 and I was just like,
those were probably the biggest disappointments. They were okay. I was happy just to have.
I thought the vehicle modes were like really good. the robots felt really
Yeah.
cheap, and then even the O-ring figures weren't.
So
I don't know. They just didn't feel quite right.
So they've definitely improved because that first Baroness, like one thing that was a glaring error was like the paint they used inside her eyeglasses and her flesh tone were different tones, so you could see it was like clearly like different paint color. Um, there was a lot of hollow spots on Megatron in his like inner legs. His like the top of his arm was solid, but when you looked at the bottom, it was hollow, and things like that were a little disappointing for the price we paid. Bumblebee also was a little awkward. The Soundwave Thunder Machine, which I didn't think would work, works, man. The robot mode is excellent, and the Thunder Machine is really nice.
That's cool.
This one is their best one yet. All solid, no hollow spots, ratcheted joints throughout, plenty of articulation. I mean, they gave him, he uses the guns that are on the side of the Triple T as his pistols, so they're a little small, but I mean, he really poses very well. And vehicle mode, it's a 1-for-1. He looks exactly like the Triple T, which wasn't always my favorite vehicle, but I'm glad to have it. Like I was telling my buddy, he's a big Transformers fan, and I'm just happy to have robots that work with my 1/18 scale figures. They don't have to be perfect. And as far as like GI Joe fans, definitely get the better end of the stick here compared to Transformers fans, because I think the Transformer fans are much more critical of these. They're starting with the GI Joe vehicle, and then they're cramming a character into that. And like Bumblebee, a lot of people were saying it should have been Beachcomber or Hound even. It would have made more sense. So we're gonna look through that. I got a ton of vehicle pictures from 3D Joe's. I've got some rumors and things that we've heard, and then we've got the clues. So we're gonna try to figure those out. I can't believe I missed that too. On every box there was an Easter egg.
I didn't notice.
Which told you what the next one was. So that's the great thing.
Yeah, I mean that's really a match made in heaven, though. Like transforming GI Joe vehicles, like right? You own both the properties. So
when I saw that they did those San Diego Comic-Con versions, I thought they transformed. And I was so excited. I was like, I will murder someone to get these. But then I found out that they were just repaints. And I was like, oh, they're cool, but I'm not going to, not going to commit a felony to get them,
Have we heard what the upcoming Optimus Prime G.I. Joe?
So that is the leaked rumor, is the Optimus Prime Mobat. And it's pretty much, that rumor has been 100% correct on all of them so far. So it's something, but they've gone Cobra Decepticon, Autobot G.I. Joe, Cobra Decepticon. So the next one should be a Decepticon. And that's why I'm thinking it's going to be Cobra Commander and Starscream. But I could be wrong.
Okay. So going back to the Optimus Prime Mobat. The Mobat is olive green. So what parts would be Optimus Prime blue and red?
Yeah. So on the Thunder Machine, it didn't look like it would work, but they did a pretty good job of, or even Bumblebee. He's all yellow.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's in vehicle mode, you don't see any of that yellow. So the way they do it, it's kind of two-tone.
Mm-hmm.
It might work, it might not. Personally, I thought the G2 Megatron tank would have been a perfect thing rather than the Hiss. Optimus Prime, I think they could pick a bunch of different vehicles. You'll have to watch tomorrow to find out, because I actually put up a bunch of slides. No, I'm kidding.
The one you were just showing off, that was Cup, though, right? That's a completely different color change.
So they gave him some of Cup's colors carry through, like that kind of mint green and the OD green here, but it's not really Cup's.
Yeah, none of his blues there.
Yeah, so. Not really. The legs are kind of, and there's some accents there, and on his head there, he's got the blue and the green.
They should make Optimus Prime a deuce and a half to go with GI Joe. That'd be pretty badass.
I think so, but I think that's the thing that's tricking us up, or is that they're not looking at it that way. They're taking like an existing Joe vehicle,
Yeah.
and then they're just cramming something into it. You know, like, I mean, the engineering's pretty clever. I mean, because I didn't think when I saw the pictures, I was like, there's no way he's that tall. That Triple T is a tiny vehicle, and it actually works. You know, I mean, it's pretty tall figure there. I did not think the Soundwave Thunder Machine would work, but it kind of does, man. And it's a solid bot mode. And the figures improved, like the Zartan and Zorana that came with Soundwave Thunder Machine, much better. And the Sarge and Leatherneck, I really like them. Like I said, I'm not the best.
Steve's asking you how the Sarge figure is.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's right here. He rides on the back too. So they put in like he's got pegs, so he can ride on the back of, you know. And
that's pretty cool. That's a nice addition.
Cool. Sarge figure, I like them, but like I said, I peeked in at the Facebook page, the GI Joe Facebook page, and they were just tearing them up. They just did not like him. If you put him next to the old Sarge, the flesh tone doesn't match perfectly. It's not as glossy as the original, and there are some things, but I think it's a quality figure. I don't have any problems with it. One cool thing is like this little. They have weapon storage on the back, so Leatherneck's pistol, his gun clips right in there, so that's pretty cool. And you know, you got this little computer station here. You got the little platform for them to walk on. I think it's a great toy. I'm really happy.
That's a nice little touches for putting the lines together for sure, though. Having the foot peg so they can ride out and stuff. That's a good idea.
But I liked Leatherneck. You know, they held him up next to the original. It's definitely a different mold. You could tell. It's not the exact same. Same with Sarge, but I'm happy with them.
Do they feel more solid than the original figure? Because the original figures felt kind of cheap, like the Baroness and the. I forget who the other guy was.
These feel pretty good. They have a good weight to them, and it was Stalker, which he wasn't like bad, but there was nothing like great about him. Like he was all right, you know. He felt cheaper than an original Joe. Yeah. I would say they don't feel like the originals, but they don't feel quite as cheap as like a Black Major, you know, where you get these are those like Black Major figures you get on Instagram. They're kind of third party, independently made, and these are, but all the joints feel tight, everything's working well, the O-ring feels good. Yeah, there are no Delta 17 figures, but they're okay.
Well, you can use your Delta 17 figures with the transforming vehicles, though.
I did. If you check out my Instagram, Rooster's right there riding it with Sarge and Leatherneck. He's the first one I threw up in there.
All right, you guys didn't lose me, but apparently we did lose some people while I was gone. As I was coming through the house,
what it was. I don't have another Sarge to compare, but they said his biceps were not as big on this figure as the original. And I'd have to have an original Sarge to compare it, you know. But I would say
give you a fist bump for that, Will.
Nice. He is taller than Leatherneck, though, and so he's like a 4-inch figure, and these guys are all 3.75. So
oh, that's good.
That's a cool thing too, because Sarge is a larger dude.
Sarge is a big dude. Well, you're a big dude
too. If
you
don't have a Sarge figure, and you like this kind of stuff, then go for it. You know, I don't think you'll be disappointed.
I was thinking about picking it up if I found it in store. You know, just because again, I never had Sarge in the Triple T as a kid, and so now I can get Sarge, Triple T, and Cup and Leatherhead or Leatherneck. So.
I'll tell you what I did with the. None of them have sold out, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
the Megatron is like half price right now on Amazon. So
that's
if you
a good point.
Up, and I've always said if I ever like come across one at Ollie's, because transforming them is like it's always a fun notion, but when you're doing it, you're like, this sucks. I just want to.
I never got into Transformers as a kid because the first couple I got, I hated fucking transforming the damn things. And then
I loved Transformers as a kid.
I took it as like a personal challenge trying to figure them out as a kid. You know, like that was like if you could figure it out without the instructions, you were aces. But man, I was like sweating, and I'm reading the directions. I'm like, I'm doing something wrong. His arm won't go in, and I panicked. But once you get it, it's good, man, and I like them. So yeah, if you're into this stuff, you'll like them. If you're not into this stuff, I don't think I'm going to sell you on them.
Right.
We really have to stop comparing our new toys to what we had as a kid, though, because it's
a different time.
Well, and your brain's completely different too. So
right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yeah,
now. Go ahead. Sorry.
And yeah, sometimes I take my incomplete transformers in my classroom and let my students transform and play with, because there's an aspect of engineering and STEM, and so obviously with special needs kids, they either love them or hate them, and so I have a couple kids who love the transformers when I bring them in.
That's really cool. I would have loved if a teacher brought in Transformers and asked me to I'm amazed at the engineering that goes into these. I would actually like to know who at Hasbro, because we're spoiled. We critique everything, but the fact that they crammed a robot into that Striker, there's not a lot of meat on that Striker when you look at it. Because I was going how are they going to fit it? The original Triple T is all hollow underneath. If you look at the original toy, so you're there's a lot of room in there to play, but or the Vamp is kind of a chunky vehicle, so you're there's room in there. But that Striker, was kind of delicate when I was a kid with the suspension and everything.
It was.
But even with a lot of room, you still got to figure out how you're going to get the arms to swivel out and then tuck underneath, and the legs to tuck underneath.
So whoever did that did a great job. And
just like the Thunder Machine too, right? There ain't a whole lot of meat on the Thunder Machine, and
especially
they turned
that
it into freaking Soundwave.
Yeah.
What?
And I'm sorry, guys, but it's been a dream of mine since I was a kid to have a G.I. Joe transform into a Transformer. So
I think we've all been there, especially as we got older, and you learn Hasbro is Transformers, Hasbro is G.I. Joe. So you just kind of want to see it happen.
Yeah.
And especially when they were doing stuff and they're still doing a lot of stuff like that, because the new Ninja Turtles one's out. So they were doing all these other mashups, but we never got it for Transformers.
How much cooler would that Turtles one be if you could put turtles in the van? I mean,
and then play roulette with it, right?
I'm just surprised no one's making Transformers that fit 1/12 to 1/10 scale.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people making.
The reason I bought a 3D printer was to make 1/18 scale size Transformers, which I did. I have a couple up on my shelf over there.
Right.
And they're awesome, but they don't transform. They're non-transforming, but they're cool.
So, with Steve mentioning that I stepped through a portal on the way through my house, that did kind of happen. So I was on the way through, and my uncle stopped me and asked me, he goes, "Did you hear the latest?" And I'm like, well, "Latest what?" So Jason Statham is going to be the next Bond.
Is that right?
Really?
That is apparently it. Jason Statham will be the next Bond, and apparently Scarlett Johansson's going to be the Bond girl. Now that I totally see, right? Thinking very Halle Berry, kind of thing going. So, Joe, you've been quiet, but it looks like you've been working on some stuff. I'm not sure if maybe you were just sitting over there rolling cigarettes. You got a custom swig you're working on right now, bro?
I am actually.
I fucking knew it. I knew it.
Well,
can we get a peek, or are you going to hold it off until you...
Yeah, no. You guys can. It still has a lot of work to go. I don't know if I can get it to focus, but I cut the face off a Jaguarian, and I'm attaching it with the ears to a swig.
Okay.
I've got so that way it'll be a Jaguarian swig.
Yes, and, I dig that. I dig that.
So, but it'll fit like a
swig.
Yeah, but it'll fit like a mask, So
yeah. Well, almost the way you were talking about having done that, I was just actually thinking thinking almost like a samurai mask over top of the swig's face.
Right. Yeah, kind of like that. except that I'm going to paint it green so it looks like it's actually, because he's the potion guy. I also figured out that the Skeleton Legion builder's helmet, Swig's head will fit in there.
Nice. After you take the hood off of it.
Yeah. So that's what I've been playing around with, just trying different things, see how they work. So
I gotta say, I love it. I love the idea.
Well, thank you. It's fun to play with toys. That's
it is. Now that I'm
and cut them up and
at
make them
my
better.
desk.
That I was really big into customizing, and then I just got super busy and haven't been. That's awesome.
Or
it's good to get back to it. Yeah. It's good to get back to it, though.
But I'm actually putting off some responsibilities just so that I can have fun playing with my toys right now. Like, there's more dog hair in the house than I would prefer, but I want to play with toys. Stuff like that.
This is Clubhouse. This is the place to play with your toys. This is for kidulting, not adulting. That stuff can wait until
Steve
tomorrow.
said it earlier in the comments. That we're just great enablers, and
yep,
yes,
it's what we do. Like I said, I was having that conversation with Brick this morning. This is definitely the opposite of Alcoholics Anonymous. We're not here to get anybody to stop. If anything, we're only going to dig you a deeper hole. I know I've done that for many people, and yeah, that's just what we do. So Lone Dragon's in the chat. He's been hitting me up a lot. Here we go. YouTube channel named KH Studio created a fake trailer for Bond 26 with Jason Statham and Scarlett Johansson. The video uses clips and thank you, Lone Dragon. I appreciate it. Okay, so my uncle sees a lot of stuff.
Some of those fake trailers are really, really good, though, man.
They have gotten better. They've gotten much better, but that's great. Now I'm kind of excited to hear that that's not a real thing.
I don't know. Statham would be an all right Bond. I mean, he's getting a little old now, but he'd still make a good Bond.
I don't feel that he's suave enough for it, right? Like, even though he was really good in like Transporters being kind of like the suave driver, I don't think he's got that what you need to be Bond. Even with Daniel Craig, like for the first movie, I thought Daniel Craig was great, right? Because you got a Bond who's not refined, who's just become 00 status. So he's very rough, very in the dirt kind of thing. And then it was like, as the films went on, I kept waiting. Now, mind you, I do enjoy the Daniel Craig Bond films. Don't get me wrong. I definitely enjoy all of them.
Yeah.
I kept waiting for him to get to that level where you saw him at that level of like Connery and Roger Moore. And he never quite got it.
Well, Bond has changed over the years in films, right? I mean, they've taken him from like being the suave spy guy to more like an action hero.
Did you ever love a new Bond as soon as it came out, or did you have to kind of grow into it? Because I always initially did not like them, and then
with Daniel. Well, it's funny. This is kind of similar to a conversation I was just having with my uncle. So when Daniel Craig came out for that first movie, and especially with what it was Bond becoming Bond, right? He's getting that 00 status. Immediately fell in love with it, right? I was like, yes, this was great. And again, it was as the later ones went on, and I wanted to see the evolution of Bond into that more debonair. Again, I wanted to see that evolution, and I never got it. I thought I was going to see it, but I never quite got that. And again, that doesn't take away from his films. His films are great. But yeah, other than that, though, every time somebody new comes along as Bond, it's always kind of like, and then it's like by the end of the movie, I'm like, all right, this is good.
No, I remember when Roger Moore took over, and I was like, this guy's not Bond.
Yeah.
And then by the end, I was like, he's Bond. And then, I was like,
the same thing with like Lazenby, right? George Lazenby comes in, and it's like, well, who the hell is this guy? This isn't Sean Connery. Who's George Lazenby? Who is that? Like, he's some car salesman before this, right? Yeah. I had no idea who he was. As a little kid, I especially didn't know because the movie was already 20 years old. But it was like, who's this guy?
Was a good Bond. I liked him.
So Timothy Dalton to me fell flat. He didn't have the charisma that the other ones. But you know what? Hey, if that's your Bond, go for it, man.
I mean,
he had the look.
the movies in a long time. So,
I watch them every year at around Thanksgiving.
The evolution, I remember chronologically, and I was a different age, for all those things. I probably haven't gone back and revisited the movies in a long time. So the things
the
I'm
first Bond I ever
remembering I
saw
like
was
about
Roger
them.
Moore.
Yeah, he was my
somebody
first
else
Bond.
asked Bond. I was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" As a kid, when I saw Sean Connery or Lazenby.
Going back to Adam's comment real quick. Adam, hit me up, man. I don't know what you think of my work, but if you would like me to put together a swig for you, man, you don't have to commission it. I'll just do it for you.
He's got enough swigs to do it too.
I do.
And you could still buy more. They're in stock.
I actually just bought one. This showed up 2 days ago.
I was thinking about maybe ordering one today, but then I was like, no. I need with all the other expense that I did, like I said, I didn't quite realize it's been a while since I bought one of these for an adult, and Connor is now at adult sizes. So I had to buy this today for Connor because he's an adult size now. Halloween costumes are fucking expensive.
Oh yeah.
Man.
They've improved, but they've also upped the price.
I don't care how much they've improved. For the amount of okay, if it wasn't the specific suit that we're going for, right? I could have bought the bits and pieces for the same cost that I paid for that thing and built a costume that would
you're also talking about a Marvel / Disney licensed property, so it's got a 20%.
You know what's crazy? So I had to find out, of course, what Connor's size was. So I asked his mom, and she was saying he's fitting an adult medium right now. Kid's 9 years old. He's definitely growing just like me. He's one of the largest kids in his class. He's just built bigger. And then from there, it's okay, so I got to go get an adult medium costume. But I did notice while looking over all the kids' costumes, right? Now, mind you, in years past, even when the Deadpool movie came out and everything, they've always been rated R. There have been Deadpool, and there have been, again, X-Men movie-style Wolverine costumes, right?
Yep.
And mind you, even the year that Logan came out, and Logan was a rated R movie, there's been kids Wolverine costumes. This year, and I've been to quite a few Spirit of Halloween in the last 2 days, especially, there is no kids section that has Wolverine or Deadpool costumes in it. They've got the other Marvel MCU property stuff and the comic book stuff, but they do not have for Deadpool and Wolverine. I get it; it's a rated R movie. Kids really shouldn't go watch it. As I took Connor and his younger brother to go see it. But yeah, just kind of surprised.
Adam, either is fine. Whatever's better for you.
Yeah,
I'm on both.
I wanted to put that there. So, all right, let's get back here to some more comments about some Bond here. Lone Dragon's a big fan of Johnny English. Hey, you know what? I think we could all use more Rowan Atkinson. First Craig Bond is first mission. Every Bond after was him crying about his first love or his lost love, and then he dies a pointless death. Again, yeah, it was kind of I don't know. He never got to be the one that I really wanted. The kind of Bond that I like. And then of course, Pierce Brosnan was a great Bond, mixing of best, and I agree that is definitely the way I felt it. The only problem was I didn't feel like Pierce Braun looked like he could handle himself in a fist fight, but he definitely did have kind of the gruffness of Sean Connery with all that polish that Roger Moore brought to it. Because Sean Connery, he was a great Bond and he could do the debonair. He was still always kind of rough, a little gruff. Whereas Roger Moore was always very he looked like he could stop in the middle of a fight scene and do a quick shave and then get back to it.
Yeah.
Kind of thing where Pierce Brosnan just felt like he was that, right? But without a doubt, I agree with Adam here. Connery is Bond. Every other version is a aspect of Connery. He's rough, charming, funny. Changed my mind. I'm not going to try to because I agree with you. And Gaz, of course, Gaz says Sean Connery is my favorite Bond, but On Her Majesty's Secret Service is my favorite Bond film. It's unfortunate that Lazenby didn't do it anymore. I was just saying that same exact thing. It's one of my favorite Bond movies of all time. It was long, like really long.
A shame. Yeah.
And just, like even the opening joke, well, this never happened to the other guy. Like, it's just funny. This was the first time they switched the actor. And Mr. Madgus says he keeps asking himself when they are going to do a female Bond. You know what? Yeah, I'd be down to see it. So, Andrew, just so you know, though, apparently that trailer was fake. It's, he's not going to be Bond, and I'm okay with that because I really don't. I just don't like him for Bond. Oh, wait, we already highlighted that one. Now I'm just literally clicking everything I see.
So I saw a comment from Lone Dragon at 9:58 about the razor. I assume that is the Roman toy razor. Have we
Hold on.
discussed that tonight?
I do not believe so. Let me go back up here and try to pull that up.
Yeah, 11:58.
Razor, you mean the Raider?
Yeah, so I assume he's talking about the Ramen toy. Because didn't Ace have a live stream tonight from his
I did not
showcase?
If he did, I missed it. But look, in all honesty, after I got home from running around earlier, you guys know, being out in social places just kind of drained me quite a bit. And so, like, being in Halloween spirit the month before Oztober, there's a lot of people in those stores today. So, like, by the time I got home, I was exhausted just from dealing with people. And I passed out. And any of the guys in the clubhouse chat will tell you, like, I woke up and I thought I was late to the stream. Like, as in, when I woke up, mind you, it was like an hour before the stream was supposed to start still. I woke up and I was like thinking, oh crap, I'm late for my own show. What time is it? Which has been known to happen, and Ed always saves my ass. And even then, we still go live late, but it just happens. And hey, yeah, right. Here we go. Remington Steele. Exactly. That's where Pierce Brosnan got. Basically, they watched him as Remington Steele, and they were like, okay, that's Bond. And being raised on Brosnan, great. I like to think this was like something he was going to, like, he retired from being James Bond and was going to settle down. And then this woman, this man dressed as a woman, like, got him right back into being James Bond. And then he went and did GoldenEye. All right, guys, you have yourself a good night, brother. Thank you for being here. Always love to see you, my man. Wilhelm got me in a 118 hole and removed the ladder, but please, sir, no more lotion. It'll happen, man. It'll happen. All right. Razor, Inferno, and Black Metal are up for pre-order.
What are those?
The Ramen Razor.
Yeah, the second generation to the Ramen Racer.
Oh, okay.
So, so the Razor.
I like the post-apocalyptic one.
That's the Razor.
Okay.
Yes. And I want that for the Dreadnoughts.
Very cool.
That's definitely, I can see that being the, again, like, I always felt like the Dreadnoughts were kind of like and this kind of goes back to, there was a discussion on Mad Max last night on Let's Go Off-World.
Grumble.
Oh, so much grumbling about Mad Max. That was a fun conversation. I think we should do something similar to that here soon. Like the don't get it. Like, I was even putting in the chat over there, like, I don't get Napoleon Dynamite. And I was so glad that Matt Rod jumped on that with me. Like, he didn't get Napoleon Dynamite. I was like, same. I watched that movie once sober, once, drunk, waiting for it to be funny. It didn't get there. I started to watch it high and, like, got 20 minutes in an altered state of mind. Keep that, hold that for a minute. 20 minutes into the movie and realized it still wasn't getting any funnier and said, I cannot refund time that I spend on things. So I'm just going to go ahead and stop watching this now and not waste the next 40 plus minutes on watching this a third time. Have not watched it since. The only part of that movie that I've ever liked is when Rico throws the steak like a football and
I was gonna
smacks
say,
Napoleon in the
not
face with it.
that
That's
was
it. The rest of the movie, I really like.
when he
It's
puts
got
the
some
tater tots in his pocket, that's hilarious. Come on.
it's good enough for a quick gag, especially that only pays off when the kid kicks the pocket. Like, and again, I don't recommend. Like, I'm not all for bullying. Do not bully people. Stop it. That was crazy. But
love the time
steak.
machine too, when he just
when he gets the tape at Goodwill and starts doing the dance. Like, I know that's like the big build up, but
I think it's fun, and I think it's a funny movie.
Hey,
but yeah, I
power
get it.
to you if you enjoy it. Just don't try to get me to enjoy it because I don't get it.
The funniest movie I ever watched stoned was The Conqueror with John Wayne. Like, get real loaded and watch that movie. It's fucking hilarious.
It helps you see right past all the, unintentional racism.
There's a lot of bad things in that movie, but man, it was funny.
UHF,
Yes.
I love.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Dan Spadowski. Where's my mop? My mop. My mop.
Right. UHF is great. Scott Pilgrim is another good one. I read the comics before seeing the movie, and the movie was great. Spaceballs is, again, anything Mel Brooks did to me was great. Absolutely grew up loving all of his films. And yes, GI Bro saying the Razor looked awesome at Joe Fest. I missed it at Joe Fest, but it's been looking awesome ever since it debuted because showing it off. And it's not like Ace doesn't do good stuff. There's some shady practices there now. But yes, Ace is an amazing guy and he puts out good stuff. I kind of want the Musk. And especially if you sit the street scene on top of the Musk, like that's just great because you're adding an extra layer to that. It already gives you like a good solid 2-story diorama to a street level. And then if you can put that on top of the Musk, it works great.
Is there an estimated date on that? Because I do kind of want to save some money for it.
I could try to reach out. I could ask Ace to see if he knows or if he has anything. So yeah, I could always reach out and ask if he has any data on that. Or I could just ask Renders, but I think Renders has already pretty much done all the work, right? He was the one that was doing all the modeling for it. And now it's like up to Ace to get it out to production. So I could see if Renders is still working on modeling and sculpting for it, then that might be a reason that we haven't heard much about it recently. So all right, and Ken was just reaching out asking if we're still going to be live for a while. I don't see that we're going to be getting off real soon. Like I said, I just took a nap almost all the way up to the time of the show, so I should be good. Yeah, there you go. Blazing Saddles. It's great. Again, some questionable parts by today's standards.
Yeah, it took me a while to get to that one. So.
Smokey and the Bandit and the Toy. There you go. It's a perfect way of looking at it.
I have the toy on DVD.
So
in my collection.
There was something that I was bringing up before then. Oh, let's see. Before the Scott Pilgrim. All right, yeah, Mad Max. So I've been a fan of the Mad Max movies ever since I was young. Like the first one I saw was Road Warrior. Then I went back and saw the original Mad Max, and then Beyond Thunderdome came after that. I'd seen that. Got to say, I really, really did enjoy watching those movies. I saw Fury Road, and although it's not like my favorite Mad Max film, I still felt it was a very good one. I mean, seriously, flame-throwing guitar, guys. Come on. That's just awesome. But again, it wasn't quite the same typical... I got to say, for people who were running out of fuel all over the place, they certainly found where a lot of it was. And I have not seen Furiosa yet. So
Furiosa was good. That was a good movie.
I do need to check it out.
Yeah.
Do
I
need to check.
rewatched it right after Fury. No, Furiosa is the new one. So
Yeah.
I rewatched Fury Road right after. Fury Road was a better movie, I think.
I enjoyed Tom Hardy as
Yeah.
Mad Max. I thought he did a great job.
I liked him. The Chris Hemsworth prosthetic nose was, to me, just very distracting, and it wasn't done very well.
No,
and especially when you look at the makeup, like that new Penguin show, the makeup on that is phenomenal.
Colin Farrell
Oh
as
my
Penguin.
God!
But Chris
I wasn't
Hemsworth's acting in that movie, his character in that movie was absolutely hilarious. I died.
Oh
every time.
yeah. I know, but I just kept looking at his nose.
Oh
and
yeah,
going,
yeah, for
it
sure.
fooled
His
my-
nose
it
wasn't
fooled
great.
My
but
wife, she didn't know who it was. She's like, "Who is that?" I'm like, "It's Chris Hemsworth." Yeah,
And as
absolutely.
long as people get that, speaking moistly, because it definitely was.
Yeah.
All right. I know Bud just tried to join again here. Looks like he might be having some connectivity issues. But Steve, if you want to jump on and hang out with us, brother, if you're able, I did shoot you the link. Madsen also shot you the link. 3-star, you got the link. Come on, guys. If you want to jump on and hang out with us, do so. Come on.
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to bail though. It's getting pretty late. I've been up since 4:30 this morning for work. So, hey, Bud.
Now we get to see Bud's face because Bud has gotten some Bud.
Later, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not
have
gonna
a
lie.
good one, brother.
Kind of got lost a while
All right,
ago.
guys. Good night.
See you, Joe.
I've been up since 3 this morning because I had to go into work early.
Ah, shit.
Right.
But I only had to work
today,
for
at
like
least.
15 minutes, so
I was going to say, you didn't have too bad of a time, right? Not today.
yeah. But I worked like 11 hours yesterday, even though they're like, "Oh, we don't want you to get any more overtime, but we're going to send you like 3 towns over and for an appointment that goes for 7 hours."
So you don't want to give me overtime is your way of trying to say you're not going to try to pay me overtime for doing this run. But as it's over my 40 hours, you're damn well going to pay me overtime.
With that kind of stuff, there's like nothing I can do, right? It's like, well, I could leave him here and come back, or
Right.
I can wait till he's done with this procedure and bring him back to the facility. So,
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, just deal with
What's
it.
up,
Right?
Steve?
Steve.
What up, Steve?
How you guys doing?
I'm doing good, brother. How about yourself?
Yeah, good. Nice to see everyone here. Bunch of
Oh,
legends, great people.
It's exactly how we feel about you, sir.
Nah.
Don't sell yourself. We love you, Steve.
Oh, well, thank you. That's very kind.
You have helped broker us into this new age of O-ring to show us what a O-ring really can be when other companies fall short. And
There's
again,
a lot
I'm
of
not
us here
really.
that aren't fond of your partner, Ken, but we like you, Steve.
Yeah, we like you.
He is. Freaking Ken.
No, Ken's way nicer. He's a
That's
good
why we
guy.
don't like him.
Oh,
Ken's
okay.
great. We love Ken.
He
We're
is a
singing
good
his
guy.
praises.
Ken is great.
Yeah. No, we're very very blessed to have him on board. I mean, I don't think I would get anywhere. I don't think I'd get past first base. Well, that's a bad. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know what you're saying.
No.
We got you.
Well, it could mean something different in Canadian baseball.
Yeah, that's
how much
right.
this
Yeah,
man
that's,
been drinking. But
yeah. In Canadian baseball, we have 6 bases. It's 100 yards long. There's 5 innings,
5 innings.
and you got to slam the touchdown, right? So, yeah, it's really good.
Look, Canadian baseball actually perfected baseball, right? So what they did was they gave the catcher and all the basemen goalie pads. And then they poured ice they poured water and froze it all the way around the diamond.
Yeah.
Speaking of this guy.
And gave everybody hockey sticks. But here's the thing. After they hit the ball, they're allowed to keep the stick.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I don't know much about sports, but that sounds like a different sport.
It sounds amazingly violent and should happen.
Well, we've got a Canucks expert in the lower corner here, so
That we do.
yeah,
Wait,
he'll-
did I come in time for the hockey talk, or did I miss all the hockey talk?
We're
already?
You're
just
talking
getting
about
to it.
baseball, Canadian baseball.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't. No, we don't do Canadian baseball here.
Yeah, there's the Canucks,
Right.
the Oilers, the Flames, the Jets.
Stick
you
to
leave
making
out
toys. Please stick to making toys.
Yeah, fair.
Hey, Lone Dragon, if you want to join, man, come on and join. Just you got my IG. Send me a message. I'll give you the thing. And Mr. Magus is saying, smash that like, or you're paying for the popcorn for everyone. That's right. Got to hit the like. I
And
know
I
we're
eat a
still
lot of popcorn.
there. You go. We're still simulcasting over on Punk's channel. Hit the like over there and jump over to my channel. Hit the like as well. And there you go. When you slide into a base, they're allowed to run ahead of you with a. I'm just saying, right? Mick, not even just a broom. It's got to be one of the hurling sticks. There we go. Basemen get hurling sticks. We're just making up sports now, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be violent.
Nice.
I tuned in when you had the Gundam earlier, and I guess Bud sent you the Gundam Wing Tall Geese, eh?
Yes, he did. I love it.
Good mech.
But
That
it's
is my
Tall
era.
Geese
Yeah, it is.
1,
They're right
too. It's
smack
not
in the
even
middle
Tall
of it.
Geese 2.
No, it's Tall
Yeah.
Geese 1, isn't it?
Tall
It's the
Geese
one that
2
Zex
and
wrote
Tall
about.
Geese
Tall
3.
Geese 1.
So good.
Yeah, but that's arguably the best one because that's Zex's first tall. That's
Yeah.
his main. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
I love this version, and then I love Tall Geese 3 from Endless Waltz because they added the heat whip from Epion to it.
Well, that's when they're all in their prime. Oh, that's where the heat whip is from. I never even made that connection.
Yeah. Because he piloted Epion at the end of the series.
Yeah, he did.
And
Yeah.
he got
Anyway,
accustomed to fighting with that, so they added it to Tall Geese 2 and some other adaptations and made Tall Geese 3. But Tall Geese 1 is my favorite.
Okay. Well, anyway, we better stop the Gundam talk, otherwise I'll go off cam and I'll start working on history of Gundam Wing and the
Uber
Waltz.
nerdism.
You won't hear me from 2 weeks. Then you won't hear from me for 2 weeks. Oz.
But you'll have a cool video at the end of it. So
that's right.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess, and I'll be completely insane and completely lose all what social skills I have left because I'll have been a hermit for that entire time.
You have social skills left?
I'm grasping
What are
onto the
those?
ones that.
Oh, just clutching on tight.
Grasping onto whatever straws are left.
Hey,
They'll
Cobb.
be gone in a video or
Cobb's
two.
back.
Oh, Cobb's here. Nice.
All right, Matthew. Well, thanks for hanging
Sure,
out with
man.
us tonight, brother. Always good to
Yeah,
see
man.
you. Look, here we go.
Yeah.
We're going to be making a
You mean
Gundam
you-
Wing video in the future. It's going to happen.
You mean
now.
you didn't? You mean you didn't get sick of me after the last one, Adam? Because Oz and you, we weren't going to end up with the same crew. Dino Riders.
Why not? I don't see a problem with that. We work well together.
We did. Y'all gave me some good sound bites. Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to hijack the stream.
That was a good video. That was a good video.
Goes up publicly on Friday for those of you who are waiting on it.
That's right.
Oh, let's
Or
drop
if
some
you
spoilers.
subscribe to our Patreon, you can catch it now. Well, I've still got to drop it to mine because I've been live.
It's it'll be in both my Patreon, Oz's Patreon, and Adam's
Adam's
channel
as
membership. Yeah. Yeah. And I checked with Phil. He doesn't have a channel membership set up yet. Otherwise, he would have got it up there too.
I
So,
screen recorded it, and I'm also offering it on my Patreon.
Wilhelm, you've got to
Wilhelm's
do.
releasing
you
it
gotta
2
do
days
it.
earlier.
Yeah, he's releasing
gonna
it
call
2
him-
days ago.
We're gonna call him Wilhelm Island from now on. So. What you got to do is you got to take you got to transcribe it. Take our voices out of it. Replace it with an AI voice so it's not recognizable. You know, and then just
Don't
run it,
forget
be
to
like,
cut the
"Oh,
video down.
I did it first."
Everybody's out.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Zoom in.
Crop where everybody's out and put like a practice dummy, like a football dummy or something in there. While we're talking sports anyway, right? So,
Yeah, while we
yeah.
get the sports ball talk on. All right, so there's my Zelda with the bow now. And it's funny because her second hand sculpt, like it almost looks like she was kind of like ready to have a drawstring. Like it almost looks like they were sculpting that hand for that. But yeah, she looks great.
I was trying to think of it. I have a Gundam sitting across the room. I'm way too lazy to go and grab it. I was looking. I'm like, what freaking Gundam is that? It is the Isle Strike Gundam, which I believe Destiny Gundam show.
Hey man, I'm always down for some Gundams because I'm an anime fan. All right, I like anime. There's a lot of good stuff out there. I don't mind putting it up.
I've been avoiding trying to get Crunchyroll, the app, because I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna watch Robotech, Gundam, or I guess it wouldn't be Robotech, it'd be Macross. I just canceled WWE Network, so technically I have the budget to go do it. I just won't.
I can give you a site that you can go watch it for free, and then you don't have to worry about paying anything. Just putting that out there for you. You can even put it on watch on playlist, so it plays one after the other, after the other, after the other.
That'd be awesome.
Dubbed anime, subbed anime. The only thing you can't watch anymore are the movies. Apparently, you got to pay for a premium for movies now, and I'm like, why do I got to pay a premium on a pirate site? What the hell is this shit?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I was like, the whole reason I go here is so I don't have to pay premium memberships. Bunch of jerks.
All right, I found it. It was the Gundam Seed series.
Gundam Seed is a good one too.
Gundam Seed is really good. So, what about Seed Destiny? Were you into Seed Destiny, bud?
Yes,
I didn't.
I liked the first one better.
I see. And of course, we start talking Gundam, and Adam has to show up. He's just like, okay, I'm not missing out of this conversation.
Yeah,
But if anybody here's not into
in
Gundam
his
and
defense,
they're boring you,
in his defense, I forgot to send him the link earlier tonight, which is unusual. Normally, I send it to him right away when I send it to everybody else. So I apologize.
I was chatting with him earlier. I purposely didn't send him the link. I knew I was coming on. I didn't send him the link on purpose. And I'm like, hey, Adam, will I see you next month at the toy show? No, I won't be there. Okay, cool. I'm not sending you the link then.
Yeah.
Gundam is not on Crunchyroll. Macross is now on Netflix as of this week.
Oh. Well, I already got that, so there we go. That's going to tie up some time.
However, Endless Waltz is pretty easy to find.
Yeah. Because it was an OVA versus
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't see.
Gundam Wing is really hard to find.
I don't
got
see
a website
Macross on
that got it
Netflix
all.
Here.
Yeah, that site has it.
Adam, I don't see Macross on Netflix.
Really?
You have this. You're in the same province as me. There's no way our Netflix is different.
It might be different because I'm 4 hours away from you.
Which one of you is using NordVPN so you can watch it from some other country?
Yeah, VPN.
Hint, NordVPN. Give me sponsorship. I'll plug your shit.
There's a Gundam Seed sequel called Freedom.
Yeah. I hadn't seen that one.
I've never heard of this. Is it any good?
I know I hadn't seen that one.
It's supposed to be really good. It just came out this year.
Oh, it's an OAV. It's a movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it was like a theatrical release.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
So
It's got Seed and Seed. It's got Seed and Seed Destiny on here.
Yeah, that's recent too. Right when they added Freedom, or is that what it's called? The movie. When they added the movie, they added the 2 series.
Okay. I am fucked.
So Lone Dragon's asking if he needs to watch 00. And it's like,
yes, watch 00.
Yeah.
You hadn't
Watch
yet?
all of them. There isn't
really
really a
good.
bad one.
Is 00 the one with Lock On and the other dude?
Yes.
The kid. That's where Lock On lives.
Yeah.
Hey, have any of you guys seen Gundam X?
Yes.
I've watched like half of it. I didn't find it as good.
So I have a weird. So for the exact same reason that I love Dragon Ball GT, I love Gundam X. They were the series that were on when I was in Japan, and it was like that was all the media and like my first Gundam model kits. My absolute very first Gundam model kit was a Gundam XX, which I still have. it's so I love it, but it's one of the weakest stories of the
Yeah.
lot because it's also
I didn't finish
outside
it.
of the normal timeline. Like most
like
of them are in one
Wing.
timeline.
No,
Wing is a
Right.
yes
separate
and
timeline.
no.
You've
Double
got
Wing
some
and
X is
Seed,
in its-
Wing, Seed, and X are in their own individual timelines. I think isn't Double O or is Double O
Iron-blooded orphans.
Iron-blooded orphans is in its own.
Yeah.
is
Whereas
Double O part of Universal
Double
Century or no?
O, Double O, 8th MS, and actually pretty much just about everything Lone Dragon mentions in this one here. That, to my knowledge, should
That's
all
the
be the same
Universal
timeline.
Century.
Yeah.
Yeah.
0083 is amazing. That's my favorite series.
Yeah.
0083.
Yep.
And
Right.
John says it like it is. Gundam timelines are insane, and they are.
Yeah.
But that's it's the fun of it though, right? Like
Anybody
again,
here not into Gundam and wants to get into Gundam? I mean, come on.
Anybody not into Gundam and thinking, why am I here right now?
I was gonna say Steve, Ed, and Will are just like, let's leave. Oh, and clearly Stanley's like, all right, we're not talking about Joe. I'm out.
No, it's not my fandom.
What
but
about
it's,
Cobb? Have we brainwashed Cobb yet?
Hey, this is
Building
really
myself,
just a.
I understand.
I think this is just an Oz and a Buddy question. Do you guys listen to the Thunderbolt soundtrack every once in a while?
Yeah, every once in a while.
I love that soundtrack.
Because
it's
if I'm
like
sitting
free
here
jazz and
like
it's
just
crazy.
drawing, right? If I'm just sitting here and I'm drawing, it's perfect to have play, and I'm just like jamming out, drawing on my tablet and everything, because it's fun. It's just good. It's good.
And it's like an integral part to that story. Like the pilot, that's what the pilot's listening to while he's piloting this Gundam, which is
exactly
weird and different and cool. It's certainly not for everyone, and it's certainly not a soundtrack that most people would want to listen to outside of the actual
But I liked
show. But
I liked the idea of him listening to music in his Gundam while he's doing it, because that's what I'd be doing. I'd definitely be doing that.
Yeah.
And so I really wonder, Andrew, how far back are you on the stream? It's okay. We'll read your answer in 20 to 30 minutes.
Whenever I go to Joe Fest, Andrew looks like he's gonna clothesline me. Like he gives me that look, and he kind of walks up to me, kind of like this, and I'm just kind of like, oh man, I'm just trying to go to the can. You want to kayfabe now? Kayfabe after I've emptied my.
And Ken doesn't need any help getting into the wrong bathroom, so getting a clothesline before he's on his way there.
Maybe that's actually
I went into
what
the wrong
started.
bathroom.
Yeah, here it is.
I was running away from Andrew.
Now we get the full story. He knew Andrew wouldn't follow him in there, or at least by the time he did, Ken would have been out, because Andrew always seems to be 20 or 30 minutes behind where the rest of us are.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of the biggest running jokes on Clubhouse, and he won't even get it until later.
Andrew will be showing up to the after show.
He's going to reply next week.
Yeah.
There we go. I'll get it in the comments section. It's like, I don't know what happened to the chat. I didn't even get to the end of the stream.
You know what my favorite thing is? When people think they're watching a live show, but they're not, and they reply in the comment section.
Right? Like they're having a conversation.
Context. Suddenly you get 8 comments all in a row.
And I get so confused.
So Mega J does that quite often, and he is actually in the chat. So it's really confusing. You think you're watching a live show, then the actual streamers typing in the chat. So,
well, that's when he does the premiere.
Premieres, yeah.
When he does the premieres, that happens.
I hate that when you go to watch a live. A lot of times it just sends you the comments before you have to slide over to the live.
Right.
So I jump in right away.
Hello, friends.
Speaking of,
one from the Collecting Brothers is watching. I watch a lot of their premieres, but I don't comment because it's a premiere. So I'll just wait till the premiere ends, then put it in a comment, because for the algorithm, I think it probably benefits them more to get a comment on a non-live video than it does to get a comment during a live video. But I feel bad for them because they're in their own comment section saying welcome everybody. and I'm not commenting, so they're just
We
sitting
did
there thinking
both.
people aren't paying attention.
Right.
So no, Rick, this is Spinal Tap.
Yeah.
There you go. One of the greatest fake bands of all time.
Yeah.
So, and Menjoza said, I did that today. So there you go. It's not just us guys. You got it. Oh, Feral?
Wolfsbane?
Wolfsbane. There it is. Oh,
Really
yes.
want a feral. I really wanted this to be feral.
I know. I mean, it wouldn't take too much to make it feral.
Well, I think now that we have this, and we've had that new mutants like weird exclusive that was like a 3-pack, but it only gave you one body. Like I feel like it's only a matter of time before we do.
We get
this
proper
one. I think this one is probably more important because we have every other character in this team already.
Yes.
But I really, really want them to do like a proper New Mutants like team. Because they've done kind of characters in weird versions and like later versions or whatever, but I would love to see like an OG, like the black and well, actually, I think it's meant to be blue, but because it's in comics, it's meant to be whatever. The black and yellow outfit. I would love for them to do it in sort of that old art style, which is kind of a little bit different than the way they did the rest of the X-Men.
You mean when
I know they won't, because Marvel Legends tends to like kind of Marvel Legend eyes all the designs.
It'd be cool if they did them smaller too, to actually make them look like kids. That'd be great.
Right, like they were
slightly... and I think they if they did, they'd have another buck to use, right? Because it would be
They have kid bucks, right? Because they did the Fantastic Four.
They
kids.
did Franklin, yeah.
Yeah.
So they in theory they have the molds for the bodies. It's just the heads that they would really need to do. And
I wouldn't even mind them going back and doing the original team of X-Men again. Like, we got that 5-pack a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Not too soon. Leave that one.
Right.
I can wait.
Well, here's the thing. Do it again as a whole wave, right? It could be a Build-A-Figure wave with Angel as the Build-A-Figure, whatever. But again, that idea of making them look smaller, because again, when the team first started, they were very much teenagers. And then, became adults. So, I'd love to see them go back.
That's typically how it works, yeah.
Hey, look, it took Spider-Man 30 years to become a college person. Whereas most people do it in their early 20s. And mind you, it took 30 years after he was 16. So he's like 46 before he went to college.
Marvel
and then
time's weird.
Yeah, it's always kind of weird, but and that's why I don't mind when they invent a new superhero to kind of carry the torch, because Peter Parker has been an adult for so long now, and they keep restarting media with Peter Parker as Spider-Man as a high schooler again, which is great. That's where the roots came from, but I'm so tired of seeing that. And so that's where Miles comes in, right? We've reinvented Miles for the younger generation, and he is his own original version of Spider-Man. He has his own issues, and he's just a great character overall. And it's really cool to see him out there. I love the fact that he is that new young Spider-Man. So stop putting all the freaking Spider-Man animated series back to Peter Parker. Just do it as Miles. I'm okay with that. I had my animated series, and Peter Parker wasn't even a high schooler in that. He was in college.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Spider-Man thing is so difficult. So difficult. Like, if as a creator, the epic, like the central most exciting part is when he gets his powers, when he's a teenager, and just that origin story, that first week of his powers is where the whole Spider-Man world is just like, that is the ultimate. And then once you get past that, you're sort of getting into like, oh, okay, we're kind of used to this. He swings from building to building. It's so difficult for them as a creative team. Like, how do you get above that? How do you top that? It's almost impossible, right? So you almost have to reintroduce like a Miles. I love Miles Morales. He's really interesting. Those movies are fantastic.
The movies are great. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I'm guessing that's one of the reasons we don't get a show, because the work they are doing with those movies, it's honestly some of the best Marvel movies out there. And it's not even it's not MCU, it's not MCU adjacent, it's its own thing,
Yeah.
and it's phenomenal.
Oh, it's
Howard?
mind blowing, you know. And I've always like people can be really critical about comics and different things like that, but in all defense, like if what they really should do is pull back the comics and not put out as many, like how can you put out 30 or 40 comics a month and still be able to tell good story? You just can't. There aren't that many stories out there, right? It's so difficult to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, they've had some duds when it comes to it's funny, I used to hate like when the Clone Saga was coming out, I was collecting it because I was a big fan of the Scarlet Spider.
Yeah.
And that was the main reason I was getting it. Although I did not like the story that much, I enjoyed
It was very messy.
Scarlet Spider. And then years later, I was like, yeah, I really don't like that story at all. Now I look back on it, and I guess it's got the nostalgia filter over it because I remember waiting for that next issue to come out kind of thing. But I actually really like the Clone Saga from the 90s now. And that was like I said, it was a damn hot mess when it was coming out,
Right.
and they kept flip flopping on the story. Like it seemed like they wanted to write it so that the Peter Parker that we had known was Spider-Man. And then they were like, well, no, we didn't want him to be Spider-Man. Let's make it this other Spider clone. And then they were like, no, we don't want that Spider clone to be Spider-Man. Let's make it the Ben Reilly clone. That's actually going to be Spider-Man. And then they pulled
whole
that
thing got
back at the
confusing.
last minute. And then finally we're back to, okay, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. It's not Ben Reilly. It's not, this other, Spider
You're
Side
talking.
didn't make it
You're
past
talking
Omega.
that. You're talking that whole '90s thing where they couldn't decide who was who. Right?
Yeah, they really couldn't. Mind you,
Yeah.
while all that's going on, we had great storylines going on in X-Men, like Age of Apocalypse, and then
Right.
the coming of Onslaught right after that. Like they started sowing the seeds to coming to Onslaught, like as soon as Age of Apocalypse ended. And
Well,
that was
yeah.
phenomenal. Some
Age of
my
Apocalypse was when Chris Bachalo, I think, as an artist, first came out, and he was astounding. His work was really bizarre. He was
Yeah.
like graffiti artist meets comic books. It was something brand new that we had never seen before. So he really exploded onto the scene. That was
Yeah,
really
and
interesting.
those to this day are some of my favorite story arcs from X-Men.
House
They
of
were
M. House of M was
House of M was
Oh,
ridiculous.
that
so
was
good.
mind blowing.
Wasn't that one of Bendis? Wasn't that one of Brian Michael Bendis' early stories?
All I remember is that I believe that was Oliver Coipel.
Yes,
Who
I think it
was
was
the
Coipel for
penciler.
sure. Yeah.
I'm more of a pencil guy than I am a writer guy. I follow the pencilers all the time, right? So Coipel, Jimmy Chung, Walter Simonson.
Yeah, it is
Stuart
exactly it.
Freeman.
It's Bendis and Coipel. We've had this conversation
Oh.
before, Steve, because
Yeah.
you always identify the book from who the penciler is, and I always go, who's the writer.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll always
Well,
be
isn't
like,
it great
yeah,
when
that's
you can do that?
that's Jeff Loeb, and it'll be like, I have no idea, but Tim Sale did the art. I'm like, well, they're always together.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So, it's funny that like talking about like House of M too, because again, that was one of those events that really, although it started with X-Men, was not contained to X-Men, right?
How
It was
and House of M still
Avengers,
has an
right?
impact.
Like
I was
the
gonna say
Avengers
it's
disassembled and then bled over into X-Men.
right because it needed to with Wanda, right? Like she
Yeah.
was the catalyst for the whole thing,
Right.
and just
Well,
it's a phenomenal
WandaVision takes a
story.
lot of elements from House of M, right? So
Yes.
Yeah, big time,
right.
big time. All right, so we're bringing up JLA Detroit, but does
Ooh.
everybody remember the Great Lakes Avengers?
Oh
just
yeah.
just by the title, I never read any issues.
Yeah. Speedball, and
Most of it could be better off forgotten.
there was Flatman or something like that.
Was
The
it
video
was
about
it Speedball the catalyst
Cheesehead.
for Civil
Yes.
War?
Yeah, he was for.
It was
it Civil War?
Yeah.
Speedball was. He's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Revenant or what is his name? Not Revenant. Or he gets that costume afterwards. Penance, right?
Was it Penance? Because there's already a character named Penance. So.
Well, Penance was Rachel.
That's right. Similar costume.
Rachel Gray
Mm-hmm.
was Penance, and then, but she became a
Penance
hound.
was the Monet's sisters, right? The twins, something. I don't know. That.
Right.
Maybe they've had multiple people with that name.
Yes, and it is. Well, that's also why, like, his
multiple people were that because
that particular one.
It's that idea of you're paying penance, so like that character, the mantle can get held by different. But yes, Speedball was penance.
Okay.
And again, that's why that armor for him or that costume's got all the spikes, just like when Rachel wore it. It's got all the spikes and everything. Because I remember some people were like, "Who's that one crazy-looking redhead in X-Men?" It's like, okay, first off, you said redhead in X-Men, so we have a very broad range of
Madeline
characters
Pryor
now.
could be anyone. Yeah.
Most of them are related to the Greys, but
Yep.
Again, it was that's Rachel Summers.
Another
penance
figure that we could use Marvel Legends of.
By the way, will there be another season of X-Men 97?
Yes.
Yes.
Not until 26, I think. So.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
As good as that series
Long
was,
time.
when it was over, is it just me? I kind of forgot about it as soon as it ended. Like, I don't know what it is.
I wanted more.
Yeah.
And I knew they were coming out with more, so I was like, okay. I'm good just waiting. Although now that we bring it up, it's like, man, I really want more now. But that's just the way our consumption of media has changed, where it's like I gotta have it now versus I can wait for a good series.
Well, and also seasons used to last like a good chunk of time.
22 episodes.
Yeah.
Now we get
22.
6. I feel like we get a good series when we get 8 episodes.
Yeah.
House of the Dragon this year is only 8 episodes. I didn't know until it started airing. I'm like, what?
Listen, I didn't even know the finale was the finale on House of the Dragon. I thought they were just,
Yeah, I was talking to
next
Kelly
week,
about
and
that.
I was like, wait, where's the next episode?
Yeah, it would have been a great penultimate episode, not a great season finale.
Yeah.
So, as good as the season was for great writing and everything, I didn't feel satiated. I'm like, great, I had a great appetizer course. Give me the main course. Oh, I gotta wait 2 years.
Wow.
Kill me, right?
That's What about Witcher? Lost interest when Cavill left.
I watched 2
Has
seasons.
Has the season released without Cavill? Because I'll be honest, I did not pay attention, and that's on me.
I don't think so. I didn't finish that last season either. Just knowing he was leaving, I was like, eh.
Thanos, you're serving up all the kebabs tonight. What's up?
I'm gonna build a bonfire and have the plunderlings roasting a couple mermaids over it, and then
fresh fish.
Well, Thanos, you're still like the only person who's gotten this Marshall. I haven't gotten. Oh no, wait! I did get a shipping notice yesterday.
And then I have them like playing in the forest with some steward children. And they're getting dark,
really dark
this October. So
yeah,
they've been all happy for like the last month, but
and then they have to let all this darkness out now because in a month or two they're gonna be all happy, for Christmas with the little Santa hat.
There we go.
Yeah. But I just bought like a bunch of these cheap little dolls, and it was like I'm just gonna mangle them.
They're fun, right? Why not?
Yeah.
At least you're over there playing with your toys, and I appreciate it.
That's right.
I cannot say that enough. Toys are meant to be played with. Have fun with them. I mean, sure, if you're a mint on card collector, if that's what brings you joy, enjoy it. Have your museum piece. I want to play with my stuff, though.
If you're a mint on card collector, seek therapy. Enjoy your toys. What's wrong with you?
Speaking of mint on card collector, I got an email from a disgruntled customer. He sent me this picture. Death Sparrow was mounted upside down on the wrong side of the card. So it's a horrible error. And he's like, I am collecting because these are valuable and I want my collection to increase in value. You must understand I'm a mint on card collector. And I'm like, dude, you have the rarest thing ever.
Send that back. Send that to me. So this is a new one, Steve. I didn't know about this.
Yeah,
I like
upside down. upside down and on the wrong side of the card. Despair. Mint. And I'm
Can
just
I have
like,
it? Can
I'm just
you
like,
have him
dude.
send it back to us? I'll take it.
Well, he's in France, so I'm like, you know,
Isn't
I
that
want.
always the way?
Well, that's
Yeah, I
the
want it
problem
sent
right
back to
there.
me,
It got
right?
crossed the borders, and then it got flipped around because he's in France.
Does he? Is it possible? Is it possible that he just didn't translate it correctly, and that it's completely correct?
No doubt.
Yes, Steve. I thought you were going somewhere else with that story because we've had a few of those. I didn't. This is a new one for me.
This is the first one I've ever seen, and I'm like, I want that. I want that, but do I want to pay for it to be shipped back, and then I have to refund them, and then it's like,
It
you
was
know.
put together late on a Friday afternoon for sure.
I
Yeah.
genuinely feel like all of a sudden we're getting like a weird wave for Animal Wars of the Kingdom. We're getting a weird wave of people with like really odd QC issues where I'm like, I don't know how to even answer you because I don't necessarily want to like acknowledge that this is a QC issue because it's kind of like it seems like you've played with this and like played with it too hard or you're a little too particular about like
He's the kid from the Woody Woodpecker cartoons. Reginald. Do you remember? He's the Torturer's Toys. He thought Woody Woodpecker was a toy.
I don't even think it's that. It's just sometimes people are like even out of box people are sort of like, oh, there's I noticed that there's like this very, very, very particularly small specific detail that isn't perfect.
Yep.
Can I what can you do? And I'm like, these are toys. Like if we
Enjoy
were
it.
pot toys, I'd be like, okay, well you dropped $500 on this thing.
Right. Let's get that corrected.
Like that is a QC issue. But we're talking about, $30 action figures that they're not perfect. No two are going to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
And so how do you determine like
I had a guy.
there's times where I want to go, that's not a QC issue. You're just
Yeah.
being picky.
That's a you issue.
There are QC issues. Like there's legitimate QC issues, and then there's people that are just really picky in particular.
I had a guy who took his figure completely apart, split the thigh, and as he was doing it, he created a stress mark on one of the pegs. So he's like, "There's a stress mark on the inside of one of the thigh halves."
That's more or less what I'm talking about.
And I'm like, "Okay," and he's just like, "Well, I want
a
new one."
Yeah.
Right. And I just decided, like, you know what? Hell yeah! Just take your, just go, here you are, and ta-ta, right? Because it's like that is the oddest thing I've ever seen. Just take it and we'll have a great day.
And this is one of those things about the mint on card collectors and all like that where when these all came out and a lot of them been sitting in that box for 20 plus years, 30 years or more, they didn't know how long it would actually last, right? Oh, is that one of the dollar store ones?
I don't know. I got it at a Dollarama.
It's the Eternia minis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Okay.
These just started showing up at Dollarama. Now I gotta collect Eternia Mini.
See, when I was talking about the dollar store ones, like they had these.
So I went and bought this today.
Yeah, those are Dollar Tree ones.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have a couple of those.
Very.
But now there's like a bunch that I need.
Well, you got to get the old ones that have the build a castle too.
Build a castle parts.
What?
Good luck.
I'll go grab it. I have it in the other room.
Yeah, they're kind of expensive.
Is better
They
scale for like Origins and Masterverse because Orca is supposed to be smaller instead of the Origins Orca we have. He's more in scale.
The same size.
I'll buy any version of Orko. I love Orko.
Right? Yeah.
Orko is definitely still.
I got that one off Thanos because I was like, oh, I want that small one.
He's really small though.
Yeah.
Like, compared to
I think there's one in between the Loyal Subjects one.
Loyal Subjects had the one that was just bigger than
Should be like
the
2.5
bigger than
Eternia.
yeah, and he's like
Right.
perfect for him. Yeah.
Yeah,
and he's
because
like
the dollar
freaking
store
30
Orko
$30
one,
on eBay. I'm like,
that one's really tiny. There it is. The build a.
Yeah.
build a
That's
castle.
what you could get, like as a build-a thing.
Yeah, it's like 2 packs, and it's like 1 tower. Like each of the towers is 2 pieces, and
then you got the centerpiece, and then the was the bottom plate for the Jawbridge its own piece.
Yeah,
I thought it
so
was
this
its
is
own.
a piece, this is 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 a piece.
I definitely don't need that.
It's cool though.
It's really cool prop. And then of course again they released the other ones where it's actually like the fold out castle, like the original toy too, in mini form, which is just fun.
Yeah, but like I got this, and like this is
that's great though.
like
That is-
there's Grayskull. I don't need Grayskull, and I think the baddies come in a skull.
snake
Yeah, there's a
Snake
snake mountain
right?
and a slime pit one too.
And I don't need the slime pit one either, because it's like, what am I going to do with?
We nailed it. We nailed it.
Ah. Nice.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. We got it. I love it. Absolutely love it.
And Davis, hit the playback button in your settings and set it to 2 times, so there's a chance you'll catch up.
I do that sometimes. Like I'll miss something and I'll go back.
That one night he watched, he was like 4 hours behind. He was like commenting about something that was 4 hours in the past.
Or
see what
just hit
happens
the
to
live
me.
button. Hit the button that says live.
Right,
and just
live.
Go back and
Just
watch
back
it later.
out of the video. You could back out of the whole video and come back in, and it will catch up to where it should be. So, like, because there's times where I'm watching lives, and then people will send me a message or something with a reel, and if you go watch the reel, it's going to interrupt the playback on your phone of the live stream. So you go watch your reel real quick, you react to it, and then you go back and you jump ahead a few minutes. I've missed a couple plugs that way, but hey, I don't know if Ace is live now. He should know better, but Ace was live earlier.
Yeah, but
Ace
he might
isn't
just
live
be
now.
he might just be texting or WhatsApping people.
Andrew's
Oh,
probably
yeah.
watching that.
I was
thinking
just
it's live
messaging with
too.
him on IG, so he's not live.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
You know
probably
what?
commenting, and Ace is probably like, "What is this guy talking about?"
I was gonna say that's actually what's going on. He thinks that's live, but it's from several hours ago. And yes, he's in the comments commenting, thinking it's the live chat. That now we got it. We've figured it out. Andrew, we tease and we poke fun, but we absolutely love you, brother, and I can't wait to see you at the next con.
And Andrew, if and when you hear this, I can't remember. Did you get your Animal Warriors of the Kingdom backer kit sorted out? Because you're emailing me and saying I can't figure it out, and I kept emailing you and giving you instructions, and then you kept emailing me and saying I can't figure it out. And maybe there was a delay in the emails too, or something, because it was a very
He was replying to the previous email.
It was so weird.
Yeah,
he's on the original backer kit, not the.
And again, we
trying to
tease,
add
but we
Gladiator
absolutely-
Pale.
He's like, it says they're 4 inches tall.
I want to tray you, damn it.
He went back to the original.
But another update. I messaged Joe about my swig. I almost said the name that I've given to it, but my swig custom, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll have it mocked up tomorrow." And I was like, "What?"
What?
So he's on
Dude,
board.
Joe is intense, and he does great customs.
Yeah,
and absolutely love him. Again, I'm looking forward to in a little bit more than a month from now, 6 weeks. We'll all be hanging out in. I never thought I'd be looking forward to hanging out in Jersey. Ugh. But I am.
I'm still not looking forward to hanging out in Jersey, but it just happens to be where we're gonna be. So,
I mean, as long as I can hit the quick stop on the way there, so I can pick up some bud from this tall, skinny dude in a beanie and this fat dude in an overcoat.
Yeah.
Anyone got any reports from Joe Lanta at all this weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just had Felonious. We were showing off earlier. That was a big report. Grindhouse Toys has been like all over the place, showing off like all kinds of stuff. It's almost like this is Grindhouse Toys' Comic-Con, it seems, because I haven't heard much from them. And then it's like my feed was exploding with their stuff earlier. Even Brick was sending it. I was like, I was just looking at these.
So are those okay? Are those factory made, or how does
No, I
this
think
guy
those
do-
are just painted prototypes. They
No,
look
but
like
he means like, is the run going to be factory made? Because usually they
yeah,
do small
yeah,
runs. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what I read was it's going to be a Kickstarter and it's going to be in March
The
2025.
grindhouse stuff.
Yeah,
Well, for the O-ring, he's talking about specifically about the O-ring.
for
Yeah.
the O-ring stuff. Yeah, because I know
Yeah,
that
'cause they got a lot of other
previous
stuff, too.
figures that he did. He also released the 2025 exclusive, which is a variation of the Dread Trooper. I forget what it was called, but those are Marauder based figures.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The World War Hell is like an O-ring plus concept that he's working on with added
Right.
articulation, additional pieces.
That's
that-
intense.
I'm
Yeah.
just asking because I want to know if Joe Lanta and Toy Lanta is something that we should road trip.
You know, I mean,
Toy
you know
Lanta
what's
is
funny?
phenomenal.
I was looking at the videos, like a walkthrough, and it looks a lot like Joe Fest. The new place.
I was
that
gonna
they're
say
The
a
new
lot of
venue
the
is bigger.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was
Toy
getting at
Lanta
because
is an
yeah.
awesome
it
show.
looked about the same size.
And the
Really?
only drawback to Toy Lanta is that the venue wasn't big enough. Like, so
But
you
they're
had
moving.
the
But they're
main
moving
room.
to the Joe Lanta room, aren't they?
Yeah. Toy Lanta 2025 is going to be where they're doing Joe Lanta right now. So
Yeah.
my only complaint about Toy Lanta was that it was kind of charming too in a way because like you had the main room.
There you are, Aaron. I asked you how was it.
Yeah, was it the
You
size
answer
of,
now.
like Joe
Oh no,
Fest?
wait, you probably answered me
Or
earlier.
smaller.
It's smaller than Joe Fest.
answered
It's
me
not as
earlier. No,
big
you
a
answered me
it's
earlier.
not as
Sorry.
big a venue
You
as
did.
Joe Fest, but so Toy Lanta had like a pretty small kind of conference room, and then there was like a hallway with all these like little rooms off of it that had
Yes.
like one or two vendors in the little rooms, and then
Yeah.
you go down a hallway, and then there was another small room with like a bunch of vendors, like a medium-sized room, and then there was
Yeah.
another sort of extra medium-sized room. And so the only drawback was like when I would talk to vendors, they were like, "Well, I wish I wasn't in this room. I wish I was in one of the bigger rooms." But it was kind of cool that I kept finding new rooms, which was fun for me.
Yeah.
But if you're a vendor, it's probably not that great. But I think
Well,
I
yeah,
think they
'cause some
found
people might
a
miss ya.
venue that actually fits the show now. So it should be good.
Yeah.
But
that
it's
is good.
But here's what I will say to you, Ken, because I think this is the question that you really want to know the answer to. There are a lot of buyers at those shows.
That's what we want to know.
Yes.
Right? If we think because for Steve, there's this huge brokering fee. If you're gonna carry merchandise across the border, you get to the border. They go, "What are you carrying? Boxes of Delta 17. What are you gonna do? We're gonna sell it. Okay, what's the value? Okay, well, we're gonna charge you a percentage to get across the border, and then we have to broker whatever's left back in later on. So we're gonna ding you twice. So unless it's a
What if you ship?
money-making show,
What if those toys ship from New Jersey?
you're talking about, okay, that's pricey too. I was asking
That's
Carson
right, yeah.
about that to get his books shipped from the fulfillment center in New Jersey. It's not that different, except that Steve gets to watch over his toys.
That's books. We ship everything. So Animal Warriors of the Kingdom, we ship everything to every show.
Oh, because books are like a billion times heavier.
Yes, paper
Especially
is
his
a
books.
lot heavier.
You know what, Adam? You know how Canada Post ships by volume, whereas US is by weight? I think that's where I was getting confused because I was thinking the volume of those books is like a case of stuff, but those books are much heavier. If you're going
we
USPS
can
by weight,
well I'll message me. We'll talk about this tomorrow because it's there's a workaround for you guys.
I mean, you guys could always. No, I don't have space. I was just going to jokingly say you could always ship whatever you need here to me,
Yeah.
and then I'll try to get it out to whatever show you guys are at. You know, I'll do
Oh,
my
it
best.
went missing. Yeah.
No, it wouldn't go missing. I ain't going to do
Not
that.
the whole thing, just a case.
I mean,
Yeah. There we
just
go.
in case it's the
cases-
exclusives that just magically ended up
Right.
on eBay.
Yeah.
Look, 20 cases
happened to that
might
extra
find
case
their
of
way to Maryland
Oztober?
Toy Expo, and I will claim I am a Delta 17 street team.
Yeah.
So Adam, you're saying for Joe Fest, you and Jason and company all shipped it from Fulfill, right?
No, we weren't dealing with Fulfill Right until like much more recently, but it's always been the case that we like for Legion's Con, everything gets shipped to the location, and then whatever doesn't sell gets shipped back. There's also other.
But what?
Like I
But,
said,
but,
we
what-
can talk tomorrow.
But what if it doesn't arrive on time? We need to be there Thursday. Oh, sorry, but we promise we'll get there for Saturday. Well, no, Saturday's the show.
I will tell you this: the shipping in the U.S. is much better than it is in Canada. It
Okay.
arrives. It
See,
arrives.
Look, I can't speak on Canadian shipping as I'm not in Canada, nor do I ship from
brutal.
Canada.
It's
And
terrible.
if you're gonna say that about Canadian shipping, I feel for you guys because I know how messed up American shipping is. And
It's
it's
nuts.
But you know, a lot of those warehouses and stuff that do that stuff are so in with all the shipping companies that they never have any issues. It's like if it's an issue, it's because there's an accident or a hurricane or something that's completely out of their control.
If I had the money to start, there are a lot of warehouses in the Baltimore area that are like for lease. And I'm not going to lie, like this light bulb just hit. Maybe I can try to get a business loan and start it. Maybe I could start my own distribution center, get some trucks, get these warehouses.
You don't even need trucks. You just use FedEx and UPS and get
Yeah.
a good deal.
Yes,
there we go.
You leverage volume, but also, yeah.
You just need to rent space and pay for the electricity. That's all.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. And then I wouldn't have to deal with people as much. I'd just deal with
I will just say
clients.
this. I will just say this. Everybody thinks they could be good at logistics.
Logistics
it's
is
equal parts art and science.
Yeah.
It
I was-
is.
It's a nightmare.
I've seen so many people that are like, yeah, this is no problem. And I'm like, okay, let me tell you something. You're going to screw it up way worse than you think. And they're like, no. And
No,
then they
that
do.
I can believe.
And then I
Well,
say I told you so.
And no, I never say that. I say, okay, now would you like a little more insight? Would you like a little bit more help? Because it's not as straightforward as you think it's going to be.
And see, I definitely understand where my shortcomings could be with that, so I know where to approach for help. As
And I was
I've
like, great,
worked-
just another person I can consult.
That's literally what I just thought. I was like, oh,
Hey,
great.
you know what? That works. But I have worked in the shipping industry. You know, I've worked in receiving and shipping. So, I mean, at least that part of it I can get and I can understand. But it's a little bit different when I'm not loading my own trucks too.
I'm expanding my
coming out
repertoire right now too. I'm learning about like shipping containers and boats and things now.
That's the biggest thing too. Like if I were to
Oh,
do
it's a
this,
nightmare.
I'd have to try and get stuff from Port of Baltimore, which is open for business, thankfully. Like business containers and stuff are going in and out. Commercial fishermen are still
that's where you'd have
pissed
a leg
off.
up for sure, though, Oz, is being right at the port.
Yeah,
of
because
Baltimore.
I've got the Port of Baltimore right here. See, look, now I'm figuring out my business idea. I just need to get the money. Guys, go sign up for my Patreon. It's it's going to take a lot of $3 patrons to get there.
Yeah.
Or you could hit my tip jar. I haven't posted the link to the
Or
tip
we
jar.
can get you another 35 subscribers and we can just start super chatting you.
Hey, yeah, why don't we get that?
Yeah.
35 subs, people. I need it.
Everybody
Let's
go to
go.
Oz and sub right now if you're not already.
We've got 34 people watching. Probably all 34 of them are already sub, but hey, you know what? No, I just did a
people on
refresh.
Punk's channel.
I'm at 467 subs. I started the night at 463. So I
Nice.
did gain 4 subscribers tonight. And thank you all for those that sub tonight. Again, there are people who watch my stream weekly who are not subbed to the channel. So
Most of my viewers are not subbed. I think I showed you a stat in the chat. It was
did,
like
and that
it
was
was like
crazy.
it was like there's thousands and thousands of views, 90% not subbed. I'm like, well, get on it, right? I'm just like,
I'm almost
So-
certain that everybody that watches my videos is subbed.
I guarantee
Yeah.
it. Or at least
I
anybody
don't-
who
yeah.
watches your videos that wants to sub is
But
sub.
that doesn't mean that I have a lot of subs. It means that I have not that many viewers.
You've got you're like me. You've got the dedicated following. Like
I don't
I
care.
Yeah, I get almost 100% of my subscribers watching every week,
Yeah.
and that just when I look at that ratio versus having like 2,000 subs, but I'm only getting like 300 views, I'm like that ratio kind of sucks when you think about it. But when I
Well,
sit
okay.
there and I look at the fact that I've got 467 subscribers, and I'm averaging over 300 views per Saturday night, like 300, people watching every Saturday night. That ratio is a lot closer. That's a 90% ratio. I like that a lot more.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm going to do what might be a flex, but also a slap in the face at the same time. 36,000 views on History of G.I. Joe. All right.
Yeah.
82 to 89. 90.7 not subscribed. 9.3 subscribed.
Yeah, but that's.
Do
I
you
appreciate
stop
your
in the middle of
dedication.
video and say, "Now's a good time to hit the like button and subscribe"?
Maybe I need to do that because I never,
No,
I
he
never do
doesn't.
Find
that,
a way to cut
right?
it in.
I never do that, right?
You have to remind people. You have to-
That's right.
Yeah.
And then you sit there and you tap your foot and you go, "I'll wait." Go ahead.
So I'm trying to
I
get
hate
into
that.
that wheelhouse thinking of reminding people, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, doing those things, trying throughout. Mind you, we got a 6-hour stream most nights, so it's not hard to mention it every once in a while. But when you're not consciously thinking about it, it is kind of hard to do because we're having a conversation. Where do I plug the like and subscribe?
Every
Which is
time we get that awkward silence where no one says anything and we're all like playing with our toys or doing something on another screen, like, comment, subscribe. Like, just make it a habit. Like,
I never do it on
somebody
live
else.
streams, but I always do it on my recorded videos because
That
I have a very strong suspicion. I can't prove it because I never look at any of the information that YouTube offers me. But I have a very strong suspicion that a lot of views on recorded videos are kind of more random.
casual.
Whereas on the
Yeah.
live, like I said, it's when I have 25 people watching, I could probably name the 25 people that are watching. So it's
Right.
like, it's not like
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
I'll
get the
show mine.
same
Like
50,
9% of my
60
views
people.
are from subscribers, and the other 90% non-view or non-subscribe. Yeah, subscribe.
yeah, that's like standard.
Yeah. And you know what though? Like, again, I like the fact that everybody in the chat is like a familiar name, right? It's
Yeah.
one of those great things. I love that core base following that Clubhouse has developed over the last, year and a half. Because it's really since I started doing Clubhouse proper, it's only been about a year. Whereas before that it was just the Ostradamus Toys Live. And I soloed it for quite a while, and then I started having people come on and open up toys with me. The very first one was a figure obscura. It was Headless Horseman. That was with Bud and Brick, and then it evolved from there to start having more regular guests. And then it built into the Clubhouse because that's just how it felt every night. Like, me and all my neighborhood friends going to the Clubhouse on, over summer break and playing with our toys and hanging out. That's how it always felt to me, and that's what I like about it. And again, Brick coined the term this morning. It's Clubhouse cheers. is
Basically,
what
is what
this
it is. Everybody
You know,
knows your name.
Everybody
Yeah.
knows your name. We got Norm and everybody here. We occasionally get Kelsey Grammer, Fraser walking through the door.
Cliff correcting
Again,
you.
Exactly. And by the way, Will, you look a lot like Cliff, except you got more of the beard and less of just the mustache. So this works. This works.
Yeah, but I don't know anything. So.
That's not true. That's not true. That's a good point. Neither did he. Also. But and again, I like that. Like we've got that almost second shift mentality too, because you got people who are normally here at the start of the stream, and they're here for the earlier portions, and then they'll drop out part of the way through. And then we have the late night crew, which is funny because it's all from the same province in Canada too, where you guys all jump on at the end part.
Well, Steve's no longer part of the same province, but he was.
Oh, that's true. He did
up
move.
until about 10 months ago. He moved. So, yeah.
But either way, it's funny because there is that kind of secondary like you got the Clubhouse diehards, which is essentially myself, Ed, Thanos, and Bud, who are here from beginning to end each and every week.
Bud's
and then
probably
it's
asleep.
Bud's probably asleep.
Bud's probably asleep, and I think Cobb sometimes comes on in the middle. Right?
I've been out early lately.
Well, yeah, and not surprising with the schedule you've been working. Cobb lately actually has been from beginning to end too, since his schedule changed. And then we got Aaron and Punk and Joe will be on in the beginning, then they hop off, And then at the end, towards the end of the shift, we will have Steve has become kind of regular, right? And we appreciate that. Thank you for hanging with us. Ken, you're always regular. Adam, you're regular. And then, of course, like Allison will normally jump in on the late crew too.
Yeah.
But she's been
And
super
Kayla,
busy lately.
I
And
mean, yeah.
Kayla as well.
Kayla used to, right? Punk used to stay till the end as well. Lately, he hasn't been.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
his Sundays have been busy, right?
Oh,
He's
look
been
at that.
working a lot with Sergeant Red. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here.
No, it's nothing new. I just
No, it's
a Leo head.
That's a head swap. Everybody calm
just a
down.
head swap, but the collar and his big beard, you cannot move his head at all.
Oh man,
you were experimenting to see what we could do, eh?
No, I don't know. I was just having fun. Like, what if Leo pretended to be a Delta trooper, right? Just to be a dick.
And he has to wear pants instead of shorts.
Just to be a dick.
Yeah.
You
No,
gotta
and
cover up all those tattoos for
yeah,
work
and
purposes.
we're looking to do a special set. It's something that I wrote down. Just the what the hell did I call it again? The downtime set, I think, is what we had it as. So lawn chairs, cooler full of beer, and some lawn darts and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I was looking at making a custom fishing pole for him and putting him on a boat. And just
Yeah,
taking a couple
yeah,
pictures.
that'd be good.
Did you
Have
get
a
them all
fishing
already,
pole and a cold beer.
Ed, or you got a few, or you got the whole set already?
No, I just got him and this dude, which is really badass.
Shadow Dragon.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh
That's a
wait,
good
War
pose.
Chest. War Chest is over in Punk Stream. War Chest, if you ever want the link, man, if you got me on IG, you're on Facebook, and you got me on there, hit me up. I don't publicly drop the link.
I don't really
Why
collect
not,
3
Oz?
3/4 inch figures, so those are kind of
Not after last week.
Prolapses and Judgment Thanos.
You don't know you haven't
Prolapses.
watched long enough.
But
Yeah,
I'll tell you, I haven't messed with an O-ring figure and probably since I was a kid, and these things are freaking badass for O-ring figures. I'll tell you.
Oh, thanks, man.
People love the detail. They're like, you
Appreciate
can
it.
pack a lot. You can pack a lot in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've got a great project manager who is really just bang
I know.
on.
We don't like that guy, Ken, though. He's kind of a,
No, the project manager is a little different than Ken's position, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I can get a promotion if you like, but Ed. But yeah.
I'm always in vote of Ken getting promotions. Just saying.
There we go. You're promoted.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
a
Steve
big supporter.
Steve promoted me at the beginning of the year because he didn't like my original title. He was like, "Can you just pick a new title rather than saying, what did I say I usually do?" Steve? I forget.
That's how Spiro works. We just pick our own titles. Like,
I had
yeah.
So
my
everybody
last
knows
boss
it.
that I had for like 10 years had like 18 different business cards that he used because
Yeah.
they all had different titles: marketing manager, project manager, sales
Yeah.
manager. You just hand them out depending on what the situation was. He's like, nobody cares about what your title is as long as you can
Basically, yeah.
GameStop gave me the greatest promotion of all. They promoted me to the rank of customer.
Oh, look at this business card. Let's see that.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's
That was the
Oh.
best business card.
So these, where did I get these? When did I get these? Joe Fest? I think I was at Joe Fest, and I had other stuff that Jason brought for me, and I was like, "What are these?" Because I saw this side first. There's like,
So you thought he was just kind of giving you like a
I thought
trade
it was like
card?
I thought it was like collector cards or something like that, and I was like, "Oh no, never mind. It's a business card." I don't know what to do with these because I like who in the interior of British Columbia, Canada, am I going to give one of these business cards to?
Did you guys have like this like Patrick Bateman American Psycho conversation about the stock of the card and the print?
No, but I wish we had because I absolutely that was. I'm not kidding. Like, I know that he's a terrible monster of a person. But that conversation about the business card, that whole thing about the bit, I was like, I can relate to that. Like,
Yeah.
the very, very particular nature of like, I want this stock. It can't be white. It has to be, this shade of cream, and on and on and on. But anyway, I'll probably have some that looks something like this too soon.
Oh yeah.
Pelletier.
Yeah. All right. So Lord
Whoa.
Dragon, he definitely came in later because he's asking if anyone else got Frank's creature. Like just about everybody who was on at the beginning portion of the show got Frank's creature.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Well, we've ordered Frank's creature. We haven't got
Right.
it yet.
Mine will be here Monday, according to the latest shipping info. Crazy enough, normally like I'm the first one to get because I'm just down here in Maryland. Like we'll order Saturday, I'll have it Tuesday, and then I gotta wait 2 to 3 weeks for everybody else to get theirs.
I'll tell you
And-
what. Next time they drop a figure obscura, I'm gonna wait till later at night to order mine because I ordered the Red Death at the end of the second release and got mine before all you guys did. And I ordered.
That's true.
I ordered
That
the
is
Frankenstein's creature at 9 a.m. and I haven't even got a ship notice yet. So
Yeah.
I haven't got a ship notice, and I ordered pretty much right away.
Right. And again,
It's totally random.
There's no rank, rhyme, or reason other than the fact that I know if you order something like the figure obscura and an in-stock sale item, those orders are getting processed last. So like you're better off ordering your figure obscura and whatever and doing that as its own and then
Drives me
getting the
crazy.
other stuff separately, the other in-stock items separately. From my understanding, the single figure orders tend to go out first and then they'll ship the all-ins. But what do I know? Because Curtis just got his all-in. So it's like, I don't even know.
if you're not in a hurry though, and you got the
single
$10
figure,
flat
nothing else.
shipping, you're better off.
Well, I would love to sit down with their fulfillment department and be like, okay, can you explain this to me?
And they
I
will
have
look
a
at you and like,
completely
we can't
different
even explain it
philosophy.
to ourselves.
I have a completely different philosophy than they do in terms of like what should go out first, how you should sort your orders, all that kind of stuff, because it doesn't. There shouldn't be anybody. Even okay, I get that they have, they do it in house. It's like one guy's job, and then everybody kind of pitches in when they can. It shouldn't take like 4 weeks. It shouldn't take. And I said this about Spiro Toys too. So like I'm not sort of saying one company is. I just think that there are ways to expedite this and it could just, you could make a lot of people happier by sort of, I don't know.
Again, without knowing how it works, it's hard to say if they could make it, where they could streamline it at, right? Like, what is the disconnect with this or that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I said.
You know?
I would love to sit down and have a chat with them because they're clearly sorting the orders in some way. It's not first in, first out. So they're clearly, now whether they're doing that in a computer system where they're clicking certain buttons and whatever, changing the order, I don't know.
Right.
But there's kind of like one strategy that I absolutely believe makes more people happier, and nobody seems to be using it. But whatever.
So it's like, okay, for GameStop's midnight releases, okay, when I first got there, the midnight release strategy like boggled my mind and took forever because it was terrible. I have no idea why they did it the way they did. Because like you would have to do this pre-ring thing, and then like honestly, I don't remember what the process was anymore because it was so god awful that once I found a better way to do it and we started doing that, where it was simple. People came in. We had a roll of like the price stickers and we would write the numbers, right? And you would write 1, 1, 2, 2, like double every number. All I'd simply do, people would come up, they would be like, I'm here for my pre-ring process. I'm picking up my copy of whatever it is. Whatever the game release is, Call of Duty, Strategy Guide, whatever. So you'd ring them through for it, right? And then what I'd do, I'd grab the number off of the sheet, I'd stick it on their receipt, hand them back their receipt. I can't hand them their product until after midnight. I would stick the second sticker with the same number in a bag and put it in a box behind the counter. So it used to be that like we'd get 100 not even 100 people, like 75 people for like a midnight release when I first started working at the store. And like it would take almost 2.5 hours after midnight to clear through 75 people. And I'm like, this is
Wow.
ridiculous and dumb.
Wow.
So with that system, okay, all they do is we go out for the really big long notices because any GameStop is really kind of small. You just don't have the room to have all those people in there, right?
Yeah.
So like for those bigger releases like Grand Theft Auto 5, we had over 300 people there that night. You stand at the door with the boxes on the other side of the door and you just start calling out the numbers and you go in numerical order because it would be stupid to be like 1, 5, 27. Like that's just dumb. You go numerically. You call out person number 1. Person number 1 comes up with their receipt. They hand you that receipt. You hand on the bag with the corresponding number. Say, have a nice fucking night. And
Yep.
over 300. So we went from like 75 people taking 2.5 hours to get through a line to getting over 300 people in and out the door in 15 minutes. And then I'm writing an email to my
Whoa.
boss that I'm going to be staying open until 1 a.m. for any stragglers. But then after that, I'm going home because you're making me come in here at 6 a.m. tomorrow for an early opening to do the same fucking thing almost. And I'm going to be by myself without the other 4 associates with me. So yeah, I'm going to go home. He wanted me to sit there and do some kind of group number system that was a very watered down version of my numbered system that I'd been doing for years at that point. And that's one of those things that grew the business because people liked being able to come up at my store, get their game at midnight and immediately go home and be able to start playing.
Right.
Whereas other stores, they're still waiting in a line.
Yeah,
You
and people expect, like if I'm number 2, I'm going to be second. So they automatically are queuing themselves by expectation, right? So
Yeah.
But yeah, for Adam, it sounds like whoever's shipping that stuff out, maybe they put a creative in charge of logistics or something like that. It just doesn't sound like anything's working.
I don't
Well,
know
I
what it
will
is. I
say,
don't know. And I mean,
4
whatever.
horsemen's a business
That's
full of artists.
They can do it
That's
however they
true.
want. It's
Hey,
Yeah, sure.
gentlemen, I'm gonna hit the sack. I'm usually, like I said, I'm usually waking up at 6 a.m. on Sunday. So,
All
today
right,
was-
well,
Have you got a stream? Have you
All
got a
right,
stream
well-
in the afternoon, Will? Have you got the 118?
yeah, tomorrow at 3:30. Every Sunday at 3:30, the 118 scale Toy Talk Live. See you then.
there you
All
go.
right, bro. Have a
Later,
good
man.
one,
I
man.
will have one, brother.
Good night.
Well,
Thank you for having me.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Later.
Yeah. Never worth it. Yeah, right. Like, I'm sorry. It was just always weird doing the overnight stuff. Really, I'm glad I'm not in that business anymore. Although I will say, one thing that I used to love about working there at GameStop, at least, when I first started, was that everybody coming through the door, we had that common denominator. We were all like video game nerds, video game geeks, whatever you wanted to call us. Like, we're all gamers, and we had that camaraderie no matter what, whether you played Madden or whether you played Call of Duty, if you were into DDR or Just Dance, or whether you're playing Pokemon on a Game Boy. We're all gamers, so we could relate in one way or another. And that's one of the things I like about this. I kind of get that same feel doing this show because, like, we may not all like the same toys, but we at least like similar lines. And for those of us, like, look, I can't keep up with all the freaking memory toy orcs that Thanos is buying over there, but I get to
can't either.
live. Yeah, well, you're doing a pretty good job so far,
They
buddy.
have like 27 different colors.
That's why they're so expensive, because you got to get all those different shades of green and red and orange. He's so good looking though. But we get this chance to experience toys that we may not normally get ourselves. And gotta say that's one of the things that I enjoy about this, because hanging out with all the different content creators across ToyTube, I've learned about so many different toy lines that maybe I didn't know before. Whether it's Brick News or even when it's Adam's Open Late, which is really funny because that toy has probably been out for like a year and a half, and I'm just finding out about it, and I never knew about it, which is cool.
When I
Normally,
worked
it
at
might
Game
be-
Crazy, I made friends that I still have to this day with a bunch of the customers. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some customers I still to this day, if I see them, I'm like, oh god, this guy. But
Hey, you know what? I will say this: when there have been times where I've been out and about doing the toy hunts, and I've run into old customers, and like they're always eyeing me up because I didn't used to have the full beard all the time. It just used to be a goatee, or it might have been mutton chops. So they're like eyeing me up because they kind of recognize me. I also wasn't allowed to wear bandanas in the store. Um, so you could just tell they're like looking at me, and I'm like, "Yes, I'm Oz." And then they come running over, and they're like, "Oz, I haven't seen you. I haven't shopped at that GameStop since you've been gone." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." I heard a lot of the horror stories that happened after I wasn't there anymore, and how like their business went. Mind you, I started it was a low volume store that raised up to mid volume, getting to high volume, and then like 2 months after I was gone, once word had spread that I was no longer on that GameStop, they were like down to below the low volume they did before.
I
was
agree with
just like,
Kenzo Oz. You need to bring the chops back.
man, I love the beard though. That's the thing. I really
It'll
enjoy
grow
my
back.
beard. It will, but I don't want to have to do the work. I'm almost at Christmas this year with a full, good, bushy beard.
All right. Well, then after Christmas, New Year's Eve, you do your mutton chops live on stream.
We'll see if I'll do it for my birthday, January 4th. It's that far. So we'll see, Kenzo. We might make your dreams come true.
That'd be a perfect thing for a clubhouse Saturday night. Watching you
to shave live. I
Yeah.
don't know if I want to do that because you know how much hair
Hey,
gets everywhere when I take
if
this.
you let me on live, I'll shave my head. I promise.
Well, what day of the week is January 4th? So that's the thing.
I'm
Is January
I'm
4th
pretty
Saturday?
sure that there's a lot of people that make a lot of money doing that live.
You know what? January
January
the
4th is a Saturday.
Is a Saturday.
Yeah.
All right, so January 4th.
I don't know that they're middle-aged men though.
Clubhouse
you
Live.
gotta shave it live for prostate massage research.
That's right.
You know what? I'll be turning 42. That's the perfect theme for the show.
Sorry.
The perfect sheen. You know, we'll do the shave January 4th. But I've got to. We're going to need super chats, folks. If I'm shaving the facial hair, we're going to get super chats.
That's right.
Yeah, don't
So
do
we
it.
got to
man.
get you. We got to get you to 500 in the next few months. Here.
That is
And you only do it if you get full subs.
We can't just get you there that day. You need
There
time
we
to
go.
apply for monetization and get approved for monetization, which could be a few days turnaround.
All right. So if I can get over 500, this is what we'll do. Forget that whole super chat thing. If I get up to 500 subs by Christmas, because that'll give me the time I need to get to monetization by January 4th. That gives us 10 days. So if I get up to 500 subs by Christmas, January 4th, and I get monetized by my birthday, by that Saturday, I'll shave the beard.
All right. You heard it here
I'll
first.
do man. I'll do the mutton chops.
Don't do it. You're gonna regret it.
Like Ed said, it grows back. I had shaved it off. God, what was that? Almost 2 years ago now. I had shaved it almost completely. No, that was just last year.
It was last year.
Yeah, that was just last year, like around February. I trimmed it up and I kind of did the mutton chops, and then I just shaved it all off because it got really uneven.
You shave it all off. You can just go down to a goatee or something.
Yep, exactly. I have done that.
So if you do shave, you don't shave it all off. Just
No, I never do because I don't grow hair on the top of my head, so I got to keep it somewhere. And I don't flex all the body hair because that's just there's a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Fair.
That might attract a side more unwanted audience. If it gives me the monetization numbers, I'm pretty sure the core audience is, going to be the ones to help the most. So
yeah.
I'll say that, even if I get the unwanted numbers. But truthfully, though, I want people who are subscribed to the channel to enjoy the channel and keep watching the Clubhouse shows because it's fun. I enjoy hanging out with everybody. And it gets me to go out and get silly stuff like $10 Legend of Zelda figures that I might not have normally bought otherwise. But I'm not mad about these at all. These are great. For what they are, for $10, these are awesome.
That's amazing that they can sell them for $10.
They've got really good articulation, right? The sculpts are decent. The paint apps are actually better than most toys that cost twice as much, which is the other shocking part. and
they're probably
they come
making
with
like
some
$2
accessories.
off of that.
Oh yeah, they well, it's Jack specific going with World of Nintendo, so this is selling globally. I know.
That's what I was gonna say. Jack Specific is selling in every Walmart in the U.S. And in Canada. So like
And
right off the bat, if they get one of each figure in one of each store, they're selling like
at least
1,000
minimum order
units,
quantity,
3,000
right?
units. I don't even know how many Walmarts there are.
There's over 3,000 in the United States alone, so that'll tell you right there. That hits an MOQ, right?
Let's
3,000.
say 3,000 units for every SKU guaranteed, and that's not on repeat. So
no, yeah.
how many times does a Walmart restock a figure that sells out? And
Well, if
it's
I've
as
ever
many
seen 'em
times
do
as
it.
they'll sell it out. So
They'll try to restock it.
Jax is doing Simpsons. Jax is doing the Mario stuff. Jax is doing who knows
all
what
the world,
else, because I don't
all
know
the
Jax
world in
specific.
Nintendo. They're doing all world in Nintendo, so that's like Mario. Again, the main three that you see is Mario, Metroid, and of course Legend of Zelda. Super Monkey Ball is included with that. You know what else Jax is doing? They've dipped their hands into the Sega stuff. They're the ones doing the
Yeah.
Altered Beast and the Sonics, and
So if
those
they
are
make it,
hot.
so to your point, Steve, if they make $2 off of every one of those figures, they're still making way more money than we are.
Yeah,
but I mean, like, think
Because
of
it's a they're playing a volume game. They're not playing a.
yeah.
It's a
again,
different
Well, the
metric. that they're
margins,
using.
the margins are insane, though. You know, like I just can't see. I don't know. That'd be tough.
When I look at the Jada Street Fighter figures, and those are $30 at Walmart in Canada. I think they're 25 retail in the US.
Yep.
They have not reused a sculpt. So every mold is unique to every character.
Nice.
I even looked
Love
at the
that.
feet, and I was like, "There's nothing on these
Yeah.
figures that gets repeated,
I love that.
unless they do, Evil Ryu or Angry Ken or Player
and that's
2
the funny
variant
thing,
colorway
too.
or whatever."
I thought
Yeah.
Ken and Ryu would have been the same sculpt.
Exactly, you would think, right? But isn't
Most
the
of it is.
Ken a little bit like certain parts of him are like the
There's-
hands are
But
slightly
that's the
different?
exception
Yeah.
because
Right.
that one's an obvious one.
Yeah, exactly. It's one
Well,
of the
yeah,
reasons
not
the
the same
character
dragon. Yeah,
sprites
same
were the
dragon.
same thing.
Right.
But other than that, I didn't include that because it doesn't really lend itself to my argument, Ken. Thank you very much.
Well, that's what I do. I overanalyze and psychoanalyze.
But every other
and then
figure in the 16 figures that they've got planned for that line is like an entirely unique sculpt. And
Yeah.
Wow.
and the price point is ridiculous given how good those figures are.
I
So
still
I
can't
think there's a
fathom
few things going on. I think Jada is playing a little bit of catch up. I think there's an element of like they're willing to take less margin because they're new to the action figure aisle.
Right.
So in order to get their figures to move, they're going to have to make less on them. They're selling diecast stuff for probably huge
I was
margin.
gonna say, you know what? That's probably where they make up any kind,
Yeah.
right? I mean, again, they're
100%.
still gonna be making a profit off
Well,
of the Street
they do a
Fighters.
lot
It's
of other
just not
action
gonna be as
figures.
much.
They do AEW. They do Halo.
But that's what I'm
Jada's doing
saying is like
those?
that's where
Oh no,
they're
sorry,
making.
I'm getting confused. That's Jazzwares. Sorry. Jesus
That's
Christ.
Jazzwares, but
Oh,
Jada does
Jazzwares.
cars
right.
and Jada does like Jada. There's tons of Jada stuff in Walmart. You just don't know it because you're just looking at Street Fighter figures.
Right. You're looking at action figures where Jada sells a lot of other kind of
Yeah,
toys.
different thing.
Again, especially the die-cast car market. Now we're not talking Matchbox, but down that same aisle, especially when you see that like truck with the little figure next to it,
Yeah,
that mind you, that figure has no articulation. It's just like a little figure. That's a
Hmm.
Jada Toys truck or a
Yes.
car or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and
Built
they
a hell
sell
of a
tons of that
reputation,
stuff
though. Like
Oh yeah.
the quality of their stuff
for their
and the price
figures.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely. And I mean, they keep getting better. And so that's the other thing is
It's
that like
nuts.
Jada is gonna say, hey, we're doing Scooby Doo.
Right.
Right.
Scooby Doo might not
Right.
be like the quality of the Scooby Doo figures might not be as good because I don't think they have to be for Scooby Doo. You know, they don't have to have the same attention to detail because it's a cartoon accurate figure or whatever. And so I think they'll make a little bit more margin on those, and I think they'll make a little. So it's a different game that they're playing. but as I was saying, like I think if you make $1 off of every figure, and you only sell 500 units of a SKU, you make $500. If you make $1 on a figure, but you sell 10,000, you've made considerably more money. So it's sort of like, if the goal is making money, there's two ways to sort of look at that equation. They're looking at it very differently than all the independent toy lines are. So when people are kind of like, how can they do this for this price? It's like, well, their math doesn't math the same way. They're
Yeah,
also
right. That's
they're also
almost
looking at all the
bulletproof
things
math.
that they are making huge money on.
Yeah.
And well, we can afford to make a little bit less on this,
Right, because they're going to
it gets
make
our
like
foot in the door.
right, they're going to make like $7 or $8 off of every car that they sell
Yeah.
for $15, $20 or whatever like that, so they can afford to only make a buck or
Nice.
two off of an action figure. And I bet we will see prices go up over time, but they would still be willing to make the same profit margin, right? As they acquire more licensing and everything like that, we'll probably see prices go up a little bit because they got to pay out more for those licenses.
These guys,
Maybe, but maybe not. I mean, that's the other thing that I've thought about is like
Those are
Jada
cool.
might not be playing the same. Jada might not be playing the same game that Hasbro is, because
That's
Hasbro
true.
pays executives ridiculous amounts of money, and it's a publicly traded company.
Yeah.
Jada is not. Maybe the CEO of Jada is like, I'm cool. I'm making 6 figures. I don't need to be making 12 figures a year. And I mean
Which would be
money-wise. I don't mean action figures like the memes, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're not as, dare I say, greedy as some of the other companies, and maybe
Valid.
that's sort of playing to the price point.
But you're right, though. They're still new and trying to prove themselves, because other than Street Fighter, they have the Mega Man figures Thanos is showing, they have Chester Cheetah, and then they have the Frankenberry Count Chocula. Is there really much else they have? I don't think so.
We've got the Universal Monsters that they put out, but then NECA picked that up, right? So they did initially pay out for Universal Monsters. They've got General Mills, not just, you mentioned those 3 of the cereal monsters, but we've seen Tony the Tiger's coming out next year. So they got General Mills, Kellogg's kind of on the leash there. Again, Cheetos is owned by PepsiCo. So clearly they're doing stuff with Pepsi.
They'll do the
Frito-Lay,
spot.
somebody, yeah.
I was going to say, right, we're going to eventually
They'll
hopefully
do
see
Fido
Cool
Dido.
Spot. I don't know about that.
Why not? 7-Up. Fido
Yeah,
Dido.
we might.
I'd buy that.
I mean, I'm down for
Dido,
all the
Dido.
mascots.
Wow, we're reaching way back.
Hey,
Way
man,
back.
I used to love all those, like, you remember, like, they were doing, like, mascot video games? There was a Chester Cheetah video game. There was a Cool Spot video game back on, like, Super Nintendo. There was the Noid. Yeah.
That one was good. It was
Like,
it was the Mega Man style.
And the Noid is so toyetic.
Right?
That would be
Like,
a great action figure.
I could see them doing stuff like that with us.
I
And
have a friend that collects Noid shit still to this day. He's
But as
crazy.
far as video games go, Jada has more than just Street Fighter. Thanos, who's been holding up Mega Man for like
the Mega Man stuff. Well,
That
again,
is
like
now-
they've got a
Say, like,
partnership with Capcom.
They all have pretty much the same
That's
boots.
exactly it. Capcom.
But like this is a pudgier body and shorter than Mega Man. But they probably get some reuse out of the hands and the boots.
And I wonder how well those would scale with these. Well, you've got these, Thanos, right? You've got the Jax
I
ones,
do,
don't you?
but I don't know where my I think I have a Samus that I can grab real quick.
Yeah, just to put them up next to it, because again, it's all that same kind of like video game-esque world.
I want
But
someone
yeah,
to make
but
your hostess.
Capcom's still got a whole bunch of untapped games.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
If they just do the Street Fighter figures that they've said they're going to do, and then they
That
move
would
on to
work
another
well.
game, they could do Dark Stalkers, and that's a whole other. That's another 12 or 16 figures.
If they just
Metal
stuck with
Slug.
fighting games, they could go for a long.
Actually, that's what I mean. And a fan of pick the fighting game, right? A fan of whatever
Mortal
fighting game will buy
Kombat,
the
like
whole line.
Didn't somebody just get the Mortal Kombat license? Or no?
McFarlane.
I was going to say
has
that
been doing them for a while.
had it. Do they still have it? I know Storm did some too.
No,
I'm
because
thinking
it's
of Storm.
included with WB's license. That's why why McFarlane has
Yeah.
it. Because for them to do the DC stuff, That's that WB license they have. So again, Mortal Kombat's wrapped with that. Storm Collectibles is like a different type sale or scale, so it's non-compete, which is
Yeah,
why
it's a
they're
different
able to
form
do
factor.
their
The
figures.
Storm has
than-
Tekken as well. Maybe it's
Yeah,
Tekken I'm
Storm
thinking
has
of
Tekken.
that's up for grabs. I'm trying to
Well,
remember.
I
I thought
know,
there was a fighting game that's up for grabs right now.
Is what's the character that has like a leopard head but a human body?
King.
Tekken.
That's
Is he
Tekken.
Tekken?
That's from Tekken.
Yeah, that's
Because
Tekken.
SH Figure Arts just announced they're doing
Yeah.
King.
Okay,
King.
cool.
King and
Yeah.
Armor King, I
Oh,
guess
that's
you
gonna
So
could
be really
I think a lot of those video game companies are kind of playing fast and loose with their licensing. I think
It's like
I
the
don't
early
feel
days
like
of comic book licensing, right? Like that's kind of how it feels right now when it's coming to selling outside of the video game itself.
I think it's if you're in a different price point and or a different size, they're willing to open it up. And it could be like, oh, we're doing 112. Oh, we're doing 6-inch. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Those are different. So you're good to go.
They could reuse these for like the puzzle fighters too, like the smaller bodies if they want to do like Chibi Street Fighter.
Yeah.
But I mean, even just those two figures that you have there, Thanos, could they not have just used that Mega Man body and just repurposed it for the
Oh, yeah.
for
They
Arctic
definitely
Man?
could,
I don't
yeah.
know Mega Man, but like they're not cutting any corners. That's what's shocking
Yeah.
to me is that they're all in on these lines. They're
Yeah,
not
like
like, well, let's see what happens, and then we'll push the boat out a little
Totally.
bit. They are all
the original games, like the sprites, they were like just basically like the same size.
Right. Like in
they were
those
crazy.
Yeah, those little
these are
8-bit
based off the
games.
art.
From a
Right.
pricing point, like from strictly
'cause it's
speaking, like from
individual tooling.
pricing, it's bananas because you're paying somebody to sculpt it. You're paying somebody to like, I'm sure they're printing, their what are they called, check models and all that kind of stuff. They're paying for their molds. They're paying for production, and like nothing gets reused. So like you got to store all those molds too if you're gonna ever reuse
Well,
them.
to
It's
their
just like,
credit,
it
though,
just keeps adding up and up and up, and then you're like, and they're $25. Like it doesn't make any sense.
and again, to their credit with that, though, at least when it comes to, again, Street Fighter, and I'm going to use Street Fighter as the definition here. At least with Ryu, right? You're going to get 2 to 3 versions of Ryu, depending on how many player versions they want to have.
They've
You're going to
done-
get right. They've already
Evil
done
Ryu-
3
Evil
because they've
Ryu-
done
Evil
Evil
Ryu,
Player
yeah.
1, Player 2.
Yeah.
Ken, you're getting there's Angry Ken, then there's Player 1, Player 2. And so like for each one of these, we're going to see that. And as we know from like eventual games like Street Fighter 6 and all, or even just Street Fighter 4, they did alternate color schemes for just about everybody and special event color schemes where it's again the same character body, but it's a different color. So we know eventually we're going to see those, but that's the greatest part because the ones that they've come out with, although yes, some of those characters we do have 3 versions, we're also not getting flooded.
Yes,
you'll hear us
'cause-
Motu guys say we're a little tired of getting
the same.
alternate He-Mans, alternate
But-
Skeletors, Beastmans, and all the same characters over and over
Not
again.
yet. Not
while
yet.
we're still waiting for like something like Blade, to come out.
I do want to add to that because I think when they do Dan Hibiki, I think they're going to use the Ryu and Ken tooling for that. That would make sense, and I think
I would see
wouldn't
more
Charlie.
Ken, but yeah.
Wouldn't well Ryu and Ken did we determine that they're the same buck or are they not? They are, right?
They are.
Some
So,
shared parts,
yeah.
but there's like different sculpting from hands from what I've seen. But
Okay,
not
but the main buck is what I'm talking
But
about,
that's
right? So you'd probably use Dan.
Hands are incidental. They would have created one mold for all those parts.
Oh, I'm sure all those hands were
Yes.
done at one
And
time,
I-
and they were like, "We're going to package these with Ryu. We're going to package these with Ken."
I bet you when they do Charlie will use the Guile mold.
Without a doubt. Why wouldn't he? Right?
Right. So, yeah.
I mean, he could because they could just do an overlay for the different, like his jacket or whatever.
Yeah. You know what I'm wondering is has
I'm
Balrog
not
been, has
convinced.
Balrog been announced yet? Because in theory you could use that same.
They've all been
tooling.
announced.
Yeah, they've shown off all of them at this point.
because Balrog would make use of
And they're
share
not
the
doing Charlie.
the Guile mold. So
Well, because right now, again, it's just what Street
not
Fighter
Balrog is
2
not
It's Street
Alpha.
Fighter 2
no,
and
but I'm saying it would make sense.
Yeah.
Anyway.
it's so far.
Punch out they use Mike Tyson and Balrog.
Yeah.
Use the same skull.
So,
Well, yeah,
TJC is
but
asking
they
if they will
get the
do
Charlie, I
Akuma.
think.
They've
showed it.
already done Akuma.
Yeah. They revealed it at San Diego Comic-Con.
Yep.
I do hope they do a Dan. When I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I used to do the 3 Dan army. I love Dan.
Oh man, you cheap.
I didn't realize his fireball was really just a joke. You power up for nothing.
Yeah.
You can hit with it. It's just got this much range.
I was gonna say you got to be standing right next to the guy. So play him
so
like you play
so it
Blanca.
actually works. So it actually works. Okay.
If you were
But
this
actually,
close.
I loved using Ryu Shinsho or Yuken on people.
Oh yeah.
Just jump behind them while they're doing a special and just do the Shinsho or Yuken and take out their whole team.
But I mean, again, aside from when you got like E Honda, right? That's a very unique sculpt. You're never going to use that on anybody else.
No.
I do not see you ever using that on there. You're never going to use Dulcine's stretchy arms and legs on anybody but Dulcine.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. You know, like there's a lot of unique tooling. And again, I think that's what they're going to get away with on the Mega Man line, right? Because with Mega Man line, yeah, you've got 8-9 different villains per game, but then you've got 9 different colors of Mega Man per game.
Yeah.
And you're talking
I want
games.
to do Mega Man X and Zero. I want those.
That's what I want. I want to wait
That's what
until
I'm
we
waiting.
see
That's
some Mega
because
Man
I didn't
X.
realize for the longest time that Mega Man X was actually not the original
Not
character as
original Mega Man?
He was a completely different Mega Man. I didn't know that because they kept calling him X during the game, and I'm like, why are you called X? And who's this Zero guy? Right?
Yeah.
And where's
I
Doctor?
wonder
Is it Doctor Light or whoever the mentor is? Like, where is he? Right? So
He's waiting in pods to give you upgrades all over the world.
I'm gonna say this right now. If they do Dan, I don't think it'll be a complete reuse. I think it'll be a new torso, and I don't think they'll use Guile for
Charlie.
Charlie? Why not?
Well, because Guile was a little bit buffer than Charlie, right? Charlie was a little
Guile's
leaner,
also sleeker,
and then he's
like
got
his
the
legs were
jacket.
sleeker. Charlie had like the sort of fatigue.
He did. He had
leg.
the big,
okay, fair enough.
big pants.
I
But
don't.
even then, you're talking
and
like
they,
a
and
part.
if they were gonna reuse parts, they would do it early, not late.
Exactly.
Because for
like
financial reasons, right? If you don't know
makes
if your line's
sense
going to
to
be
run it.
successful, you wouldn't knock out 12 unique characters right away, mold wise.
And especially when you're talking like again characters like Dan, Ryu, Ken. It's again basically all the same buck build sculpt and everything like that with different head sculpts. So you run production runs with color waves one after the other after the other. It's like, okay, we're going to do production wave of this buck and you're going to run so many units and we're going to need it in this many color waves kind of thing. And again, I don't know how they run the factories, but to my understanding, when they're going to be doing that, like they run those parts a lot all at once.
I would
and then
love
they may
to
not
know what
use
their
it again.
numbers are.
Me too. I mean, I love the numbers because numbers don't lie. Unless you
I'm really-
fudge the books, numbers don't
Now I
lie.
want to like reach out to a couple people and see if anybody will tell me.
They'll never tell you those numbers.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's kind of
Might.
like the more business.
You know, we have heard that a lot of Hasbro numbers are between 40,000 to 200,000, but that 200,000 is like peak MCU kind of days.
I wouldn't ask Hasbro. I want to know like Jada's numbers.
I know,
The
but that,
smaller
yeah.
big boys.
Yeah,
and even
yeah,
those
yeah.
numbers, even those numbers are kind of outdated, right? So
Right.
that's just something that we've heard.
Yeah, because
in
Hasbro's
passing.
already mentioned they cut back their production runs quite a lot.
Oh yeah, those numbers I gave are like 6 to 10.
Well,
years
like you
old.
said, peak MCU,
Peak MCU, right?
Whereas,
But they're also
we're
when
several
they
years
say we
outside.
cut our production numbers, it's like, oh, we cut our production numbers from 20,000 to 17,000. It's like most toy lines.
Well, I was
aren't
gonna say, if
producing
you're looking-
17,000. Like toy lines aren't producing 17,000 units. They're
Yeah,
talking
again,
about
if-
one SKU doing 17,000 units.
Yeah, and again, where most people are looking at like again, possibly 3,000 is a minimum order quantity.
No, that's high.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm thinking something along the lines of, say, probably more like Mythic Legions, and I go based off of, well, no, because Mythic Legions has actually got to be higher than that for as many people are in the Cabal.
I think people will be surprised about a lot of numbers for a lot of lines.
I'm sure.
Adam,
I'm
I don't know where you're at, but there are factories that'll tell us that 3,000's got to be the number you got to hit in order to go to get the machine started.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. There's definitely factories where you have to hit 3,000 to even make it, but there's other factories that are much lower than that.
Oh wait, but it depends on the price of your SKU too. If you're going
Yes.
at $30 a figure, like because AWalk is at 30 or $30 a
Yes,
figure.
that's the other thing is that
Your
people don't
number doesn't
factor
have to be
in
3,000.
units.
They might
Yeah,
say
price points and all that kind of stuff.
They might tell you 2.5 is good enough. You know what I mean?
Well, because they know they're going to make their money no matter what on that.
Yes.
Well, that's
yes.
exactly it. Their numbers are factoring how much it costs.
If your
them
figure is
as
20
well.
to 25, they'll tell you it's got to be 3,000, right?
What's really fun about making toys is that everybody else makes money except for the people actually making
the
product
toy.
Because
well, you're the one that's got to foot the bill for everything because you want it made.
It's all the stuff you don't think of. It's
designers
like,
and sculptors and product, project managers and factory and on and on.
You
all
run
these
your
people
numbers,
make their
you
money
add-
before you get anything,
That's
and then
right.
you get your toys and you sell them all. They're all gone. You look at your bank account and you're thankful that it's not negative.
Well,
Right,
you're
hoping
thankful
you're
that
not
you
in
can
the
that you can
red.
fund. You're thankful you
Yep.
can
The
fund
next
wave 2.
wave,
You know, yeah.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing, right? While your one wave is selling, you want to be producing or getting into production of the next wave, right? So you've already got to start spending your profits from wave 1 to start funding wave 2.
Oh yeah.
You know.
No, that's exactly what's happening over here. I mean, every dollar that comes in gets put aside for wave 2. That's it. I haven't bought myself anything other than a pair of shoes. It's all just wave 2, wave 2, wave 2. That's it. There's no profit. There's no, we're going to Japan or we're going to buy a car or any of that shit. Doesn't happen.
On top of, again, you got to spend the expense just to sell the figure, right? Like, again, that profit's going back into wave 2, but you've still got to come across over to the States and go to the show or do this. So, like, that money is an expense too that you got to add in.
Yep.
Right? Because, I mean, again, you don't have some big marketing firm working beside you. Mind you, you've got Toy Network and the Clubhouse and all of us to try and spread your word. But again, if we got all the same people watching, we're not reaching new people for you. And I'm sorry about that. We're trying.
Well, no, it's interesting, though. We had sort of a negative video come out on us. And that negative video really blew some new fire into what's happening now. We're seeing new stuff.
It was a mixed video.
It was strange. I won't get into specifics, obviously.
Who was it?
What?
Post the link.
Adam's
wasn't
just
me.
like, tell me.
It wasn't me.
Yeah. It was mixed. It was like, this is good. However, so we had some people that are a little higher up on the food chain give us a nod while they cut us down, while kind of that kind of shit.
You know what it was though? It was basically, you should buy these because they look good. There's some caveats, and the caveats kind of surprised us. But at the end of the day, the recommendation was they look good, so buy them. So then, I'll take
It's like, okay, well, you're telling people to buy the product. I ain't going to be mad about it.
Yeah. No, so it's
Right?
weird. We've seen a good boost there. It's like people are like,
So
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm like super thankful right now.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm going to switch it up here. I'm going to jump on mobile. Ed, you know the deal.
Got it.
Ed is like the Geordie. He's like, beep, 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 beep.
But I think that like a video like that, I think still falls into there's no such thing as bad publicity. It's like
totally.
If somebody's doing a review, then even people that might want to dislike it are going to look at it, and then it's really up to them whether they decide to not buy it or not. And if they see it and they're like, you know what, these look really, really good though, you're probably still going to get more sales from a video that says "Don't buy these" than no video at all.
Except that's not what the person said. It was literally like there were a lot of
No, I know,
caveats,
but
at
what
the
I'm
end of the
saying is
day,
like, you know, even a video where like if a video gets traction where tons of people watch it,
yes,
even if the
but
person says don't buy these, there's gonna be a few people that do. So it's like
We also get the people
the
like
irony
Lauren.
is that the people that are trying to like shut you down are great for your business.
Yeah, it's like don't look here. What? Where?
Exactly.
Lawrence did a
BBTS got
review
it.
on
Tell me what
Mythic
to do.
Legions because he kept hearing about how everybody either loved him or hated him because of the articulation, or they loved everything else.
Yeah.
And so he
So
did
he
a
just
review,
did
and
it
he's
that
like, "These figures are great, right?" So he bought one just because he was like, "How can it be such a
draw his
gap in-"
own conclusions.
Yes.
So you gotta bear in mind though, BBTS also got our stuff in stock. So there's some people who may have seen that and checked out the website, right? Or they saw that it was temporarily sold out, because sometimes BBTS will temporarily sell out while they switch over, I guess, to their next case in the warehouse or whatever. I'm just speculating.
Who knows?
And then all of a sudden people will come to our site. So there's been that multiple effect, right? But yeah. So
no bad publicity.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, even today I was showing off those McFarlane orc statues and other Warcraft and Diablo stuff, and Wilhelm's like, "I'm gonna go try to find those." Like,
Nice.
Talking about the awesome Blizzard statues.
yeah, the McFarlane stuff, and I bought them like mostly just to be like, like kind of wanted to show them off, just to be like, these are not as good as the other ones. This is not one of them. This is one of the old Warcraft 3 toys. I put them away, but I was actually thinking about doing a video where I do all the different orcs, because I have like the Warcraft 3, I have the Warcraft movie stuff, I have 3 different companies doing like the knockoffs, and then the official McFarlane stuff. So I was thinking about just kind of comparing all of them.
That'd be a good video.
Yeah.
I'd watch it.
Yeah.
I would definitely watch. And especially because the Rosses by me suck. They never have anything cool.
Yeah, Ross's here suck. It must be an East Coast thing.
Gotta be.
Yeah, but you guys have Ollies. We don't.
We do have Ollie's, and Ollie's has some great stuff
My
from time
Ollie's,
to time.
I don't have an Ollie here. I mean, the closest Ollie's is like 45 minutes away. So
Yeah.
But closest Ollies to us is like states away.
but I'm not gonna drive there because you never know what they're gonna have. You know what I mean? Like if I'm close to it, and I stop by. It's like okay, but
Yeah, because I've got like 3 that are really close to me, and then I've got a 4th one that's further away. The 4th one that's further away, I've managed to find better stuff than the 3 that are close. And I never, ever know what the 3 that are close to me are going to actually have, because it's different almost per store. Which is kind of a good thing, though, because at least it's not all the same stuff at each store when I go. Because if it was, then I'd be like, well, this was a wasted trip. And eventually, it's normally they'll get that stuff in like when it first hits. And then once all the toy vendors in the area run through and buy it all, then they're stuck with the same crap that nobody wants for the next 3 or 4 months.
I saw those the Marvel Legends like 5-pack that people were picking up. I never saw that, and I went to a ton of different Rosses a bunch of different times.
Yep, never saw those.
Yeah, I got a
Never
piece
saw.
out. Yeah, I might. If I can't sleep, I'll jump back. If you're all still talking StreamYard after. But,
Sure.
I'll see how I feel in about an hour. But I do have an early rise tomorrow, so I'll
Later,
drop
Ken.
out at least. For
all right,
now.
Ken, have a good one,
All right,
brother.
Ken. See you, brother.
Yeah, later,
All right,
dude.
gents, take care.
See, Ken. Hey, Frankie, if you're, I don't know how far away you are from Maryland, where you're at in PA, but if you can make it down to Maryland, at least to the Baltimore area, we got a couple. So you come on down and hit a few. Hit me up. We'll do a toy hunt together.
Yeah, I better go too. I just drove about 2,700 kilometers across Canada, helping my in-laws move, and then we had to unload their truck today. So that was 4 days of 3 days of driving and 1 day of unloading trucks and trailers. So
I remember what that's like. I used to do that for a living.
Nice.
Yep,
Yes.
I was a mover for a couple years.
Nice. Yeah, we have roads out here in Canada. I don't know where our taxpayer dollars go, but they definitely do not go back into our own country. I'll tell
We
you
don't
that.
know the same thing about us, so don't worry.
Yeah, I was going to say we have those same thoughts here in most states. Like,
Now, there's roads that they design, I think, plainly to kill you. You know, so
oh yeah, yeah.
there should be signs up there like "Do not drive on this road," like like minefield kind of thing. Like "Do not drive on this road," like right. So we got to start putting heads on pikes or something like that. This is getting nuts.
You know what? We've had guys going around planting trees in potholes they haven't fixed. They'll literally fill it with dirt and plant a tree because now you're putting an obstruction in the road. So
Nice.
they have to do something about it.
That's actually legitimately brilliant. It has to happen. Back the Boston Tea Party, that was over a 2% tax. Now they're taxing us on fuel. There's hidden taxes on our fuel, and then they tax us off the sum total of the fuel, and we're just like, yeah, okay, sure, but we got pizza and Wi-Fi, so we're okay, right?
That's it.
Well, and then Kenzo mentions that none of those tax dollars are going into the bridges by me.
Yeah.
Again, Port of Baltimore got shut down.
Right.
And that was insane. You can pull up the videos and watch that, the way that ship crashed in. And they definitely tried to put it like it was all on the ship's fault for coasting into it. And it's like, yeah, but those bridges are supposed to be designed so that if they take a hit, they don't collapse. And
That was an oddity. Yes, that was something very strange. That's like a building 7 kind of thing. Like that's not.
Yeah, something wasn't.
That bridge fell down with just a gentle tap from that boat. I was like, ooh, that seems a little fishy right there.
Yeah, that was definitely pretty. And again, they didn't bring up anything about the bridge. Period. It was all about the boat. Whenever the media covered it, nothing about the bridge. Now, I do know that after we had the earthquake a couple years ago, because earthquakes are extremely rare on the East Coast, that they supposedly went out and they looked at all the bridges because our bridges are not designed to handle earthquakes because we don't get them out here.
Right.
And a lot of the bridges around Baltimore, like as far as our roadways go over our highways, those all got really checked out. And they actually started pumping money into a lot of them because they hadn't for years into most. So I wonder how many people were probably saved because of that. But I almost wonder if maybe because we also had an earthquake earlier this year, if maybe that had something to do with it and they just didn't catch it. But I don't know. I can only speculate. But tell you what, it is getting kind of late, guys, and maybe we should just call it for the night. So we didn't really talk much about what Oztober is going to be. Hit me in the comments, guys. Let me know kind of like some cool. I want to keep it more Halloween and spooky themed. So let me know what you guys want to see in the coming month. Hit it in the comments. I normally don't ask for comments on a lot of these because you guys are always so active in the chat. But let's come up with some horror themed ideas going into Oztober.
Mutilated dolls.
We've been having those here all night. Thanos, you got to give us the rundown all Oztober with mutilated dolls.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to be mostly spooky shots, or as I've been saying, Orktober.
There you go. Orktober works. Do some Orktober, run alongside with the Oztober. I know once that monster comes in, I can't wait for the rest of you guys to get your monster. Can't wait for you guys to get it because that's going to be a fun unboxing.
I have a feeling it's just going to show up without a shipping notice, because
I know that's what I keep thinking. Right, it's just going to show up
That
on my
happens a
doorstep.
lot.
Yeah,
I was almost expecting that myself. I was really almost expecting that myself. Like it was just going to show up at my door this week. But like I said, Terrence, he gave me the news last night. It'll be here Monday. So it's only a day away. Yeah, you guys heard me sing for a minute there. Probably won't happen again.
Very nice. Rob Halford.
There we go. All right, Ed, let's start with you. What you got coming up, brother?
Just the usuals, being on everybody's stream out, and then check us out on Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be announcing something coming up for November, and we're going to have Emerald Knight John on the show with us, and possibly another guest, but we haven't confirmed him yet. So it's going to be a good show. So check us out Tuesday night on my channel at 9 p.m. Eastern.
There you go. All right, Thanos, we've kind of heard a little bit of what you got going on.
So tomorrow morning, 7, another Instagram retrospective. And then on the 17th, I'll be on Punk's Thursday with a Friend. And then lots of plunderlings playing with mutilated dolls and other shenanigans. And then just, every day on Instagram.
Adam?
Nothing notable.
There you go. You guys can catch Adam tomorrow on his usual live stream, and definitely make sure that you check that out. Open late on Wednesday nights, the usual stuff, and then of course he'll be giving us all the great AWOC updates that he can, as he can, like today, which was phenomenal. Felonious is great looking.
Oh yeah, I realized that that I will be probably showing something that I don't think we've shown yet for zombies tomorrow. And I may be talking about some Bushido stuff that might not have been talked about.
Nice.
Ooh. I've been waiting for some news on Bushido.
Nothing.
When are you going to give me a sneak peek of that Zombies album? I got to hear it.
We'll tune in tomorrow. Maybe you'll get a sneak peek.
There you go, guy. Cobb, what you got coming up, brother?
Nothing really. No plans.
Okay.
Going on. Sit here and play it.
There we go.
Nice.
There's worse things you can do, Cobb, for sure.
Yeah.
Any updates from the Delta 17? More than anything beyond what we already know about from your last live stream with Ken, talking about having things ready for Joe Fest next year.
I don't know what I want to say. We might be looking at some different stuff. We're I won't say anything.
Okay.
We're just busy.
Y'all just have to wait.
Yeah, we got a lot of deadlines to hit, and we're working as hard and as fast as we can. We're not Hasbro, but we're doing our best.
Hey, at least we all understand. And look, you've already gone beyond what a lot of other companies have, at this point, as far as you were putting products into people's hands, while a lot of other lines that people were hoping to have hadn't been. And that's not to throw shade at those other lines,
right?
Because they're working as hard as they can, but you guys were a little bit further along, and you were able to put it in their hands first. So that's great, because it helps. Like, it all kinds of builds off of one another, right?
Yeah.
The excitement about getting your guys' stuff makes you more excited about other projects. Then when their projects come out, hopefully it's going to fuel more excitement back into, oh, great, now I got Delta 17's next wave coming. This is going to be great. So it's a fantastic time for 1/18 scale O-rings overall.
Oh, totally. Yeah, we're very excited about, like we could, be like on one side of the fence while we're competing against these guys. But at the same time, we're huge fans of them as well. So like, I've gone all in on a lot of these other lines. I'm very excited about them. I don't really see it as competition, more as, I'm a consumer. I love this stuff. So it's a lot of fun. I get to get stuff in that I don't have to work my ass off for. So that's always really
that's right. Well, and if you think of it in a toy box kind of mindset too, it's a lot of world building there, right? Because that all scales, and it can all go together in this one world where there's just this giant global conflict of military versus paramilitary. So,
right, exactly.
Great. All right, Bud, you got anything cooking? Like literally in the fridge. I'm hungry, dude.
You're muted,
Bud,
buddy.
you're on mute, bro.
It's about that time. Besides waiting for Demo Man to come and finish up the custom do it heavy. I actually have a little video idea I wanted to kind of similar to TMNT movie fight that I did.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was really cool too. I love that
Besides
movie.
that, yeah, it was fun to recreate that.
All right. And then, well, as far as I am concerned, Oztober is going to be a busy month. You will be able to catch me this upcoming Thursday. We are doing another episode. We've got a treat for everybody this month for the Frenzy. Any of our longtime fans, you've got this Thursday coming up. We're going to be doing, Skelly's going to do a walkthrough of his art show, has become traditional on the Frenzy, where he'll do a walkthrough. And then myself, Bobby, and Adam's going to be there just hanging out. And maybe I'll see if we can get old cool Uncle Sean out of retirement since he was here for the last two. On top of that, later this month, we're still working on having and making sure for our Halloween episode towards the end of the month, we will be having Vine Jungle Figure Factory on. And we are also looking to have Hollywood Haunter on, as they both work in the industry of making haunted attractions. So, again, Alan does Monster Camp. You can go find Stilt Beast Studios on YouTube and catch a lot of his stuff there. As well as you will also see a bunch of his custom action figure stuff on his IG at Vine Jungle Figure Factory. It's going to be cool.
Nice.
And news just got passed down that Blake Wright from Toy Collector Magazine will be making his second appearance on the Frenzy this month. We're still working on which date it's going to be. So at the beginning of the month, you got the art show. At the end of the month, we're going to have our Halloween episode. And then somewhere in between, we got Toy Collector Magazine. Blake Wright will be joining us. So keep your eyes on the Skelevator channel, because you'll be seeing the Frenzy 3 times this month, which is outstanding.
Wow.
And then, of course, every Saturday night on the Clubhouse and every other Friday on the Let's Go Off-World Podcast 2.0 crew, I will be there. And then you never know. I might be showing up on Mega J. I pop up over. Ed might randomly invite us to a Toy League takeover on a Tuesday night.
Right.
You just don't know. And we might have another Clubhouse Cafe where you'll get us twice in a Saturday, because y'all know you love hanging out with us all day long, basically.
Nice.
So we will catch you guys later. Have a good night. Have a great Sunday, everybody.